Okay, I think this is working. Let me double check. I had a lot of stuff to set up for this stream, as is probably expected. So I am starting it off like 30 minutes before Hardcore actually launches, just so I can make sure everything is actually in order and I haven't missed anything. And I actually have a few remaining things that I need to get set up before we begin. So I'm actually going to be kind of scrambling to do that at the last second right now, which should be fun. Okay, so real quick, I do want to note that if you are watching this in the future, because this is going to be fairly important, I am going to have to split up my live stream into multiple parts. So the way that YouTube works is you cannot save a live stream longer than 10 hours. So I don't know exactly how long I'll be streaming. I've said before, it might be 24 hours, might be 10 hours. It really entirely depends on how I'm feeling, how things go, etc. So no matter what, though, I obviously want to make sure that these recordings are saved. And because of that, this needs to be, or each part of the stream needs to be under 10 hours. So effectively what I'll be doing is at like 9.5 hours or something on this first stream, I will end the stream, immediately start a new one, and then that entire first part will become its own VOD, and then I'll just continue the live stream and I'll, I guess, link it over and stuff like that. So if you are watching this in the future and you're like, you know, maybe it's 10 hours after launch, do keep in mind that this is not the live stream at that point. This would then we'd probably be on part 2. You can just check my channel and see the most recent one. It should actually show which one is live and which one isn't. Obviously, though, if you are watching this before Classic Hardcore started, this is, of course, live. So hello, Cosmic Wolf. Hello, Ubler Rupel. Glad to see you stream. Yeah. Hello, Vortex. So got a bit of setup to do. Hello, Gallardo. One thing that I am trying to get done ahead of time is because I'm effectively going to be making multiple mini streams within this whole 24-hour stream thing. I effectively need 3 separate thumbnails. So I created the first thumbnail, and now there's like 30 minutes or so until official launch, which also, I don't really know what the deal is. So KD just said, is official Classic Hardcore up and running? It launches in... Also, do I have Grobula's characters left over? Yeah, I don't know what the hell... It says I had... Or, for a moment there, it said I had characters still in Grobulus, which was my original Classic server. But then, didn't actually. Yeah, so it's supposed to be going in 30 minutes. So at the time of me streaming right now, it is 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for me. And it officially launches in 30 minutes for everybody. And there's supposed to be like a tab, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, there's going to be like a little drop-down menu down here that'll say Hardcore. It's not like it was there when the maintenance happened and now it's gone. And you can't like pre-create characters, which, for the record, really stupid. I don't know why they're not letting people pre-create characters, because that just means that you're going to have to scramble to make your character and reserve your name, and that sucks. So, I don't know. It's up on EU, the tab. Yeah, it's not for me. I can restart the game and check. I'm gonna be hopping over anyway. I do, before we get started, though, I am gonna try to really quickly... I still need to finish my second thumbnail that I'll be using for, basically, I have, like, 3 thumbnails, right? Because I think, at most, this is going to be a 24-hour live stream, right? It won't be any longer than that. You know, I also haven't gotten a ton of sleep. So I got maybe, like, 3-4 hours of sleep. I tried, but I was also trying to get, like, my Wailing Caverns mini guide out, and while I have all the footage for that, I just wasn't able to finish the editing in time. So I will at least be able to post that pretty much like a few hours after this whole live stream is over. Which, I mean, I don't think most people are going to be getting to Wailing Caverns within the first 24 hours anyways. So it's not really a big deal. Or at least not the people who would really want a guide for it. But I did post a short from that Wailing Caverns run. So if you have not seen it already, I'd recommend checking out the most recent YouTube short I posted, because it is fucking hilarious. And that's not like me tooting my own horn, it was just the thing that happened in the run was hilarious. I had like the most griefing hunter ever, and I mean, we still managed to kill the dungeon despite him. And joke's on him. Oh, fuck, that's not what I meant to do. Joke's on him because, I mean, I got content out of his, you know, tomfoolery, right? So, it works out well. Hello, Naomi. It's going good. Is Prop Paladin doable as a leveling tank? I mean, what do you mean? Like, for retail or classic hardcore? Right? Because classic, I mean, not really. You can solo level as Prop Paladin. You might be able to dungeon level, but for hardcore, not really, because you don't have a taunt. Like, it's one of those things where if you're playing regular classic and, you know, everybody's just chill and, you know, you're just gonna let the tank build threat or whatever, you can make it work, but realistically speaking, the inability to, like, taunt a mob that goes on somebody random is just going to lead to a lot of deaths for classic. If you're asking about retail, it's a different story. I don't know, just because, I mean, a lot of people will ask me retail questions. A hunter griefing, is this classic? Yeah. I have been in so many dungeon groups with griefing hunters, man. It's fucking wild. What level do I think I'll die? Actually, I don't know. So one thing that I will quickly show here, I can actually do that now since the servers, they still haven't added the tab, right? Yeah, so they still haven't added this. So I'll actually show, right? This definitely isn't my first rodeo. I'll hop over to the PTR. I managed to get to level 30 without dying. I have had, so far, only one death on all my classic hardcore characters, and it was at a level 8 alt. So, switch over to the PTR real quick. Yeah, so these are my characters in the PTR. I managed to get my Druid to 30. I can hop on and show that. My only death was the first iteration, obviously, character's half naked because I sold all of its gear to scrounge every last bit of silver, because last day of the PTR, who cares? The first iteration of this Paladin that I made, I died to Murlocs at level 8 in Elwynn Forest. I think I told that story in one of the streams where I pulled one Murloc and then like 8 Murlocs came out of nowhere from like across the zone and just gangbanged me. So that was the only death that I've actually had. And I, of course, recreated that character, got it up to level 10, and then used it for professions. But this Druid, so funny thing about this character, I have had some close calls, but obviously I haven't actually died. So just last night, I was in Discord with people from my guild, and one of them who doesn't play classic hardcore was like, how do people even die, right? Like, I don't understand it. And I'm like, okay, obviously people do stupid stuff, but there are some legitimate reasons. Like, one thing that I don't remember if I told on stream before, but when I was playing, like, on my own free time, I was in, let me find it, wetlands. So I was in this area along the coast of wetlands. There's a quest where you have to, like, go into some shipwrecks and stuff. And I was doing that slowly, like, pulling the mobs off the ship and then dragging them to the coastline and chipping away at it, one mob at a time. And there was this dude, anyone who's played in the PTR has probably seen him spamming, but, like, every single day, non-stop, the entire day, this guy goes into, like, looking for group chat, Elwynn Forest general chat, and in this case, he even joined the random guild that I'm in, Uwu, right? And he just spam posts his Twitch stream, and he's like, testing warrior launch day hardcore leveling, and then spams his Twitch link or whatever. So I called him cringe for this when he started spamming it. I'm like, dude, why do you do this every single day on the PTR nonstop? And like, he posted it in guild chat in the middle of the day when like I was one of 4 people online. Why am I yelling, bro? Because I feel like yelling, bro. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. So I'm one of 4 people online, right? And he's spamming this shit, so I call him cringe. And then 5 minutes later, he dies to kobolds at level 5 in Elwynn Forest. So I'm still doing this quest in the wetlands. I open up guild chat and type "Rip Bozo" in guild chat. And then while I'm typing that, I had auto run on and I pulled 3 mobs. And was not prepared for it, and then I had to kite back to the shore in bear form, stun one of them, get out of melee range, pop dash, and barely escape at 10% health by using a healing potion. So I nearly died because I basically made fun of somebody for dying, which admittedly would have been amazing karma, but somehow I escaped. And I was telling this story to people in my guilds while, in order to explain, why this stuff is difficult. And I'm in Stormwind, and then I go to turn in this quest, The Missing Diplomat, which I did not read up on at all. So literally, as I'm telling him this story, I turn in this quest, immediately 3 mobs become hostile, and start attacking me in the middle of Stormwind, which I had never done this quest before, so I had no idea there was a thing that could happen. And once again, I had to kite out towards the canals. The main quest mob leashed back, and I had to finish off the other 2 guys, and I ended the fight at, around 10% HP. So, also really sketchy. And the worst part about that is that occurrence happened when I was level 29 with 3 bars left until 30. So, I would have been so fucking tilted if I barely missed level 30 on the PTR because of that dumb shit. But I did escape. I, of course, did not go back and finish that quest, because fuck that. But I went to Duskwood and got the last bit of experience I needed, so. All that to say, what level do I think I'm going to die at? I don't know, but I've been doing pretty well so far. So, if I can make it to 30 on the PTR without dying, and this, isn't even my second attempt. This is my first attempt on my Druid. You can go back to my live streams from, a month ago when I created this character. And same exact one. Man, this guy got level 30 right before the PTR is over. The Hunter on the Dead Mines run was griefing too. Yeah, it's just always Hunters. Is this on? Yeah, so if you want to go to hardcore, I did quickly show my Druid now, but I am going to quickly go back to regular servers. So it is on normal classic era, and theoretically there should be a drop-down menu to let you access hardcore. Palandrew, who is that? I know that it's somebody in my guild because they said Lonnie. Lonnie, I bet your goal to get to level 20 with Sembu on a 5-to-1 odds of doing it in 1 try. I'm not going to raise the bet. Look, I made, a bet with my guildies that if they manage to hit level 20, I will give them 100,000 golds. Each one of them. Just because, they keep bitching and moaning and saying they don't want to do it. So I'm like, you know what? If you manage it, 100k gold. So, we'll see. I'm not raising the bet any further, though. Was that you, Mez? Oh my god. I didn't even notice. Yeah, okay, Mezzy. So apparently I timed out one of my guildies. Look, Mez, you gotta understand, right? I get so many trolls like that who unironically ask shit like that. How do I untime somebody out? I can't untime somebody out. Hold on. Okay. Fucking Bez, man. Oh, God. I also haven't decided, but yeah, let's, you know what, I'm just gonna go Defies Pillager. So, we were, deciding on what server to pick. And it looks like most Alliance players are going to be going Defies Pillager. Oh my god. Let me see, what else? What did I miss? You had a great run the other day, Underrot Weekly Key, Druid was Giga Trolling. So you kicked him mid-run, got cursed out in whispers while completing the key, nice. Yeah, that Hunter unironically said, final day of Shut the Fuck Up. It just, classic. Absolutely classic. You died in Stone Talon Mountains at level 26? Ah. Did you do the one in the mines, where you have to fight against the waves of people? Oh, that one is a classic. Are there any classes you consider mandatory for dungeons? Not really. You actually, AoE and kiting is not necessarily required, because a lot of mobs now have the whole Season of Mastery thing where they resist slows after a long period of time. But Mage is good. It definitely is. Oh my goodness. Oh, here, the hardcore tab just finally popped up. Hello, Koji Kosi Y. Let's see. Curse of the Poso streamer. Hello, SBD Codex. Now you turned it into 500k. Oh my god. Hey, love. See, yeah, so Mez is like confused. I don't know if he meant for it to be phrased like that. So, Mez, assuming you're still watching, which I'd imagine you are, just for context, I get a lot of random trolls that will just come in here and be like, "Oh my god, this streamer always rants and complains. Oh, why are you so loud, man?" It's annoying, right? So every once in a while, somebody will join in, unironically say that, and it just tilts the shit out of me. So you accidentally basically hit on a sore point with that random message. But I would untime you out if I could. It does not appear that you can untime somebody out. YouTube is dogshit chat controls, timeout is timeout. Yeah, it's not long though. I don't know exactly how long timeout is. Alright. Oh, Wowhead even has an article called How to Play Hardcore WoW Classic. You know, Wowhead's really going for the bottom of the barrel. Oh, man. What have you done to deserve a Thursday stream? It's a classic hardcore release. I've been talking about the launch day stream for weeks now. It's been well communicated. It's gonna be like a 24-hour stream or something. Man, I feel bad for you, Mez. I'm sorry. You got caught in the crossfire. You thought the US servers are time zone based? I'm not sure what you mean. Beef, you're gonna owe me that 100k? Oh god. Mage will still save you 99% of the time. Yeah, I mean, Mage is very, very good for dungeons. Just watch the Deadmines run as an example. But it's not required. I wouldn't say there's anything that is required, at least for low-level dungeons. Higher-level dungeons, Mage might be required. You need a lot of higher-level dungeons. You kind of like need at least one form of crowd control. So polymorph, sap, freezing trap can kind of work, but it's a little bit more unreliable. But, I mean, it depends on the dungeon, and technically it's one of those where you don't need it. It just, a lot of them make it much, much easier. Some bosses, you have to fight, like, multiple mobs at once, and it's just a pain. What you've heard is you should play a hunter. I mean, honestly, if you're playing solo, very good option. Hello, Cindy Sue Maxwell. Meanwhile, you level a Northrend for the first time without a flying mount. Yeah, that does not sound fun. The timer for slows is 30 seconds, so if you have the AoE, you can still pull huge. Yeah, it's definitely not impossible. It's just one of those things where you need to actually plan ahead and not take unnecessary risks. You meant that Skull Rock and Defias Pillager are East-West Coast servers? They are. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Defias Pillager is East Coast and Skull Rock is West Coast. I don't know. You doubt you're gonna play? You smoke too much to not die? Come on, love. Try it. I mean, if not today, right? You know, one day when, for whatever reason, you're not high, just try it for fun. Come on. You of all people, you're the only person I know. Well, actually, that's not true anymore, but you're one of the only people I know who still actively plays Wrath Classic. So for you to not even bother trying Classic Hardcore would be criminal. How long are you banned for? Yeah, the timeout isn't too long, thankfully, Mez. Did Hardcore launch? Hardcore launches in 15 minutes. As a flip said, you happen to have any recommendations for not burning out? You started retail and launch and burnt out again. I mean, honestly, it may sound stupid, but pace yourself, right? Pace yourself and only do stuff that you enjoy. You know, if you're not enjoying Mythic Plus, don't do Mythic Plus, right? So at this point in the tier, I've already finished the raid, and mostly at this point, I just want to do re-clears and stuff. I don't really need anything from M+, so I don't force myself to get weekly vaults. You know, it's tedious and boring, so I just don't do it. And that's how I avoid burnout. Pillagers East because pillagers are from Eastern Kingdoms. True. Nice. You got 2 months of work left? Ah, that sucks, yeah. Any Wrath Classic Andes in chat besides me? I know of a few. I don't know if they're in the stream. It'll be fun watching you stream, but you refuse to play hardcore because you already despise dying. I mean, hey, then don't die, right? Like, hey, I managed to make it to 30 on PTR without dying. So, you know, if you play safe, it's possible. Hey, I did stupid shit, and I still managed to scrape by, barely. Skull Rock is in Kalimdor, therefore west. Yeah, actually, not a bad point overall. Real quick, though, because I do need to get this done at some point before servers go live. I actually have Photoshop open on my second monitor, and I'm trying to edit together the thumbnail for part 2 of the stream in 10 hours, right? Because obviously I don't want to have to stop in the middle of leveling and edit this stuff for the thumbnail. I have it mostly done, but I need to clean up the Feral Druid, the little bear form thing that I got. So I have, like, basically 3 thumbnails set up. The first one, I mean, you can literally look at it because it's being used for this particular stream. And I have, like, you know, Teldrassil in the background and a level 1 Night Elf Druid. Then for part 2, I'm going to use Darkshore in the background and a Druid in bear form. And then part 3 will be my Druid on the public test realm, you know, with more gear and stuff like that. And I have Ashenvale in the background. I don't know if I'll make it to Ashenvale by that point, but just obviously I needed to plan ahead 3 thumbnails, and I feel like for a Night Elf, that's like the natural zone progression. So I have basically 3 stages of leveling Druids and the 3 backdrop zones, and that's what I'm doing for the thumbnails. So I want to get that done now, so that whenever we're close to the 10-hour mark, I can just switch out the thumbnails and then quickly restart the stream on part 2 instead of having to stop and make that, and then, like, there's a 10-minute break in between the streams or something. Launch in 10 minutes? Yep, launch in 10 minutes. You want to try this, but you suck at the game and you're scared. I mean, you're probably going to die. Just accept that. And, like, once you've come to terms with the fact that you will probably not survive your first or even second character, then you can just level for the sake of having fun, right? Because the entire thing about Classic is it's the journey, not the destination. So you might die, and it's going to suck a little bit, but at least you'll have fun in the way there, and you'll gain valuable intel when you do die. So, I mean, maybe you don't want to play it again. I know a lot of people who are going to give it one shot, and if they die, they're done. And that, I mean, it's a perfectly valid way to play. But if you do decide to go again, now you know more, and you'll do better the next time. It's just, you know, you gotta come to terms with the fact that shit might just not go your way. Like, I hope I don't die, right? But there is absolutely a possibility that I die to, like, level 10. You know, some of the dumb shit that I pulled off in this first Druid, I can do the exact same thing again, and maybe I don't survive it this time. And then I go again. Launch in 10 minutes? Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I mean, the servers are still grayed out. It is stupid that we can't pre-create characters, but oh well. The cave with the dead hunter. Yeah. There was that cave on my very first... Actually, it was the second time I streamed my Night Elf leveling. And almost didn't come out of that one alive. Never played your classic characters past 60? Yeah, for a lot of people, once you hit 60, that's where it ends. You're so lost, you don't know what to play, you didn't pre-plan on this? Don't worry about it, right? There's absolutely no rush. You don't need to, like, figure out within the next 10 minutes what you want to play. Take your time. Honestly, launch is probably going to be a bit of a shit show anyways. So, if you're just leveling casually, might not even hurt to just give it, like, a few hours until people go to sleep or something. Or just, you have more time. Safest choice would be Rogue. I wouldn't recommend Rogue to somebody who hasn't played it. Obviously, Rogue is safe if you know what you're doing. But I think for a brand new player, Hunter's probably safer. Hunter is like a little bit more intuitive. Obviously, there is a skill cap to it. But if you are doing very small safe pulls, Hunter is probably going to be the best. Just because honestly, having like, you know, your own pocket tank on demand is kind of nuts. It's nowhere near as good as like it is on retail these days, having a pet tank, but it is still very, 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 very strong. Your pet absolutely would get killed a lot, yeah. Like, nothing for a brand new player is necessarily going to be super easy, but I feel like hunters have way more tools to, you know, get out of jail than rogues, right? Or at least for a new player. Rogues obviously have a lot of tools that you can really make use of if you're familiar with the class, but I mean, even if I played a rogue, I probably wouldn't do super well. And I know, like, fundamentals of the game, right? I just haven't actually played a rogue before, so... I don't know if I'll be able to fully finish this thumbnail by the time servers go live, but I'll at least get as close as possible. That way, at most, I need to spend 5 minutes at the end of the next stream to touch this stuff up. Launch should be smooth. It's midnight for EU. Oh, that's true. Yeah, if you're in EU, I could see that being easier. Right, let's see. I've finished editing half of this bear for the thumbnail. I'm not going to edit it up until the last second, so... let me see if I missed any messages. When you were dumb enough to force yourself to min-max, you hated every single moment of it, though. Now you're chilling leveling through archaeology and retail. That sounds fun, yeah. Just don't DC. Yeah, DCing would be a pretty tragic way to die. Let's see, what did I miss? Let's see. You still haven't found a guild on retail? I mean, you just gotta put yourself out there. Message different guilds. Priest is also a good option. I see you said you're feeling Priest. Definitely can't go wrong with that. The journey, not the destination, is why you fell in love with WoW to begin with. Wish retail was more like that sometimes. Yeah, I feel that. You're a warrior main, but you don't know how when you played Classic Era, you leveled a warrior and died instantly. Yeah, I mean, warrior is... It's not bad, but it does require you to really understand it well to make the most of it. As a Flip said, first time catching a stream... times don't match up great with Sweden, but you've watched a ton of VODs and really enjoyed it. Awesome. Well, it's good to have you here. I guess that is one of the nice things about this particular stream. It's on a weird schedule, so a lot of people should be able to catch it. Because, you know, I'll be streaming for quite a while. Number 1 to 9, and they picked Priest. Yeah, I'd say go Priest then. It's a solid pick. Probably gonna go Druid. Druid is nuts. Druid or Rogue. Yeah. So obviously I play Druid to 30, right? I feel Druid up to level 10 is actually really not easy. And I struggled with it quite a bit. once you get bear form, it becomes significantly easier, but then of course you still need to unlock bear form and do the quest, which, you know, by the time I got to it, there were a bunch of people in the area, so it wasn't too hard, but doing it, you know, right at the start could be a little bit tricky. And even with bear form, I found leveling to be, like, just okay. It wasn't until level 20 when I got cat form that druid leveling went into hyperdrive. First off, you know, feral swiftness, just being able to move so much faster around the place, just massive quality of life. It's like having a mini mount before you can even get to level 40. And then, of course, you get travel form at 30. But also just feral cat does really, really, really good damage while leveling. Really, really nice. And it gets better as you go on. I think that's one of the better things, right? Like, you get cat, and right out of the gate, it's pretty solid. But then at level 40, once you get power shifting and stuff, cat just fucking takes off. So I do think it'll be very fun. Are the cool kids going Pillager or Skull Rock? You know, I debated on it for a while. I'm thinking Defies Pillager just because it seems like most people are going Defies Pillager. And the reality of a, like, hardcore server is population is probably going to fluctuate quite a lot. So I want to be on the server that has more people because, you know, if one of them just kind of dies out and there's just non-existent economy on, like, Skull Rock or something, that would just kind of suck. So kind of necessitates having a mega server. I don't know what it's going to be on EU. So obviously these are the two NA servers. Zaxxas said, thanks for another stream. Always cool to have you playing in the background while I'm starting new tunes. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoy watching. On that note, before I forget, make sure to like the stream. So obviously that helps promote the stream a little bit while it's live. But more importantly, when it becomes a VOD, you know, likes definitely do help. I don't... Oh, shit. It just went live. Servers are up and already DCing. Man, why did it take me so long for it to pop up for me? Did I have to constantly refresh? That sucks. Yeah, I can't even get into the game server. Like, I clicked it the moment it popped up on my end. Oh, well. Tell you what to play, Mez. Weren't you saying you wanted to play Paladin or something? At least that's how I interpreted you asking about Bubble. I don't know, play what you want, right? Are you leaning between certain things? Like, is there a few different classes or specs that you're on the fence about? No idea. Oh, man. Mez plays a balanced druid in retail, for context. All the Horde players are going Stitches. There was a Discord poll. Ah, I see. I don't think they want you to play. Yeah, you know. This is expected, right? This is gonna happen on launch. I mean, I'm already used to it, right? I had the most disastrous, like, Dragonflight launch stream possible. I was not able to play for 3 hours, and I was playing Hearthstone while waiting to get into the game, and then eventually I just ended the stream. So, oh, there we go. Okay. So first things first. Just gonna reserve a bunch of names for later. There we go. So those are all the characters that I think I'll be making. And now I can make my actual druid. I forget what skin color. I'm gonna take my time to at least get it close to what I had before. I think that was it, yeah. Hairstyle. Yeah, that was the hairstyle I had. Hair color. Yep, that's the one. And yeah. Okay, that is, I think, exactly the druid I had before. Alright. And let's go. So obviously I practiced my launch path a little bit. We'll see how consistent it'll be with a bunch of other people doing stuff. I also... My add-ons are borked. Hold on, I'm just gonna... At some point, I'll need to update my add-ons. I didn't have time to do that in advance. So this stuff's going to be a little bit scuffed. But in fact, actually, I take that back. My questy is not updated. So you know what? Right out of the gate, I'm going to have to update that. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare competing for tags. What can I do? Yeah. Where is classic update all? Do I not have questy on here? Okay, I don't. There we go. Honestly, as long as I have questy and Leatrix Plus, I can figure out the rest later. Apparently, I didn't update that. I must have updated the wrong one. Leatrix Plus, classic era. Reload. They turned off hyperspawns. Hyperspawns should be working. I need to find an isolated area to kill stuff, but it looks like there's just a million people everywhere. Would I collab? I have no idea who that is. First off, I generally don't do collabs or anything like that, but I also don't even know that person. So, I guess the answer to that is no. I would not collab with some random person who I've never heard of before. Then nameplate distance 41 yards. Okay. We're going to be struggling for tags early on anyways. Okay, I got one. So, the main thing that I need to get here is Night Sabers, because there's boars basically all over the place. This is something that I remember from my testing. So, I'll take what I can get, of course. But... oh, somebody... sure. Nice, got that tag. Is that my dog in my profile picture? Yes, that's my dog. His name is Tucker. Oh, I can't. Figured that would be a long shot, getting that tag. Oh, fuck. Oh, my keybinds are also completely fucked. I missed that tag. Hold on. Yeah, I probably should have sorted this out, but at the end of the day, there were only so many things I could have gotten done before starting. Control 1, Control 2, Control 3, Control 4, Control 5, Q, E, R, T, Shift Q, Shift E, Shift R, Shift T, F, H, Y, G, Shift F, Shift H, Shift Y, Shift G, Shift 1, Shift 2, Shift 3. Okay. Keybinds are fixed now, at the very least, so now I can try to compete for tags, now that everything's actually working. There we go, got that Night Saber. Luckily, being in a group... oh no, this guy's using the Voldemort add-on. Not the Voldemort add-on. Okay, got the quest done. I'm just gonna leave party and get the rest. It would be a better use of time to level stuff like fishing while baby quests are swamped. I disagree. For me personally, I would not agree. Obviously, if you're not like in any rush, but I would like to get ahead of the pack, right? As early as possible. I'm already a little bit behind because it obviously took me a few minutes to get in, but even if I get ahead of like 50% of the pack, right? The moment you get to areas where there's like low density and stuff, just gonna make life a whole heck of a lot easier. Leatrix Plus, automation, automate quests. Show vendor price. There we go. The Voldemort add-on? Yes, the Voldemort add-on. I mean, you can scroll back if you see. It's pretty obvious if you see it in chat. I'm not going to give it the honor of saying its name. People who've been around my stream for a while know what the Voldemort add-on is. Especially in the context of Classic. Ugh, yuck. But this mob leashed. Oh, I didn't pick up that quest? I did pick up this quest. Okay. So Questy is just being difficult. Just gonna reload and hopefully Questy actually works. Any plans for making of YouTube videos for the future? What do you mean? I mean, I'm obviously going to make YouTube videos in the future, right? It's not like I'm just gonna stop making videos. Or are you asking, like, which videos I plan on making? Yeah, I mean, my schedule's, like, a little bit up in the air at the moment. I don't know for sure what I'll be doing. So, options, bindings, no, that's not what I want. Action bar 2. And then it's... There we go. Okay, yeah, that's... Now that my UI is correct. It's hard to remember exactly which I had what. Am I married? No, I'm not married. I'm 25, and I'm definitely not married. A series or something, and what kind of video? I don't know. Look, I'll announce my videos sometimes. If you go to the end of my last stream, like over the weekend, I think I briefly discussed the general video plan for the next, like, few weeks or so. But, I mean, it's not always something that I can consistently plan ahead on. Especially right now, where my schedule's a bit volatile because of Classic Hardcore. I don't know exactly what order I'll be releasing things in. There's also weird things, like I've been planning on getting my... what's it called? My retail 60 to 70, like, updated guide posted for a while now. But because a lot of the changes that Blizzard put in 10.1.5 don't actually work, I basically can't finish making that guide. So it's kind of in a weird situation at the moment where I would love to be able to finish that video, and I just kind of can't, because shit's not working. That's a little bit unfortunate. He's not married, must be an incel. Oh, definitely not an incel. But, you know. You can't wait to die because of hit rating. Yeah, that is a traditional classic type of death, for sure. And imagine there's going to be less people over here. No, this area is still swamped. Oh my god. There are a lot of people here. Your boss is a lab named Tucker. Very similar, actually. Nice. Well, I would imagine it is a different Tucker. Unless your boss is, you know, a developer at AWS. In which case, you know, maybe it is the same dog. What does the Voldemort add-on do? The Voldemort add-on scams people out of money by, you know, selling them a bridge. I guess, is the best description. I need more water. Not like fire. Oh, fuck. Oh, that was a fast tag. Man, Hunter's shots are so quick. It's hard to compete against tags at this level. Ooh, I got that one. Nice. He's a developer somewhere else, though. Yeah. Probably not my dad, then. But, yeah. I'll eat this apple, I guess. Level 2, that's big? Yeah. It's gonna take a bit to get any further. I just need to try to be as consistent as possible here. But low-level druids, until I get Moonfire, my ability to tag mobs is kind of abysmal. So I'm just heavily reliant on just grabbing what I can. And also, my recovery in between pulls. This is why I said before, Druid below level 10 feels pretty awful. This is kind of sketchy, actually. Woo! A little bit spooky there. Lots of parries. Man, that would have been A hard way to go. At level 2. Almost died at level 2? Yeah, man. Like I said, low-level Druid, this feels pretty bad. Is it easy to get to level 60? Definitely not, no. Priest can tag mobs well because of Smite being almost instant. Yeah. I need enough to be able to afford water. Because, like, once I get at least a stack of 20 refreshing spring water and I can actually restore mana in between pulls, then I'm, like, kind of chilling. I'm just gonna sit here because there's nobody in this area. Got nervous? Yeah, that would have... Whew! I mentioned before that I didn't sleep a ton, but, you know, who needs sleep when you have never-ending adrenaline the entire time, starting at level 2? There's, like, no fucking mobs. I think I'm just gonna head out here and try to find some boars to tag. Okay, there we go. And also, like, the Grells at this point are level 4, so it's a little bit spooky. When you hit level 60, does your character become immune to dying? It does not. You accept the risk that you can still die at 60. You can, of course, just stop playing your character, but I think a lot of people will try to do raids or dungeons or something. I still have no idea what I'll do if I make it to 60, because I need to worry about actually hitting 60 first. Rice said, "Hey man, don't die." That is the goal, but good to see you, Rice. You stole a boar from right in front of this rogue's face that he just looked at you. Nice. I kind of did that just now. I don't need this boar for a quest, but honestly, I'll take whatever I can get right now just for experience. The sooner I can hit level 3 and level 4, the sooner I can do Grells without risking dying. Oh, come on, another miss. Even level 2s and stuff are rough. What the hell? I literally looted that, and it just didn't give me the boots. Oh no, we're already getting lag. Yeah, you can see here, the servers are melting. I'm unable to loot, my mana's not regenning. Oh boy. You're glad death clips are about to make a huge comeback? Yeah. Oh, looks like, yeah, everybody else, the server is just dead. Oh, this is fun. Oh, there we go. I wonder how many people died because of that. Because, that... I'd imagine a large lag spike like that, if you were in the middle of combat, that is kind of lethal. So, good thing I wasn't pulling any mobs actively while that was happening. Let's see. Oh, there's so many people around here. Fucking hell. EU servers are fine. That's good at least. Okay, yeah, I'm not getting any tags in this area. Where the fuck can I go? You assume it's gonna be even worse in the morning? Most likely, yeah. I mean, you guys, it's not like prime time for you. For US, it's, you know, literally 6 p.m. or 3 p.m. for West Coast. So really, really prime server times for them. I don't even know where I should go at this point. Fuck. I'm just gonna go back this area and we'll see if I can find some mobs to actually tag. Honestly, I might even be better off just at least farming level 1 to 2 mobs. Wait. I got... Who did I report? What is going on? Thank you for reporting. I didn't report anybody. Why am I getting messages about thank you for reporting? Blizzard? What happens? How does that even... this game is cooked, man. Okay, it looks like... Oh, fuck me! Come on! Oh, fucking hunters, man. I can't tag anything. Fuck. Every time. Just mid-Wrathglast and... Oh, come on. swear to God, if another arrow beats me there. Thank fucking Lord. Snitch exposed? Yeah, you know me. Might just convince you to reroll Hunter. I mean, early on like this, not a bad idea. Hunter auto shot is like the fastest fucking mob tagging thing in the West. At least until I get Moonfire. I don't even fucking know how I compete with that. Holy hell, man. Yeah, I think I just need to sit here and just try to be really fast. Ah, stupid hunters. Come on. Okay, I got that tag. Yeah, I think that's just kind of what I need to do. Just keep sitting here, camping, and hoping that eventually I manage to snipe something with a Wrath like that. What made me choose Feral Druid? I wanted to play Feral Druid. Really, that's all there is. Just, thought it would be fun, so I picked it. I mean, I've been leveling a Feral Druid on the PTR. Fuck. Okay, it's tricky, because, like, if I'm not the closest person to melee, in this case, yeah, fuck your auto shot. Ha! I can melee it. So I think what I want to do is hover around this area. For mobs like that, I can... Oh, come on, come on. Nice. Got that tag. Oh, fuck your auto shot. There we go. Thistlebor's done. What next? I need Mangy Nightsabers and more Grells. So... before I... Oh, can I get this guy? Nice. Before I kill Grells, I want to be at least level 3, so we don't have any of those scary parry situations again. So I'm gonna kill, like, 1 or 2 more mobs. Whatever levels me up. Okay, I need 1 more. So there's probably gonna be a boar respawning right around here. And whenever it's up, I can just quickly whack it. Yep. Nice. Play Boomkin, no balls? Fuck no. That sounds miserable. What spec am I doing? I'm going to be playing Bear Tank for dungeons. I've already posted one video of me doing Bear Tank Dead Mines on the PTR. I have a video in the works for Wailing Caverns that I was hoping to get out before launch. That was unfortunately not possible. Just I was too tired to finish the editing, and I needed to get sleep before doing this long stream, right? But that'll be out fairly soon. Probably like late Friday, early Saturday is what I'm going for at the moment. And plan on trying to do more as time goes on. We'll see. There's a lot of people here. Getting these tags is going to be pretty difficult as well. Yeah, everybody's just mobbing it the moment it's up. Are there any Grells that I can tag? No. Maybe back in this area. I don't know. You love healers, but you don't want hardcore lives in your hands? That's fair. I mean, that's kind of the ultimate, like, power fantasy for healers, right? Maybe I just skip the Felmas. And just... No. For now, also before anything else, I want to try to grab some water. I'm just going to kill anything that I can actually tag. I'm just going to tag and kill purely for raw experience farming at this stage. I think that's kind of my best bet. Also might as well go turn in the Druid quest. Do healers learn res? Obviously not. I mean, that's just a waste of money. There's no point. You're going to be so happy when these hunters run out of arrows. Well, with all the mobs they're killing, they can just vendor all the gray items and buy more. So, no. Hardcore is the perfect time where the girlfriends play DPS and the boyfriends heal. Okay, that's, I guess.
What brings you here?
I don't get Moonfire until level 4. Yeah, so honestly, at this point, I think my top priority should just be grinding to level 4. Because the moment I hit level 4 and I get Moonfire, this becomes a lot easier. So I'm just going to go grab these quests and then just mob grinds for a bit. grab whatever the fuck I can get my hands on. Like this mob, can I tag it? I did get the tag, nice. It's only level 1, but hey, it's better than nothing. You should reserve a name for a hunter, actually. Yeah, go for it. First thing I did before creating my character was reserve like 5 different names. Which quest is this? Oh yeah, that's the spider one. Actually, that's nice, because that means that I can kill spiders and actually make progress towards quests. So, which one is food and drink? Food and drink is down here, right? Yeah.
Feel free to browse.
Yeah, that should be good. And then I can take the tough jerky, throw it over there. So now I should be able to recover in combat pretty quickly. How do you get into hardcore mode? If you go to its classic era, right? So it's the same as like regular classic stuff. And then there's a little drop-down menu, and you can click on hardcore servers and then make a character there. Let me see what I missed. You didn't know that many people played hardcore? I mean, it is literally launch day, right? So of all the times... I can't believe I got that tag, actually. Of all the times for a bunch of people trying to tag, it's going to be right now. Oh, come on. Oh. Okay. I was worried that, like, a random arrow would steal that tag from me, but not today. This spot actually seems fairly low in numbers. Come on, Wrath. Ah, fucking hunters! Dude, every time. Man. Okay. Ooh, there's actually a Grell here. I didn't realize there was a respawn in this section, so I can actually make progress towards the Grell quest. I mean, a little bit slowly. This seems like a pretty good place to camp for that, then. You aren't getting home for work, people aren't done logging in? Yeah. I think it's only going to get worse for the next few hours. And also, as people die, you know, it's not like once people get past this bottleneck, they magically, you know, just stop flooding the starting zones. If people die at level 5, like that lag spike, right, may have ended up killing a few people, and then they just recreated their characters, presumably, and went again, and then that all just funnels back into the starting zone. Fucking hunters, man. Yeah, I'm gonna post up here and just try to snipe any respawning Night Sabers and stuff. Beat the hunters? Fuck! Okay. Man, I had that Wrath literally in midair. Auto shot is just so stupidly fast. You can't use Shadow Meld in combat? Yeah. Honestly, Night Elf racials... Oh, come on, come on, come on. Night Elf racials in Classic are not the best. Come on, get the tag. Nice. Little bit sketchy fighting 2 mobs at this level, but I mean, they're under-leveled at this point. And it's the kind of risk that I need to take in order to actually complete the stupid quest. Alright. One more Night Saber. Oh, it spawned right on top of me. Perfect. Yeah, this actually is like a really blessed spot. Hurl, if people suck that bad, why do they keep playing hardcore? Yeah, honestly, the thrill, I guess. And to be fair, though, I actually think a lot of people may have just legitimately died. Oh, somebody stole that tag. You better get this thing off me. I'm not gonna kill your mob for you. Yeah, I think there's a very legitimate reason for people dying to that lag spike. So if you missed it, literally like, I don't know, 20 minutes? Or no, that wasn't that long. Like 5-10 minutes ago or so, the server just kind of completely froze for... I mean, it was a while, honestly, like 30 seconds onwards. So if somebody was in combat, they were fucked, right? No recovery from that. So I could totally see somebody just doing a pull, the server just freezes for 30 seconds and they're dead. I don't know. Oh, shit. At this point, take any tag I can get. You didn't mean to type the word laugh. Nah. 44 ping on EU servers, life like this sure is sweet. Yeah, what is my ping? 22 MS. Honestly, not too bad. I feel like it's at least opened up a little bit. I think, unfortunately, the reason why it has opened up is I feel I've fallen behind slightly. Which, you know, oh well. But it looks like most people have moved on to the next area. At this point, if I'm gonna farm mobs, I might as well try to snag some of these spiders, because I still need those for the quest. And honestly, if I go into the spider cave, there's a decent amount in there. As long as I'm not stupid, I feel like it should be easy enough. Actually, I already see so many people inside the spider cave. I'm not gonna fuck around with that. That's just disaster waiting to happen. I don't even think I would get tags, and obviously being in a cave in general is sketchy. Are you smoking the devil's lettuce, Walter? Oh, God. Position 501 in queue and 8 minutes till you get in. Oh, there's a queue? Ooh, sheesh. I really don't want to get DC'd then or log out for whatever reason. I didn't realize there was already a queue. Can I tag this guy? Yeah. This little area seems kind of empty, so I'm just going to kind of sit here, I guess. I can get some boars for XP, and then, you know, on the off chance spider spawns right here, I might be able to tag it before that other hunter. Ooh, nice. A grell. Come on, get the tag. Yes! Oh, fuck you. Okay. Good luck in the grind. Randomly found me from the WoW launch trailer. The WoW launch trailer? What do you mean you found me from the WoW launch trailer? Either way, I appreciate it, though. I don't know what that means. Frayed robe. Come on. Nice. That's why we were camping the server list? Yeah, I mean, I was camping it just in case. I figured there was a good chance that there would be a queue. I didn't think there'd be a queue this fast, though. There's a trailer for Hardcore Classic. I would imagine Blizzard probably did some, like, little PR trailer thing. But I'm just not sure why somebody would have found me from there. Unless I just, like, popped up and they're recommended or something, which in that case, cool. Right? The video ended and it recommended your stream. Ah, okay. So it was just YouTube being a bro and helping me out and showing my stream to other people. That's good to hear. Nice. Position in queue 420. Blaze it. Nice. I wonder how long it would take to get in at that position. The real question, though, so with the queue, is the queue based on, like, logging in to the server itself, or just logging into a character? Because if it's logging into a character, then if somebody dies and has to recreate, they would have to go back into queue, right? So in that case, it hopefully shouldn't be too long, because I'd imagine there's going to be a lot of early deaths. It's the server itself. Okay, I kind of figured that was the case. Which, unfortunately, does mean that it will probably be a bit slow at this point. Gotta love low levels in Classic. It's just auto-attack simulator, the game. Yo. I'm just gonna heal myself up. I didn't even bother trying to get that Thistle Boar. I already knew. Yeah, but the fucking hunter can't tag that mob fast enough, can you? Honestly, I've been getting pretty good luck with these spider spawns. Unfortunately, I have not really been getting good luck with the spider drops. So I'm probably going to need to farm a bunch of these guys. Ooh! Nice! Back to back? No. Back off, Brocco. This is my spider. This spawn location belongs to me now. No Broccos allowed. And try... Ideally, I want to tag things with auto-attack, because that seems to be the only thing at this point that can actually keep up with Hunter auto-shot, but there's something far away. I'll try to snag it with Wrath. The moment I get Moonfire, though, like, one more level, and before I do anything else, I'm just going to go right back to my trainer and learn Moonfire, because just being able to instantly tab snipe mobs, you know, fuck those hunters, right? Their auto-shot can't keep up with that. Oh, resist. You're auto-running up the big tree with one of the class trainers. You're playing with your life. One of these days, you're not going to turn in time. Yeah, I feel that. A lot of times, I wasn't going to fight that spider because I didn't really have a lot of health and mana. The tree is, like, really deadly. I guarantee you, we're already going to see, when I head back there, a decent amount of dead bodies just at the bottom of the tree for people who tried to jump off and missed it. And you know what? Just to play on the dangerous side, I will at least one time jump off the tree. Though, of course, I will try to do a jump that is actually a time save and won't kill me. And we'll get that right at the end of the Night Elf starting zone. And if I miss the jump, I die. I have practiced it, though, so I don't think I'll miss the jump. We'll fucking see, I guess. But, you know, why not? At the low levels, you might as well live dangerously, because if I die here, it's what, 10 minutes lost? I guess at this point it's been about 30 minutes that I would have lost. Still, really not the end of the world. Also, what happened to this spider, man? I was getting so many respawns in this particular area, now it's just dried up. Haven't seen any spiders. Come on. Brush my Mark of the Wilds, why not? Any spiders? There should be one right here. Come on. I'm like tempted to move at this point, but I know the moment I abandon this respawn point, the spider's gonna pop up and I'm gonna lose to a fucking auto shot. Like, I could be a bit more aggressive about trying to snag mobs when I have Moonfire, and if the moment I see it up, I can quickly just tab snipe it. Right now, if I'm not in melee range, I'm gonna lose to these dirty hunters. You're in finally? Nice. How crowded do you think the dwarf starting zone was? I'd imagine pretty crowded, especially because it's both gnome and dwarf. Human starting zone is probably going to be the most crowded, though. Out of all of them, I'd imagine. All of Classic is an auto-attack simulator, like 70% of the time. True. Bind Moonfire to wheel scroll down a free scroll, and you've got on-demand tag spam. See, I feel like that, in theory, would be good until you do that accidentally and Moonfire a mob that you don't actually want to fight, and then you're in a shit situation. So, I'm not going to go that far. But even with Moonfire on my regular keybind, I think I can still kill stuff. I called it! Did I not say the moment I turn away, the fucking spider's gonna respawn? Motherfucker. Ah, stupid fucking spider. Literally the second I turn my back, this spider respawn point. God damn it. Okay. Well, ooh, there's a Grell. Hunters, man. Oh, just a few more bars, and then I can dominate them. Come on. You want to press buttons, not watch auto attacks? I mean, hey, you're playing the wrong version of WoW if that's the case. To be fair. What do I even sell? I guess... I don't even know why I sold that. Frayed Gloves is literally 1 copper. Okay, whatever. I'm sure I'll be able to loot something better than both of those items, though. That's copium, but... I'm gonna go back to this spider respawn point. This hasn't failed me. Well, it kind of did, but that was only because I turned away from it. Retail hardcore when? I've literally done multiple speedruns where I just don't die passively throughout the run. Not even intentionally. Retail hardcore is just actually a joke. It's really not hard at all. Okay, well, spider respawned over there. See, this hunter's camping this spot, but does a spider actually spawn there? I think the dead body's only there because he kited it over there. So I technically have the auto attack advantage. I'm pretty sure. Okay, this druid has a name. Fucking hunter. I only need like 1 or 2 mobs as well. And then I can actually start getting tags. This area was so good just a little bit ago, and now it is just completely dried up. I think at this point, actually, I'm just going to move somewhere else. Respawns here, for whatever reason, are just terrible now. Nice. And I don't even care what I kill at this stage, if it's a level 1, as long as it gets me to level 4. Let's see. There's a few mobs in that area. Oh, no, there's people camping that. Okay, yep, somebody got that tag. What are good classes to play in Classic? Depends on what you're going for, right? It depends on the role. Depends on if you're playing solo or in groups, right? There's a lot of differences, right? What made me choose Druid? I wanted to play Druid. Nothing in particular. I wanted to play a Druid, so I played a Druid. Spider was all like, now's my chance? Yeah, pretty much. It's not too bad in the Dwarf and Gnome starting zone. You're not really trying and you're already level 5. Damn, nice. Retail hardcore is actually having to RP walk your way through adventures, yeah. I've heard some suggestions from people on how to make retail leveling actually difficult. And, like, I'm sure there are ways. Like Lub said, you've still never tried an Iron Man run. Yeah, but, like, so I get why Iron Man back in the day would be hard. I've thought about doing an Iron Man run on retail just to show why it's not nearly as hard as a lot of people seem to think it is. Because, I mean, maybe if you play, like, a rogue, sure. But I could do right now on retail, a Protection Paladin Iron Man run with my eyes closed, right? Just certain retail classes for leveling are so broken that it doesn't matter if you are literally naked, you can do the entire thing without dying, without breaking a sweat, provided you, like, understand how the class works. Protection Paladins, while leveling up, Guardian Druids, honestly, as well, if you don't make any massive mistakes, you just can't really die. Right? It's, pretty safe, so. But no talents? I mean, no talents is maybe a bit of a different one. That one, admittedly, yeah, I mean, that would be tricky, but at the same time, doing it with no talents, that's not even interesting at that point. Because if you're doing retail leveling with, like, gray items and no talents and whatever, at that stage, you are literally just auto-attacking mobs at or below your level all the way up to max level, because you literally won't be able to do anything else, right? So obviously, it's possible, but at a certain point, a challenge stops being even remotely interesting, and it's just like, why? Because that's not really a challenge, per se. There's no actual difficulty to that. It is literally just tedium incarnate. So something like only being able to level with gray items, but you can still pick talents and you have access to your full kit. Like, okay. Personally, I wouldn't do that for fun, but at least I could understand how, you know, that could be an interesting way to approach leveling. But if you're just not picking talents, it's just going to be miserable, right? There's just no reason. Oh, before I forget, Moonfire. I hit level 4, so Moonfire, and then I can finish these other quests, because I know for a fact, when it comes to tagging mobs with Moonfire, I am ridiculously fucking fast at that. Human Zone is a clusterfuck? Yeah, that does not surprise me. Let's see. Grays and no talents is hard regardless of the version of the game. Yeah, but like I said, it's hard, but it's arbitrary difficulty. There's a million ways that you can make leveling harder, but at a certain point, it's like, is this an actual challenge, or are you literally just kneecapping yourself for the sake of kneecapping yourself? That I've never found interesting or enjoyable whatsoever. Alright. Got Moonfire. There we go. Now I could probably tag the Grells pretty efficiently. Is this official hardcore? Yeah, of course it's official hardcore. Official hardcore just launched. Like, what the fuck would I be doing playing regular classic era the moment official hardcore servers launch? That would be whack. This is live servers. Classic hardcore is live, in case people haven't realized. This is not the PTR. I looked at chat for 1 second. Alright, let me go to this camp. Seems like there's more people in this first one. You had no idea? No problem. Okay, there we go. We got one. I want to thank you for your leveling videos. Makes me want to come back and play, or maybe not thank you? Oh, so, like, you're upset at me for wanting to get you back into World of Warcraft. I mean, it is a blessing and a curse, I suppose. But obviously, I think the game is pretty fun, so I'd recommend at least giving it a try. Obviously, Classic Hardcore or Dragonflight, whatever floats your boat. I'm playing both, so. What realm? I am on Alliance Defies Pillager. Let me also just double check, make sure I didn't miss anything in guilds. Yeah, it looks like everybody else in my guild is also struggling for, like, competing with tags, which, you know, to be expected at this stage. Now that I have Moonfire, though, oh man, this is so nice. I can lean back in my chair and just stretch and relax while I play Auto Attack Simulator. And then the moment a new mob's up, I just press 5 and bam. Alright, where's the next one? It should respawn at least one in this general area, and I'll just immediately snipe it. Ooh, look at Meow Meow over there, fighting 2 Grells. Actually, kind of spooky. I think he's got it under control, though. The realm name is also the NPC that's gonna kill players. Yeah, I like the realm names. They're pretty creative. Alright, I got my Felmoss. Go turn in that quest. You're trying a rogue alt, leveling is a mess for you? Yeah, like, leveling as a rogue, if you want a challenge in retail WoW, level as a rogue without heirlooms. That's the only thing you need to do to make retail WoW challenging for leveling. Rogue leveling right now is so fucking miserable. It's, really not fun. You don't need anything else besides that. But if you're allowed to play any class or spec, you're just going to play Prop Heli or Guardian Druid, and then it doesn't matter what restrictions you have. It will be possible, it's just a question of how slow it'll be. Because no matter, like, which rule set, like, you could literally say you have to go naked without any talents. Protection Paladin is still going to be the best leveling spec in the game in retail. Guardian Druid, probably close second. I think Guardian Druid without talents might struggle a little bit more. I don't know, though. Honestly, they're probably around even, so I don't really think it matters too much. Where do I turn in the Woodland Protector? Oh, my questie's just bugged, and it's not showing the most recent thing. That's what you... Fuck you, that's what you're doing? A lot of people still in regular Classic era? I mean, hey, to each their own. But, Love, I think you're in the minority here. I think most people are playing hardcore. You're just that one weird person who's still in, like, white main Classic era. This was really only sort of popular before you had Classic Realms and whatnot? Yeah. I mean, back in the day, Iron Man before some of the modern leveling conveniences, it's a little bit different, I would say. You know, Iron Man back in, like, Cataclysm and stuff like that was an actual challenge. And honestly, whenever Classic rolls around, I'd be more than happy to try that out. But in retail these days, there's just not much of a reason to do it. Also, I might be able to snipe a spider on my way back to hand in this quest. I'll kill a boar. I mean, at this point, I'll just tag whatever the fuck I can, because I can. You hit this spider with a Shadow Word Pain and then lost the tag to a hunter. It's because dot effects that don't have upfront damage only give you the tag when it ticks. So you can see Moonfire burns the enemy for damage and then does an additional damage over however long. But stuff like Shadowward Pain or like Serpent Sting on Hunters doesn't actually have upfront damage, so if you apply it, and then somebody actually deals damage to the mob before you get that initial tick, you lose the tag. One of the reasons why Moonfire is so good at tagging mobs is because it's not just a dot, it has the upfront damage and it's instant cast, right? And there's no travel time, unlike stuff like Serpent Sting. Moonfire OP. I'm actually going to kill the Night Saber first. Eat my ass. Yeah. I'm telling you, try Classic Hardcore. It'll be fun. The further you'll get, the less competition you'll have. Oh yeah, by the later parts of this stream, I will have very little competition. Partially because, obviously, I'm going to be leveling for a while. Like, we're settling in for the long haul here. But, also, I feel like eventually, once I'm actually able to just quest and I don't have to fight over tags, but you can already see, the moment I got Moonfire, shit kicked into high gear. Also, that was a pretty sketchy jump that guy just made. I respect it. I wonder, are there any dead bodies here at the bottom of the tree? Not yet, surprisingly. I'm actually very surprised nobody has jumped off that, missed the top, and died there. On the PTR, if you go to the PTR right now, in this section of the Night Elf starting area, there is just like a line of dead bodies at the base of this tree right here. Just littering the floor, because so many people jumped off that little top thing, landed down there, splat. And that is lethal falling damage. Boar genocide? Yeah. I mean, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. At this point, even though I don't have a quest for it, I'll take whatever I can get. And you can see here, this area is already cleared up quite a lot. What's the endgame DLC for hardcore? I've never heard DLC used in that context. Are you saying, like, what do endgame players do in hardcore? In which case, like... But then you said Wrath. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you saying, like... Do you think that Blizzard's gonna add Wrath to hardcore servers? I don't think so. This is part of Classic Era, so I don't think these particular hardcore servers will ever end up in, like, Wrath or whatever. He means expansion? Oh, yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Also, why? What is this setting? Hold on. Yeah, that guy's gonna steal that thing from me, whatever. How do I get interface? I need to fix this camera shit, because it's annoying me. Also, why did my nameplate distance just get randomly reset? That's tilting. Show free bag space. Camera. Moving. Do I have... Yeah, max camera distance. Yeah. So, there we go. Max level is 60? Yes. For this particular version of WoW, this is original vanilla classic era. So there is no Wrath or TBC or anything like that. You hate this game? Yeah, that could be pretty tilting, I imagine, losing the tags like that. Where do I want to go for these mushrooms? Okay, there's a mushroom I can grab. Why don't I do a scroll wheel bind with a target macro for what mob you're trying to get mega fast? I mean, I don't really need it. Like, I feel like Tab Moonfire is more than fast enough, and personally, I just don't like using scroll wheel like that. I get that a lot of people do. It's just not for me. Also, this camera thing... I'm just gonna disable that because it's getting on my nerves. Yep. Arcane Shot over Serpent Sting will win a tag fight over a priest every single time? Yeah. I feel like definitely any instant damage, Arcane Shot seems like the way to go for hunters. There's still a few hundred people in Stormwind on regular Classic Era. Yeah, I don't doubt that some people are playing it, but I think most people are on Hardcore by now. It's interesting, you can definitely see how the zone is lightened up. Slash who is nobody's level 10 yet, right? That would be a bit ridiculous. What's the highest level at the moment? Let me see if I can find it. There's one person that is level 8. Serendipities. I don't know if they're like a streamer or something, but that is impressive. They definitely must have gotten a really good start there. And then a lot of people are level 7. So it looks like I think I beat him to that. I don't know who clicked it first. Ah, damn. Unlucky. How many people are level 6? I'd imagine, yeah, there's a ton of people at level 6. So most people right now are level 6, and I think that's why the starting zones have cleared up. But I'll get caught up eventually. Boar genocide, how dreadfully boring. Oh my god. That's pretty good. Will this stream come as a VOD? Yes. So I said this at the start of the stream, but I'll repeat it for people who weren't there and missed that. And in case you weren't there when I initially announced this, like, way back when. So the way that this stream will have to work, and it's just a necessity of how YouTube handles VODs and stuff, any streams on YouTube longer than 10 hours cannot be turned into VODs. They get, like, immediately terminated. So I'm going to be streaming for longer than that, and the workarounds that I'm going to be doing is when we get to, like, the 9-hour, 30-minute mark, so still 8 hours from now, I'm going to be ending this stream and then immediately starting up a new stream. I'll, like, spam the link to the new stream in, like, chat or whatever, just so people can quickly swap over. It kind of sucks because, like, I've never actually tried this before, but I would imagine that whenever you transition into, like, a new stream, you're going to lose a lot of people. Because there's just going to be some people who maybe are, like, AFK for 5 minutes, they come back and they see that the stream is ended. And they missed the part about, you know, I had to start it up. So it's going to kind of suck. I don't love that I need to do that, but it's kind of an unfortunate necessity for being able to keep the VODs up. So I will be doing that. As long as it's under 10 hours, the VODs will get saved. Someone named Ho Smacker is already saying, looking for more dead mines. Oh my god. Farming the spider cave is getting kind of sketchy. Yeah. If you go really deep into the spider cave, now that it's starting to clear up, you're probably going to have a bad time. Let's see. I need 4 more mushrooms. Where are they? I guess while I'm running around looking for mushrooms, I may as well start tagging mobs. Because I feel like I'm going to waste a lot of time trying to find these mushrooms. So I want to try to get some stuff done. So that mob kind of melted. Fuck, my inventory's full. Is anything worth... Okay, these pants are worth nothing. Oh, there's a mushroom over there. Right, I'll grab that one. Grelkin can drop them? Ooh. You know what? That's a good point. I should probably just go farm the Grelkin then.
It is too far away.
Especially now that I have Moonfire, like, I can very easily tag stuff, so... That's pretty free. I never bothered doing that on any of my test runs on the PTR, because obviously when there was little competition, I was like, oh, there's a million mushrooms up here. I just run around and grab them. But I didn't realize how long the respawn timer was. That definitely makes it a little bit sketchy. Yo, there's a mushroom. I pissed my pants. Always a good name. Hi, Harldan. Good luck and have a nice day. Thank you. I appreciate it. You remember fondly your hunter's macros? Yeah. I'll have to, like, get macros set up at some point. At the moment, I'm just kind of YOLOing with, like, what I have on the default stuff. But when we get some breathing room and I'm, like, safely ahead, which probably won't be for a little while at this rate, because I did start off kind of behind, then I will get all that stuff set up. You're already level 9 on a troll hunter. God damn. I mean, that is definitely impressive, for sure. If I find one more mushroom, I can turn in this quest and then clear up 3 spots in my bags, which would be quite nice. There's got to be one around here. There we go. There's a mushroom over there. That's the last one I need. Highest level on EU is 6, and it's literally all hunters. There has to be someone higher than 6 on EU at this point. Especially since EU likely has way less competition. Somebody must have gotten further ahead than that. People who play classic WoW like watching paint dry. I mean, you know, watching paint dry can be oddly soothing. Don't knock it till you've tried it. Is Molten Core open in Hardcore? Yes. Every single raid is open right now in Hardcore. From day one. I don't know if people will kill Rag as first as when it initially launched, though. I wouldn't rule it out. It's not impossible. But the thing about, like, Hardcore, right, is you kind of need to have Flask of Petrification for raiding. Obviously, whether you like that or not, I know some people hate that Flask of Petrification exists, which, yeah, I get it. But, you know, I'd assume somebody's gonna manage to farm the recipe relatively early on, but then it's a matter of actually stockpiling that and making sure you have resources and planning ahead, so should be interesting to see how all of that goes. You were hallucinating a third light blue bar for a good 2 minutes. You're going to sleep. Good night. You're fucked up. What does that mean? Hallucinating a third bar? That is, interesting. But good night, Cheeky. I don't know if you're still here. All patches are up from the get-go? Yep. Do I use mods? I have some. Yeah. A lot of my stuff is out of date. So Blizzard did this weird thing where right before launching Classic Hardcore, they apparently changed a lot of the back-end code for Classic to, like, update it to Dragonflight, which, you know, obviously you got to do that at some point, but by doing that, they basically broke half of the add-ons in the game literally less than 24 hours before Classic Hardcore launched, which kind of troll, honestly. And the end result is that a lot of stuff is not working currently. So, yeah. I have some add-ons, but many of the add-ons that I would normally be using I don't even have loaded because they're just not working properly. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Alright, time to go into the cave. Already somebody with a guild? I mean, that doesn't surprise me, right? If everybody gets, like, 5 silver and you have 50 people chip in to get a guild charter, can't imagine it would be too hard to make a guild this early. Wow! That guy out-moonfired me. Honestly impressive. I thought I got that instantly. Okay, there we go. I got that tag, at least. Oh, apparently I stole it from that rogue. Big oof. Watching paint dry makes your nip stiff. Oh my god, love. Can't you have an overlay on top of general chat to remind people that another stream is coming? You know what, Chori? That is a good idea. Here. Alexa, in 5 hours, remind me to put an overlay on stream about part 2.
I'll create a reminder to go off in 5 hours.
There we go. Problem solved. Stop. So now, hopefully, whenever that does roll around, I should remember. And I'll probably just do that close to the end, just so people know. I think at least, like, 2 hours before the end of the stream is probably a good time to, like, start letting people know that that's happening. I do wish YouTube would fix that, though. I don't know how they would fix it, because I get it. You know, they auto-convert VODs and stuff like that. But there should be some way to basically manually edit your stream VOD and, like, chop up the footage into different pieces. I don't know. Obviously, YouTube streaming is still not 100% there. I think it's definitely better than a lot of people have made it out to be. But there are a lot of quality of life stuff that it probably should have. As a flip said, I'm off to bed. See you in 5 hours. Awesome. I will see you then. Raid belt. I already have a belt. Okay. This corridor seems pretty empty, so I think this is just my camping spot. I'm kind of tempted to snipe... Oh, this guy's name is Toontown. Huh. I like that. Tempted to snipe spiders from him, but I think I'm just going to be ethical and camp this particular area. I think I can... If I stand in this area, right, I can snipe spiders in 2 corridors. I have, like, maximum coverage. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so I got this spider location, and then I can try to snipe it in that corridor over there. When you get up for work in 5 hours, you're still in the same stream? Yeah. At least we still have a decent amount of time to go. Like, 10 hours is a long time, right? What is going to be 10 hours from now? I guess at this point we're an hour and a half into the stream. So it'll be 8 hours from now is when I'll switch over to the next part. Can I get that tag? Wow, so many people just ran right past that mob. Yeah, alright. Yeah, so 8 hours from now, what'll that be for me? My Alexa reminder... oh, shit, stop. Yeah, so that reminder will go off at midnight, my time. And then 3 hours after that, so 3 in the morning is when we'll be switching over to part 2, at least for me. Must be fun spamming pre-made runs or gold offers in classic hardcore, you mean? I don't know how many people are going to be doing that. I guess it could be a nice way to make gold. Forgot to tell you you're a holy pally. I actually think you may have mentioned that last stream. I remember you said you were Paladin. I can't remember if you mentioned you were holy or not. I think you did, though, because I remember being surprised that you weren't playing Ret. I guess for classic era, though, playing Ret isn't necessarily the most fun. Like, Wrath Classic, Ret fucking owns, but before then, can be a little hit or miss. I feel like the spiders in this area are going to spawn first, so that's where I want to watch the most. Yeah, especially because there's a bunch of people right here. Oh, come on! Yeah! Oh, that poor warrior. You can't compete with the Moonfire. See, I got bullied by hunters for 30 minutes so that I could bully other people with Moonfire for the rest of my leveling journey. That's just the price you pay. Alright, one more Webwood Venom Sac. EU is nuts at the moment. Your pain is rogues and their throwing knives. Yeah. That, I'd imagine, is probably pretty close. Nice, last tag. Probably pretty close to Hunter Auto Shot and Arcane Shot stuff. You should rename... Yeah, that's fair. I didn't consider that. I know my dad renamed the one in his room to Ziggy. I don't know if mine... I don't think mine responds to that. But he always calls it Ziggy. So, I do know it's possible. I've just never really thought to rename mine. Hardcore raiding seems fun. Hardcore raiding seems very spooky. It seems like an interesting challenge, but it's one that I don't know for sure if I'm actually going to attempt. I'll have to see. You were seeing a light blue bar in between your mana and health, and after 2 minutes you were like, wait, what the fuck is that? And after you sat up to see it closer, it disappeared. So were you seeing like one of those optical illusions where there's like a bunch of little icons or bars or circles in between, and you see like an invisible bar in between them? Is like that what was going on? The invisible third bar in between your weapon swing timers or something? Or you said, oh, in between your mana and health. So you were seeing a bar in here? Huh. Definitely sounds like you might need a bit more sleep on that one. I don't know. When you get to level 10 with bear form, the leveling is absolutely blast. Yeah. For reference, by the way, I recently leveled a Druid up to 30 on the PTR, so I'm like fairly familiar with how Druid leveling goes. Honestly, though, like bear form helped, but it really didn't come online to me, at least, until I got cat form. Once I got cat form, oh yeah, you fucking blast. But before then, it was like, fine. But I've seen better. But I guess at this point, I just need the webwood egg, and then I think it's webwood egg, and then after this, I talk to the guy at the top of the tree, then I go interact with the Moonwell, and then I get sent to Dalinar, I want to say is how the order of operations there goes. Horde players over here giving peons brain damage with how many times they're using the blackjack on them. Yeah, true. To be honest, YouTube streaming is still way too weak. Like, why do you have to scroll down to see chat in theater mode? Yeah. There's a few also, like, weird things, like, that I'll talk about this whenever I'm doing, like, retail streaming, and I have, like, you know, an extended period of time where I can't respond during, like, a speedrun, and then I'm trying to catch up on chat later. It's always super annoying, because there's this thing that it does, that I don't know how to disable it. If somebody knows, let me know, because this would be amazing. Where, when I get close to the bottom of the chat window, it snaps me all the way down to the bottom. So I'll be like scrolling, and then I start to read a message and suddenly snaps down. And then I'm like at the bottom message. And then I have to go scroll back up, find the exact spot where I left off reading. And it happens all the time because I'm always trying to like catch up on chat. And constantly having to do that, man, it is such a pain in the ass. So I don't know if there is a way to avoid that. If so, it would be really nice. But there are little quirks like that with YouTube streaming. That being said, a lot of the issues with YouTube streams in general are like things that can be fixed. Like, these aren't insurmountable issues. We know for a fact they can fix them eventually. And YouTube has made a lot of really good changes to their streaming over the years. So, you know, if I thought, oh yeah, YouTube streaming isn't going anywhere, I probably would be on Twitch. But YouTube streaming has always been at least serviceable for me. And it has been getting consistently better, so, you know, I've stuck with it. Fuck it. Might as well fight this guy. I have a decent amount of poisons on me, though. It's a little bit spooky. Like, as long as I don't get, like, 5 misses in a row, I'm chilling here. I could always finish him off with Moonfire. Yeah, we're chilling. Let's see. Do I have a pre-planned path for my leveling? Honestly, not really. And once I finish Teldrassil, I'm actually going to switch characters. So I want to get my Druid at least, like, a safe distance ahead of the starting area. And then I'm actually going to, at the very least, finish the starting zone on, like, I think I'll definitely do my Dwarf Warrior and my Human Paladin. I might do another character. I haven't entirely decided yet. But I want to basically get a lot of alts set up. And then once I have all of my alts ready to go, then I will continue with my Druid. Because I'm going to basically get skinning and herbalism on this character. And I'm going to funnel all of that into my alts for, like, crafting professions. So I will have, like, alchemy on one of them, I'll have leatherworking on one of them, and then I can just mail that shit over. And that way I can get all my crafting done while still being able to get resources, 90% of the time while leveling my main character. And, of course, having all of that stuff is going to be nice, right? Like, the alchemy elixirs and stuff are really helpful. Armor kits for leatherworking are very nice. During Teldrassil, it won't be super important, but I definitely want to begin working on that. And then later on, whenever I start tanking dungeons, at that point, I'm going to swap to engineering on this character. Because, obviously engineering is very, very, very good. I don't know exactly when that'll be. Probably like 30 to 40 range. But by that point, I hope to have my alt at least like up to level 15 or so, give or take. And then I can start farming with like herbalism and skinning and stuff on them. I don't know. I'll kind of play it by ear. All right. This tree is always spooky, so I'm going to focus. I'm not going to read chat for a moment. Yeah, I'm not quite level 6 yet. I'll learn this when I come back. So 1 second. My fingernail was bugging me there. But yeah, so all that to say, do I have a pre-planned path? I don't have anything completely set in stone. I have a general idea of where I'll be leveling, but I haven't done, like, ridiculous amounts of practice or whatever. Alright, so here is the death-defying leap. So this is where I might die. And got it. Ha ha ha. I also can jump off here. Ah, fuck it. I'll just jump off this way. It's cooler if you jump over the railing and go flying off the side. That's what I did the first time. I really like that jump, though. It feels really sick landing on the tree branch and then hopping down. But if you miss that jump, right? So for context, this tree's blocking my sight. But if you miss the jump onto that tree branch and you somehow don't hit this platform, that's a fall all the way from that platform way up there down to the bottom of the tree. That's death. Luckily, it's not the hardest jump to make, but if I had somehow really misjudged the angle, that actually could have killed me. Alright. It does such a bad job of pushing fresh live streams to the top of your page. Not like anything new as a recommendation, but it's just nothing for the people I follow. Yeah. I will say the live streaming section of YouTube definitely needs work. Because the vast majority of people who watch my live streams, like based on what I've heard from them over the years, they either get the notification like on my Discord, because I always post when I'm going live. So a lot of people just know that I'm going to be going live within this hour range, and they just watch my Discord, and then when I post there, they click on it, right? Or it pops up in their regular video recommended, and that's how they find the stream. But the general, like, discovery for random live streams on YouTube is not great. It's, like, okay if you already have an established YouTube channel, which is, I guess, one of the major downsides with YouTube streaming. YouTube streaming is good if you're like me and you make videos, so I already have a lot of people who watch my actual videos, so it follows that, YouTube's going to recommend my streams, and the people who like to watch my videos will watch my streams. But if you don't make any videos on YouTube and you only live stream, that's where you might start to struggle a little bit to get people to watch your streams. It just doesn't really recommend it nearly as much. Also, I am not going to end up hitting level 6 before I'm done here, so I won't be able to train thorns and stuff until later. But, whatever. And I'm going to try to be careful with this last little bit of parkour here.
Peace be with you.
How many people are level 10? Still no people at level 10, huh? I can make this jump. There we go. And go down the roof here. /9. 9. Okay, there's 2 people at level 9. A Night Elf Druid and a Gnome Mage. Alright. Okay, this Frayed Cloak is a 2 armor upgrade. Very nice. And I can toss a lot of these gray items. Handcrafted staff is the one I started with. Yeah, that one's not worth it. I'll toss shiny red apple and healing herb, and then... Honestly, I don't need anything else. I'm just gonna rock with this at the moment. It's either healer or prot for classic era, and you'd rather spam one button in AFK than bitch about loot? Yeah, fair. Hardcore raiding with a pug group, highest stakes gambling. Yeah, that sounds like something I would never want to do. Oh man. Pugging with one life. Somebody actually recommended I do that on retail. Like, I got an actual suggestion from somebody who said, you should do level 1 to Keystone Master, like a challenge run, where you can't die a single time and you have to do it entirely in pugs. And it's like, do you want to see me suffer? Because that's how you see me suffer. Like, imagine trying to get Keystone Master as a tank without dying a single time. And that's after having to level all the way up to 70 without dying a single time. I mean, admittedly, getting to 70 would be the easy part, right? But imagine you're doing Underrot and just somebody forgets one mushroom and it explodes and wipes the group, and then bam, your entire run is over. Just like that. One life pugging in retail is impossible, yeah. I mean, you would literally need to play a Paladin, because the only way that you could even remotely tackle that challenge is with Bubble Hearth. You know, if a Mythic Plus pug goes sideways, you just Bubble Hearth, nope, right the fuck out of there. God damn it. I can't get the quest because this thing got transformed. Ugh. That's right, you have the title for Season Mastery Hardcore Deathless Rag. You don't have to do this. Wait, you actually did Hardcore Rag? You never told me that. I knew you played Season Mastery. I didn't know you did it Deathless. That's actually pretty cool. I'm gonna have to click this really quickly whenever it becomes active. You beat Hardcore? Yeah. I mean, at that point. Hardcore raiding seems really fun for Classic, where you felt the raids, felt most of the difficulty was the prep and not the fights. That's assuming you have a guild to do it with. Yeah. Honestly, I'm more interested in tanking dungeons than raids, because I feel like when I get into raids, a lot of the agency is going to be kind of out of my hands. But I feel like doing dungeons in a hardcore setting... Are you kidding me? Ugh. I barely missed that. Yeah, I feel like dungeons I have more agency, so it's a little bit more reasonable. Hold on, somebody messaged me. Just read this. Hopefully... Swim around mountains, spooky. Alright. Hopefully I can get this tag. I can't believe I have to compete for tags on a fucking quest giver. It would be nice if the people turning it in could, like, wait a second. There we go. Alright. Barely managed to grab it in time. So now, before I do anything else, I'm going to turn in these quests, then I'm going to pick up Herbalism and pick up Skinning. And then, you know, that'll help me out in the long run. What happens when you wipe in a dungeon? You lose your character? Yeah. Any death in hardcore, your character's done. But, you know, that's the thing. Just don't wipe, right? Easy peasy. You have a bar in between your mana and health as well? And it's orange? I mean, I have a tiny little gray bar in between my mana and health, but I don't know if that counts. You think Feral will be stronger in raids if you achieve to reach 60 thanks to no debuff cap and bleed? Yes and no. So, Feral is not going to be any stronger in raids now than it was in original Classic. because a lot of times you don't even really want to use bleeds. Like, Feral is all about power shifting, right? Like, I mean, maybe it helps slightly being able to apply bleeds. I don't even know, like, if the rotation for level 60 Feral uses Rake. But I know most of your damage is going to come from shifting in and using shreds and stuff at level 60. And the reality of Feral Druid in Original Classic is it actually wasn't that bad, provided you farmed manual-operated crowd pummelers, which, you know, I'll have to do, right, if I want to seriously play it at a higher level. Same for both Bear and Feral. So, the yes and no to that question is, Feral was always good in Classic. Maybe not like a warrior or a rogue, but it could come close if you farmed that item, which obviously was a lot of work that a lot of people probably wouldn't have wanted to put in. But if you don't farm the item, it's going to be exactly the same. The addition of, like, bleeds, or rather the removal of the debuff cap so you can use bleeds, isn't really going to meaningfully change anything as far as Feral Druids go. So they're not bad, but it's not because of any of the changes. It's just kind of, they've always been like that. Okay, where do I get Herbalism? Herbalism is in a house in Dalinar, if memory serves. Woo! I was trying to land on the roof there. My heart, like, stopped for a second. Thankfully, it wasn't a long fall. If that had been higher, I would not have risked that if I would have died. Like, deep down, I kind of knew before I made the jump that I couldn't have died there. It wasn't, like, far enough. But I was also trying to play it a bit safer, and I still missed.
What brings you here?
Alright. Got Herbalism. And should I get Cooking? I might as well get Cooking. Why not?
What brings you here?
Oh yeah, and I guess it's good because there is a quest tied to it. Perfect. The skinning trainer is up here, so I'm just gonna kind of fight mobs on my way to get to the skinning trainer. Just go that way. You died at level 6 to a big crab. Unlucky. I'm sorry to hear that. Do I have track herbs at this level? Yeah, I have find herbs. Nice. Let's see. Any death is permanent. You have the option to X4 off to regular classic after your death. Yeah. So, I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to handle, like, the transfer thing. Because I think it's nice to know that if I really wanted to continue my character, I have the option. You know, just for fun. But, realistically speaking, I don't really think I'm just going to play Classic Era just for shits and giggles. If I get to level 60... So, I never played... I played, but I never, like, finished original Classic re-release in, like, 2019 or whenever it was. I did Molten Core a bit, and speaking of Molten Core, all my memories from Molten Core, my moderator Love in chat, or Zach will know. The last Molten Core raid I did was when there were multiple pieces of rogue gear that dropped, and Pooty was the highest damage rogue. And he really needed gear, because despite being really shit gear, he was actually doing pretty good damage. And instead of actually giving him the piece, despite the fact that they were, like, loot counseling off all of the other items, they forced Pooty to roll on... Pooty is, for context, one of my friends, right? Also friends with me and Zach. They forced him to roll on all of the rogue pieces with some other, like, random shitter rogue that they were friends with, and he lost every single rogue. It was a roll. It was like 3 of them in a row that he just kept losing, and he was raging to me in whisper chat, like, what are these idiots doing? Like, why do they just keep putting it up to roll when I'm clearly better? And admittedly, I get it, you know, at a certain point, you just say, like, you know, fuck it, roll, I don't care enough. But I think by the time, like, that other rogue got the 3rd item, and it wasn't even like his damage was that good, at least give one of the rogue pieces to Pooty, and they just didn't. Then 4th item comes around, Pooty rolls, he loses the 4th one in a row, and he just rage quit Classic on that day. And at that point, he was the only person I still knew who was playing, you know, original Classic, and I didn't really feel like just continuing to farm Molten Core for, at that point, I had no idea how long it would be, with none of my friends still playing, so I just stopped. And I meant to come back in like Blackwing Lair, and then I meant to come back in Encourage, and I just kind of never did. So the only raids that I've done in 2019 Classic is Molten Core and Onyxia's Lair, if you can count Onyxia's Lair. And I don't think I did any of the others. I'm trying to remember if I did them at some point, like, in TBC. I don't think I did. Yeah, I never really joined any pugs or something for that. I almost did a Nax GDKP on my Druid in TBC, but I just, decided not to at the last second because I just didn't feel like it. But the end result of that is I haven't done any of the classic raids, so I'm, like, leaning towards at least trying them on hardcore if I get to 60, and then who knows, if I get to 60, I try raids and I die or something, at that point I might transfer over my character and continue on regular classic era, just to at least see what the raids were like, what I missed. But, I don't know, that's like planning way too far in advance. Who knows, maybe I just get ganked by Murlocs at level 6, or I'm already level 6, but like at level 14, whenever you get to them in Darkshore. Let me see. Responding to a guilty. I'm probably going to do a decent bit of mob grinding here in a bit, the moment I pick up skinning. But I want to make sure... I forgot to buy a skinning knife. So, I'll have to go back to Dalinar to get one off like a general good vendor. Actually, I could probably just head into Darnassus, it'll be closer. So, I'm seeing what people are saying in my Discord. At this point, I don't usually check like Discord messages in the middle of streams, because whenever I'm doing a speedrun or something like that, it's over in 4 hours, and then, the stream's done. But at this point, it's a long haul, right? I'm actually going to have to take multiple breaks in the middle of this, just because... In fact, I'll actually take my first break in, like, 30 minutes or so. Shouldn't be super long, but I mentioned this on the stream over the weekend, but my dad is actually in Italy right now, and I am in charge of taking care of the cats and the dog. So, at 8 o'clock p.m., I have to feed Tucker, the dog in my profile picture, right? And if I don't feed him on time, he is very noisy about it, so I gotta make sure I'm on time with that. The dog, specifically. Should also refresh Mark of the Wilds. Fighting high-level mobs like this is a little bit spooky. I kind of wanted that Peace Bloom, so I was willing to risk it, but... I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to kill too many guys above my level at this point, but... Something that would also be really nice is I really want bags. Kind of unlucky that I haven't seen a bag so far. In fact, every single character I leveled on the PTR, maybe I was just really lucky, but every single one of them, I got at least one of those 6-slot bags within the starting zone. Unfortunately, of course, on live servers, that luck does not carry over. Alas. But getting one soon would be kind of nice. It's also one of the reasons why when I hit level 10, I was really lucky. Okay, yeah. On my Dwarf Warrior, I got 2 bags before making it to, what's the Middletown Caranos? 2 fucking bags. That one, I was like 100% sure that was very lucky. But my Druid got a bag, my Paladin got a bag. I'm pretty sure my original Tauren Shaman that, like, I didn't really play much after the first stream, that one, I think, also got a bag. PTR streamer luck? Yeah. Wish I could get that streamer luck on live servers, but so far it's been a relatively unlucky start. But, Classic is not a sprint, it's a marathon, right? So I'm not going to worry about being a little bit behind. I'm just going to play better in the long run. If somebody died... Huh. I'm trying to, decipher general chat. It looks like maybe a level 10 died or something, and they just recreated their character because a bunch of people were saying RIP or something like that. I don't know for sure. Where's the general goods vendor? A black pouch is bad luck. Yeah, most of the pouches I've gotten have been red or blue. Probably it's just a general goods vendor. Yeah, literally right here. Okay. Perfect. So, is this where I get skinning knives? No, it's trade goods vendor. Right? That's where you get it. How much is it? No, it's 5 silver. Not worth it. Where is the trade goods vendor? I'd imagine it's probably in the profession section in the northern ends. I do not know my way around Darnassus. This would have been a lot worse if I hadn't actually explored a decent amount of Darnassus on the PTR. But even with all the time I spent here, I still barely know this city layout. Because I have not played many Night Elves in the past. I'm way more familiar with Horde cities. Is there a rogue trainer in Goldshire? Yes. It's by the stables, I think? Don't quote me on that. But there's like a little stable area, and I'm pretty sure that's where you get it. I think I can get a skinning knife off the leatherworking supplies. Assuming I have enough to afford it. Yeah, perfect. Alright, you know, not too bad. I figured it out eventually. Just reorganize a little bit. Love, I'll read that after the stream. I don't know what you just sent me. Market Insights with Gary? I'm not going to watch an Instagram reel in the middle of the stream. I'm going to go back and start grinding stuff now, though. Oh, that's just trash? What is it? Why did you send it? Oh, okay. Don't worry, gotcha. Oh yeah, I don't know if I said it before, but hey, Analana, good to see you, yeah. I read the message, but I didn't, like, respond to the second half. Let me scroll up a little bit. Doing dungeons is a bet at best, unless you prepare for them. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there is a reason, though, why I'm making, like, dungeon guides for Classic Hardcore. Because the dungeons themselves, they're not hard, right? But if you're going to... Oh, somebody's posting want to sell Chromatic Mantle of the Dawn. Oh my god, that's just Atlas loot shit, I assume. Like, the mechanics of them aren't hard, but obviously you want to know what everything does before you actually get to it, right? So I'm making, like, mini guides. It's more just, like, fun walkthroughs with, like, commentary on all the important mechanics. So far, like I said, I've only gotten Dead Mines out. I wanted to get more, but it turned out to be harder to find groups in the PTR than I expected. The Wailing Caverns run will get posted. I absolutely want to post that because not only was it just gold, just in general, but I got all the footage, I just didn't have time to finish it. But that bit with the hunter at the ends, there's no way that I'm not going to, like, include the full thing. I at least turned it into a short for now, so you can see, like, the hunter shenanigans in the short that I posted earlier today. But, you know, the full thing is kind of amusing, because I had to kind of, like, speedrun the full context for all of the shit he was saying. But you get a better impression by watching the full thing. The video you sent me is Gary Busey talking about buttered sausages. Alright. Interesting, I guess. You're not sure how in-depth the classic knowledge goes here, but are there any particular items or weapons you find really useful to go get? Yeah, admittedly, I am not, like, knowledgeable enough to say, like, oh yeah, you wanna... Like, I know a lot of people say, go buy, like, a white item weapon at this particular level or something. Oh wait, shit, I just realized. This is free real estate right here. Look at these fucking lightsabers. I'm gonna end up spending half my time just skinning at this rate. With how many dead mobs there are, and I picked up skinning early. See, I may have fallen behind the curve on leveling, but when it comes to leveling skinning, right, and getting my professions up, I'm going to make so much fucking money. And that's one of the reasons why I always hated the idea of solo self-found. Because, to me, I said it, like, before, when I was, like, talking about my plans for Classic, but I think the coolest thing about the Classic Hardcore, like, servers with trading and stuff is the economy. You know, if you find a really cool item that's hard to get, that shit's worth a lot, right? Because not only is it harder to farm, but people are more willing to shell out money on upgrades even while leveling, because that upgrade could actually save their life. You never know. You want to be as prepared as possible. So everything becomes much more meaningful, and as a result, people who are good at farming golds, I mean, you can make a fucking fortune on here. And of course, I'm sure there's going to be many people attempting to bot it as well, which, you know, that's definitely not cool. Don't approve of that. But I'm sure I can still make a ton of gold off this. Which is why I want to get my alt set up, because I want to get my professions rolling. Because I figure one of the best markets I could get into early on is bags. Right? Selling bags in the auction house, 6-slot bags. You know, I don't know how much it'll take me to craft them. But I could sell them for, like, 4 silver, cheaper than the vendor price, as long as I'm able to craft them for, like, 1 silver worth of materials. That's 3 silver profit, give or take, like, you know, the auction house cut. That's big money early on if I'm churning out a bunch of those. And then, of course, getting the bags just for, like, being able to farm more efficiently early on would be nice. And then, you know, potions, right? Not everybody's going to be making multiple alts to craft their own potions and stuff like that. So if I sell those things, armor kits, you name it, there's tons of money to be made here. So that's actually kind of one of my bigger goals, especially because I know that I can plan ahead like that. And if you think about the big ticket items, right? Every single Feral Druid is going to want to get Wolf's Head Helm. That is a must get when you hit level 40. But not every Feral Druid is going to spend all the time getting their leatherworking up to... Or anything I can loot here. I can't pick Mage Royal yet, so no. Not every Feral Druid is going to spend all the time getting their leatherworking up to that required skill. So if you get the pattern for Wolf's Head Helm, I don't know how you learn it. Let me check. Wolf's Head Helm. Is it learned off a trainer, or is there like a recipe? Okay, it is learned by a trainer, but apparently it requires the tribal leatherworking specialization. So you just go tribal leatherworking, you become the first person to craft Wolf's Head Helm, and you make a fucking fortune. And then, hey, like, continue that on to endgame, right? What is it? Devil Sword Leather? I mean, think about how expensive Devil Sword Leather was, like the armor set, back when Original Classic was out. And people were only getting it for pre-raid bis. Now, I mean, every little possible upgrade that you can get, like, pre-raid bis matters more now than ever. So, if you get Devil Sword armor crafted, and you become the guy on your server, whew. And here's the thing, right? And this is where we get into territory that it's like, it's not against terms, but some people would consider it dubious. If you make a shit ton of gold in Classic Hardcore, there will be people trading that, right? So, like, there are absolutely people who trade, like, Wrath Gold that they get from GDKPs into retail golds. There's, like, an entire Discord called WoW Market that does little swaps like that. So, it may seem trivial, but if you are really good at making gold here, and you are good at hardcore and find a way to effectively profit off of it, that gold actually can translate into other aspects of World of Warcraft, be it Wrath or retail or whatever. Like I said, it's not against terms, you can do that, but a lot of people may consider it to be like against the spirit of classic gold trading. But here's the reality. It's gonna be done, and I'd rather it be actual ethical gold trading between like real people than somebody buying it off like a fucking Chinese bot gold farmer. That shit, like, yeah, that sucks, but, you know, actual, like, players just exchanging it, I always think that's just whatever. That Wolf's Head thing is one hell of a BOE, yeah. Wolf's Head is going to be huge, huge money. It is just essential for Feral Druids. It quite literally changes their rotation. So, you can play without it, of course, but you can't really play Feral Druid in Classic without Wolf's Head. In case you're unfamiliar, by the way, with Wolf's Head Helm, anybody who, like, doesn't know about Feral Druid, let me read it. Wolf's Head Helm. So Wolf's Head Helm is a level 40 leather helm for druids, and it has an on-equip effect that says when shapeshifting into cat form, you instantly gain 20 energy, and when shapeshifting into bear form, you instantly gain 5 rage. So what that effectively allows you to do is shift out of cat form mid-combat, and then immediately shift back in, and because this effect gives you free energy the moment you change into cat form, there's a rotation called power shifting, where you're effectively paying your mana, because it costs money to shift into forms, so you're paying mana to get energy, which means you can squeeze in way more like shreds or claws or whatever you're doing at that level. It's also nice for tanking, because being able to start the pull with 5 rage is enough to immediately get off like a feral charge, or like with 1 auto attack you can get off a roar, whatever it is, demoralizing roar, I think. So there's a lot of really nice uses for that. Wolf's Head Helm, at least for DPS druids, is so good that you don't replace it until like the final boss of the Sunwell in TBC. The entire time when I was playing my druid in TBC Classic, I used Wolf's Head Helm for any damage scenario. And a lot of times I even used it as a tank, right? Because like on Illidan, when I was playing like a hybrid tanking role and I had fire resist gear, well, you didn't really need armor and stuff because you were only taking fire damage. So I had my fire resist gear on, and then I had Wolf's Head Helm with a fire resist, like whatever the enchant was on my helmet. And that way, even though my gear was kind of dog shit, because I had to run a lot of the, whatever it was, like Inferno hardened gear to tank the Embers of Azeroth, I could still do the power shifting rotation because I had Wolf's Head Helm on. And that alone just made up such a huge chunk of your damage, that free energy. It was just so good. And a fair warning, I am starting to fall behind on chat a little bit, so if you are like new to the stream, I will always read your message. It just might take me time to get there. So the way I usually do it is I scroll up and I just go down chat chronologically and I read literally everything. Might take me like 30 minutes sometimes to get to your message, but I will read it. Is there a server first for the first player to get to 60? I would imagine there is, yeah. I don't know if there's an achievement or something. It's classic, so there aren't really achievements. There's definitely an announcement, because even on the PTR, there's an announcement whenever somebody hit level 30, which on the PTR was the cap, right? So I don't know if the only announcement happens when you hit max level, because on the PTR you only got announcements at 30, so I don't know if it's like on actual servers you'll also get level 30 announcements, or if it's only for 60 and they just were testing it out at 30 or whatever. But it's noticeable. It'll say in your chat, so-and-so has hit level 30, and there's actually like a sound effect that plays for everybody. It's like a fireworks sound effect where like a firework goes off and you hear like cheering. It's one of the like Midsummer Fire Festival sound effects that happens during the big fireworks display. And they just included it there. I'm trying to think what I do now. It'd be really nice to get a bag at this point. I kind of want to go fight the like Furbolg enemies over here, because I'm pretty sure humanoid mobs have a higher chance of dropping bags. That could just be like me talking out of my ass, but like I'm fairly certain that's true. So that is like the biggest thing I could get right now. More than any other item or quest completion or whatever, I need more bag space. I could do the retail challenge run on a prop paladin. Yeah, I would say that would be mandatory. Like, you know, you couldn't even start doing a challenge like that without playing prop paladin. But even on prop paladin, there's so many random things in retail and plus that can kill you. You can obviously play around it, but who knows? And not even that, but like shit out in the world will just sometimes kill you, and you can't even avoid it. Because, I mean, the reality of retail is a lot of times Blizzard knows people don't really care about world content these days. So think about it like this. If you've ever done time rifts, the tuning on the Lich King's, like, defile in that specific time rift would just murder people. It would murder my main character, despite the fact that I had ridiculous item level. If I lagged out and stood in it for too long, because, you know, the servers melted whenever a time rift started, that would just kill me sometimes. There wasn't really much I could do to play around that. So a lot of times world content can just randomly be deadly in retail because Blizzard just blatantly doesn't care about trying to tune it, which, I mean, fair, I guess. It's not really worth their time. I wish they put in a little bit more effort, just because sometimes things like that are a bit annoying. And they did actually recently nerf the time rift to file damage, which I found it interesting that they even spent time doing that. Season of Mastery was a dream at this point. Yeah, I do hope they bring back Season of Mastery. Season of Mastery 2 would be nice. If they actually made it reasonable to level, I would play that. Like, I'm playing hardcore for fun, like as a challenge, but if I was just playing regular Classic again with no additional challenges, and I had to level, like, this long, that does not sound fun. Oh, there's another Skinner here. I'm actually starting to get competition for this. Haha, not today. My light leather. Oh, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna beat him to this mob. Ha ha ha. There's no reses the moment you die, you're gone? Yeah. That's hardcore for you. That is the entire principle of this. Nice, that guy tagged it for me. I should probably be killing things, but at the same time, you know, how can I pass up all of this free shit? Also, are they just not gonna fight that Nightsaber? Fuck it, I'll do it. Look at this little fucking gremlin. Sitting here waiting to steal my leather. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. You know what you're doing. I killed this mob. You go away now. This is my Nightsaber. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not gonna loot it. No. Why does he want me to loot the cat? You actually think you're gonna beat me to the fucking tag? Oh my god. This fucking guy. Ha! I beat him to it. Alright. I mean, hey, he went the wrong way. There's a million Nightsabers here. Ripe for the picking. Oh, man. Oh, this is so juicy. Like, how am I supposed to level when there's just literally money just lying around here? Imagine how much I can sell this light leather for. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. I mean, at this rate, like, I should just go back and just learn the next level of skinning and just keep getting skill points. It just will never get better than this for easy skill in skinning. Goodness gracious. You got CTS first raid? What's CTS? Ah, the other Skinner beat me to it. He's gonna get the rest of them. Planning when you get to level 60, dies in a dungeon because tank healer forgot how to play? Yeah, that's how it's probably gonna go, for being honest. Oh. I don't want to pull this cat. Oh, now there's multiple Skinners in the mix. Okay. Which one is he gonna go for? I'm gonna split left. Okay, nice. He went for the right one. Fair play, fair play. At least there's not going to be any level 60s who brought their high levels to mess things up. True. That is one of the nice things about fresh servers. They took you in on your rogue and BWL and fed you shitloads of gear just for clicking on the slowing pylons because all the other rogues quit. Nice. Oh, there's more light leather over here. You remember getting bags in the elf starting zones too? Yeah, it does seem like apparently I did get very lucky in the PTR according to many people. Shane Tanner said they got their bag on the second mob. You are a lucky bastard in that case. I think the quest I need to do is in the top floor of this building. Hopefully I get a bag off one of these mobs. Why do I play girl but talk like boy? Oh, look who it is! Oh, it's Pooty! Good to see you, Pooty. I was about to be like, man, that's a really weird thing to type in chat, and then I read the fucking name. Oh my god. Pooty, are you playing Classic Hardcore? I was just talking about you earlier. I guess you missed it. Or actually, maybe you did hear that. I don't know how long you've been in here. Is there a Rogue Trainer in Goldshire? That I am not sure. I have not played many humans. Your first character was a Dwarf Paladin. You got tired of looking at his arse. Since then, most of your characters are women. Yeah. I mean, for context, that's just my friend trolling me. So that's why he asked, so I didn't answer the question. But I like playing female characters. I don't know. I always have. Sinister Strike level 2 be rolling? Yeah, I'd imagine rogues have pretty solid burst damage. The Rogue Trainer is up in the inn, second floor. Ah, I see. Oh, did I answer the question? I think I was saying where the Northshire Rogue Trainer was. Well, I got something, at least. I should convert all of this stuff. Where is it? Yeah, this is the Emerald Dreamcatcher that I need to pick up. Darnassus definitely feels like a sprawling capital. Oh, what do I want to get rid of? I'll just toss discolored things. At this point, I want to go back and clear my bags, though. Not getting any extra bag space at this point really sucks, is what it is. Alright. Should be a little bit careful. I, was reading chat while auto-running there, which is always a little bit spooky. The most sane WoW hardcore player. To be fair, though, I think that other Skinner guy was just memeing. Because, he knew, right? We were both competing for tags. And he absolutely could have gone anywhere else. He was just trying to steal my skinning thing there just to assert dominance. I respect it. I probably would have done the same thing if I were in his shoes. Chromatically tempered sword. Ah! Yeah, makes sense. Now I remember. Actually, yeah, that's true. Analana said, Neltharion Trinket also has the abbreviation CTS. I didn't even consider that. Kind of funny because they are both from Neltharion-related instances, Blackwing Lair and Aberrus. I'm gonna head back to town and clean up my bags a little bit. Oh, this guy's in that guilds, right? The Appeal Guilds. That's the one that, had the Naxxramas shenanigans where that guy blew them all up, right? I haven't followed the scene a ton, but I've seen clips and stuff on Reddit and whatnot. Oh man, that guy got the skinning stuff before I could. Now there's starting to be less Nightsaber mobs just chilling. More people are going and picking up skinning. I was a little bit ahead of the curve there. Honestly, it worked out well, though, because, my skinning's already 58 just from that. I get just, free handouts, like that right there. Easy peasy. You're an iron worker, and you've been working outside in the 95-degree temperatures. Right now, it feels like 99 with high humidity, too. My stream is nice to unwind to. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. What do I want to do here? I kind of need to clear space, but I don't want to go all the way to Darnassus to dump stuff in my bank. I think I'm going to mail off, herbs and stuff here. What I could do is... I can't even... Yeah, I can't even clear out ruined leather scraps and turn them into light leather, because that requires leatherworking, which I didn't pick up. Yeah, I'll just mail it over to one of my characters and then kind of set it up as a bank alt later. Obviously, the jackhammer is this. I mean, on regular Classic, jackhammer isn't super rare. It wasn't until patch 2.3 when they changed Ultimon and made it so the jackhammer was, like, omega rare. It's still, like, a rare drop, but it's not impossible to find like it is on retail. Or even Wrath Classic. Which I think is interesting, because I talked about this a lot in my Discord. I went on this, like, rabbit hole of trying to find out when a lot of the dungeon changes happened. And there's actually, like, a major misconception. If you look at a lot of posts about the rare items from, like, Nomergon, Ultimon, and all these other things, a lot of people will say the reason why these items are rare is because Cataclysm fucked up the dungeons and made it so, you know, oh, all of these old dungeon mobs don't scale properly, and that's why you can't get these drops anymore. But in fact, that is actually misinformation. The actual changes that made a lot of those rare Ultimon items basically inaccessible came in TBC patch 2.3 when they did some minor reworks of the older dungeons, and that's when they changed all the level scaling stuff. In fact, in many cases, Cataclysm actually made it easier to obtain certain items. Like right now, on Wrath Classic, it is harder to obtain the Shadowfang Keep random BOEs than it is on retail. Because in Cataclysm, they changed the Shadowfang Keep mob levels again and lowered it slightly closer to the original Classic level. It's still rarer than it was in OG Classic, but it is infinitely better when compared to what it is right now in Wrath. So, little fun bit of information that a lot of people don't seem to know. Just mail all that stuff over. At this point, because I've just gotten dog shit luck with finding bags, I gotta take what I can get. At this point, I guess I just kill mobs and grind XP. Hope I get a bag eventually. I know it'll be a minute till you get here. Probably was, yeah. I think that was about 30 minutes. But your little brother is a huge fan of Cookie's Stirring Rod, hence why I ask. He always sweared by it in Classic. Yeah. I mean, you could definitely do Dead Mines, and honestly, I don't think Dead Mines is too bad. I've seen people die to Dead Mines. You know, it absolutely can happen. But I've done Dead Mines twice now, and I didn't really have any issues with it. That said, the time when I tanked it, it was infinitely easier than the time when I DPS'd it. Because I would say, like, I mean, it's pretty obvious that the two main factors in how well you're able to do classic hardcore dungeons is whether you can have a good tank and a good healer. But I think having a good tank, especially at lower levels, is the most important part, because healing at lower levels isn't really that hard. You know, you obviously need to press your buttons, but you're not doing anything super challenging. It's literally just, do you press flash heal on the target when they take damage? Tanking is a little bit trickier because you need to consider, you know, are mobs going to leash into each other? You know, can we do the skip? Which in a lot of cases, just don't risk it. You just pull as many mobs as you can in like a line, not at the same time, right? But you just clear a large path through the dungeon, play it ultra safe. But when I was DPSing Dead Mines the very first time, we had a warrior tank who, he almost killed himself on the very first pull. Like, we entered Dead Mines, and, you know, I'm playing Feral, right? So I still need mana to a certain degree, and I had just given everybody Mark of the Wild, so I had no mana. And I typed in chat, I need mana. The healer said, I also need mana. And then this warrior just fucking holds W, pulls half the fucking dungeon, and kites it back to the entrance of the Dead Mines. By the time the healer, actually, I got to him first, because I don't think the healer even noticed, but I saw what he was doing, and I'm like, what the fuck? So I ran over there, and as a Feral Druid, I still was able to throw a regrowth on him. Like, this idiot almost got himself killed, just because he decided, I'm gonna play this like a fucking retail dungeon, for whatever reason. So, I don't know. I think tanks are the biggest, like, random factor at low levels. If you are tanking, and you know the route, your dungeon is probably pretty safe, as long as your healer has a brain. And I would say another little bit of advice for running groups, don't go with somebody who doesn't talk. You know, I know a lot of people have, like, anxiety about running dungeons, and, you know, they don't want to talk in groups, and that's understandable, but I'm going to be honest, if you're doing a hardcore dungeon, you need to talk. Because if I join a group and, you know, the healer is not responding and they're saying literally nothing, not responding to anybody, in a retail dungeon, I'll be like, whatever. You know, I need to start opening with Moonfire. It's technically not optimal for damage, but, like, I'm just losing tags because I'm trying to be greedy. But yeah, if I get a healer who doesn't say anything in hardcore, like, I'm not risking my life on that. You know, like, if it's low stakes, whatever, you know, I'm not going to force somebody to talk, but, and specifically, like, in chat, not in voice or whatever. But if the healer's not responding to anything, I need to be able to know that they understand what's going on and that they're willing to communicate and stuff. So, yeah, I think that is pretty important. Let's see. You just watched my short. Classic Hunter Brain, you always expect something like this from them. Yeah, I kind of knew that it was going to be bad going in. Like I said, though, in the short, I literally had no options. We were sitting there for like an hour, and the funny thing about the final day of the PTR is initially I'm like, oh, I'll try to do as many dungeons as I can on the final day, because surely, you know, people are going to want to take risks on the final day and try to do dungeons. And people were taking risks, just not doing dungeons. I got multiple messages from people asking me to help them commit assisted suicide. Maybe I shouldn't say that, because obviously in the context of a game, it's not bad, right? But like, maybe YouTube's auto moderation policy will catch that the wrong way. But like, I had a druid literally message me and say, I need you to put me out of my misery. Come to Goldshire and murder me. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And apparently these people were just looking for somebody to kill them just to go out in like a crazy way. They like wanted to die in a Makara duel or something. And if you walked through Goldshire, like honestly, the entire road from Goldshire to Stormwind is just littered with bodies. And the entire final 12 hours of the PTR, every so often you would just see a level 30 death notification of somebody died in Elwyn Forest. And you're like, okay, well, I know what happened there. So I was thinking, oh yeah, tons of people are going to want to do dungeons. Nobody wanted to do dungeons. Everybody was just finding creative ways to kill themselves. Or just doing duels to the death in Goldshire. So in the end, I had to take what I could get, and what I could get was that hunter. And, yeah. I mean, we got the dungeon done, and I got some footage out of it, though, so, like, I can't really complain. All things considered, it could have ended a lot worse. And hell, even if we had wiped, that would have sucked, because, like, you know, I wouldn't have gotten the footage I needed, but at the same time, it would have been on the PTR. Who cares? Let's see. Zaxis said, Harldan is probably one of the most legit YouTubers right now. He's just passionate about the content he makes, so he gets focused. I appreciate it. I'd like to say I agree with you. I don't know, that might come off as, like, you know, egotistical. But obviously, I do genuinely believe that I am obviously passionate about this stuff, right? I've said before, I hate doing, like, you know, the milking random clickbait topics or whatever. Like, the only classic hardcore videos I'm actually making, like, videos, not streams or whatever, you know, I'll stream whatever the hell I feel like. But the only videos that I actually plan on making are the dungeon guides. And that's just because I haven't really seen many tank-focused dungeon guides that actually show you what you need to worry about. And considering, like I said, that's something that I'm genuinely interested in, I like tanking dungeons, and I'm going to try to tank every single dungeon on Classic Hardcore at some point. I figured, yeah, might as well. It's fun. I also just like making dungeon guides. They're fun to create. Making the thumbnails is pretty fun, too. You know, finding the perfect, like, art of that character. Like, I spent a lot of time deciding which version of Edwin Van Cleef to use for the Deadmines art. Because there's the original version, like, for Hearthstone art. There's the, like, OG Edwin Van Cleef from the classic set. But at the same time, it's like really old art because it's back from the, what's it called? Like the trading card game days. And you have like that new art of Edwin Van Cleef, which is like, what is it? Edwin Defias Kingpin, I think is the card from the Deadmines mini set. And overall, I thought that just looked better, so I just went with that. And I think it turned out pretty well. I'm happy with how that thumbnail came out. And the Wailing Caverns one, there's like some really good Druid of the Fang art. Surprisingly not part of the Wailing Caverns mini set in Hearthstone. But there was like a random piece of Lady Anacondra art from Hearthstone Mercenaries that just it's so clean. So I feel like that perfectly just represents the Wailing Cavern, so that's what I'll be using. I'm really happy with the one I found for that. It is interesting, though, trying to find, like, what character represents the stockades. So, obviously, when you see, like, Edwin Van Cleef on, like, a Dungeon Guide thumbnail, you're immediately like, okay, that's Deadmines, right? You don't even need to look at the Deadmines guide. You see Edwin Van Cleef, he's such an iconic character, you know what he represents. But something like the Stockades, none of the bosses in the Stockades are memorable. Like, the final boss of the Stockades is Basil Thread. Nobody fucking knows who Basil Thread is, right? Like, unless you've done the quest line and you remember doing that quest, Basil Thread is not a name that, like, 99% of retail players would ever recognize. Because, like, obviously he got removed in Cataclysm, and then Hogger became the final boss of the Stockades. Which, obviously, Hogger is infinitely more iconic. Probably a smart choice on Blizzard's part. Because I feel like most retail dungeons these days tend to have, like, an iconic boss that's fairly memorable. Either, like, in the middle or something. But every single boss in the Stockades is, like, so generic. So I, like, wasn't really sure what I should do for that. There's no artwork of Basil Thread or any of those bosses. And a lot of the generic Defias artwork for Hearthstone, surprisingly, like, there isn't a lot of good ones. You would think that, like, there's more Defias-related cards, but a lot of them just don't really look like Defias cards. They're, like, Defias something, and then it is just nothing really resembling a typical, like, what you would imagine a Defias character to be. So, I still haven't fully decided what I'm going to go with for that thumbnail, but, like, I'm leaning towards... There's, like, from one of the missions in Book of Heroes for Hearthstone, one of the bosses is Warden Fellwater, who is, like, the quest giver for the Stockades. And at least he's, like, a somewhat cool Alliance, like, Stormwind Guard type of character. So I feel like you look at that and you're like, yeah, I could see that being Stockades related. And it's cool. So I think that's what I will probably go with, but I haven't fully decided yet. Koji Kosi said, hey, I found a chest. Nice. Yeah, I still haven't managed to find one. I haven't found a rare or a chest. Probably not going to for a little while, at least. The Skinning Wars. Oh, yeah, so that's where I'm at in catching up through chat. I'm at the Skinning Wars. You love watching Harldan stuff. Always a fun time with great stories. Glad to hear it, yeah. I do like telling stories. I don't necessarily have any good stories today. That said, sometimes, like, a random story just kind of comes to me that I, like, realized I never told before, so who knows. But today I'm mostly just chilling, doing classic stuff. Goldshire is the human baby hub. Any class will have a trainer. I don't think there's a druid trainer in Goldshire, though, right? Because obviously humans can't be druids. You mostly play male characters because you don't feel strong playing a female character? Yeah, fair enough. I like playing female characters. Always have. Fantasy armor and female characters is the best. Yeah, some of it is a little bit, ridiculous, though. There you go. Oh, he thanked me. That was nice of him. You played Female Dwarf Hunter on Wrath Classic and it was better than expected? Yeah, I'm not a fan of female dwarves, personally, but, I mean, these days, especially in retail, I know a lot of people playing female dwarves, because, well, it's either that or male dwarf if you plan on doing M+. So a lot of people just said, fuck it. Viter LMS said, good luck. Thank you, I appreciate it. Good luck to you as well if you are leveling in Classic Hardcore. You haven't played WoW in probably 5 years, and you still try to catch every stream and listen with YouTube Premium while you're working. I appreciate it. I'm glad you still like the streams. I've had a few people tell me that they enjoy watching even though they don't play WoW anymore, which I always find interesting. But that said, there's also a few streamers that I watch for games that I don't play anymore. Like, I mentioned it before, but I haven't played Warhammer Total War in a little while, just because I haven't had the time, and I still watch Legend of Total War play, because I just like his streams. That said, on the topic of Total War, because it is a game that I've talked about a bunch, I'm actually kind of pissed about what they've done recently. So if anybody like is following that, basically Creative Assembly is completely shafting their player base and just randomly jacking up prices for absolutely no reason. And they like pulled effectively a Blizzard level move, which like really bad PR statement in response to them or players basically justifiably complaining that for this next DLC, they randomly increased the price by 150% from normal without adding any additional content. It's just randomly like, fuck you, pay way more money. Normally DLCs for that game were like $10 per, and now it's $25 for effectively the same content. And it's even a little bit worse considering the way that the DLC structure for Total War Warhammer used to work is you would pay $10 and you would get 2 different lords. So they do a lot of things called lord packs where there's like different characters that they add. So they'll add like a character to the high elves and the dark elves and stuff like that. So you pay $10, you unlock those 2 characters and you get like a really good detailed campaign. And honestly, the bang for your buck on those old DLCs was amazing because the amount of gameplay you can get out of like one new campaign in that game was amazing. I really love Total War Warhammer. But now they've made it so you also, in addition to that, used to get a free lord on top of that. Everybody would get it. It was, you know, a free LC that you would just have to go to like the Steam page to unlock. So you pay $10 for 2 of them, and with every new patch, there was always a free lord that everybody would get. And that was always nice for, you know, people who couldn't afford to spend money. You would always get something new with the updates. So now, instead of giving anything for free, you have to pay infinitely more for 3 lords. And they're like, oh, well, we're adding a 3rd lord to the pack. So it's like, you know, 50% more value than normal. Completely ignoring the fact that they always used to add 3 lords, and one of them used to be completely free. So it's like, not only are you making people pay more for this, you're also taking away something that used to be given away for free, and then basically trying to convince players, no, we're being good here. We're giving you more content for this, like, for a better price or whatever. They also released, like, an insanely tone-deaf response, basically saying, we hear your complaints, but understand that developing this game requires a lot of money, and the reality is our costs are up. And in a vacuum, that sounds all well and good, but the issue with that, and the reason why, honestly, I haven't played Total War Warhammer in about half a year now, despite thinking it is, in a vacuum, a good game, is the 3rd game, because they have, like, you know, originally they had 1 game, and then the first game became, like, a big DLC for the 2nd, so they keep expanding upon it, you know, adding new titles. A lot of stuff works like that. Hitman, as a trilogy, works in a similar way. But the 3rd game released, and honestly, in many ways, was a massive downgrade compared to the 2nd one. It added new content, but a lot of, like, just quality of life features that were added in the 2nd game randomly just didn't carry over. There were a million bugs. The game was basically unplayable on launch. And months later, they made it at least somewhat playable, but it still felt really garbage. Like, the pacing of the campaign was completely off. Then they released a beta for this new campaign that everybody was actually looking forward to, did absolutely 0 changes to fix any of the problems with it for an entire year, and then 1 year later, they said, you know, Immortal Empires, which was the name of that special campaign, is being officially released. They changed literally nothing. So the entire time, like the almost year-long beta, the game received no changes despite, you know, having issues. So everybody like myself played the beta and were like, okay, you know, it's fun, right? There's a lot of issues, but clearly they're going to fix this, right? They haven't. So the game has effectively been in a blatantly unfinished state for like 2 years now. Multiple really stupid bugs that make certain campaigns effectively unplayable have just sat there, and there's like community-run mods that fix those bugs that people will literally say took them 5 minutes to code. It's like you change 1 line of code and it fixes the bug, and these developers take like 4 months to do it. And it's like, okay, you can kind of give them some leniency because, like, yeah, it's a really big game, you know, I get it, they're working on a lot, but then to basically release an unfinished game, leave it unfinished for 2 years, and then basically try to say, yeah, you know, developing this game is so hard, so we need you to pay 150% more money. Holy fuck. So, as much as I like Total War Warhammer, and I really want it to succeed in the long term, I'm actually refusing to play it now on principle until they just come to their fucking senses and stop just shafting the community. Because it was already frustrating to play and just having to like deal with all the bullshit, and now basically just charging people more money because like the context for that, right, is other games that Creative Assembly is making. There's like some game called, the fuck is it called? Hyenas, right? So they're making some random like arena shooter named Hyenas, like years after that was even remotely popular, and spending all of these like resources on developing it. And it's not like one of those, you know, Blizzard conspiracy theories on, oh, the people working on X game are not the same. No, that you can literally see that they took people off of their Warhammer teams and moved it to this random shooter. So like Warhammer as a game, or Total War Warhammer, has absolutely suffered because they've been trying to basically cash in on this other genre. And the game is clearly going to be dead on arrival. It's one of those where there's like, from what I can see, zero hype for it. It looks like the most generic, bland thing that would have been uninteresting if it came out 4 years ago. At this point, it's just like, tone-deaf executives must think that, the kids love shooters, right? Let's put money into this. So they're investing all their resources into this, like, dogshit dead-on-arrival game, neglecting their flagship game, which 90% of their player base is from Total War Warhammer. They fucked over historical Total War fans as well, and I used to love historical Total War games. Finally, yes! Okay, we're in business. Ooh. That took way too long to get this stupid fucking thing. Alright, how do I clear space? What do I delete? Fucking, I'm just gonna delete Crack Bill. That took way too fucking long. And it's a green pouch. Green is the best color. So I got the best pouch in the end. Fucking took a while. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, so like they've like other context for this, right, is this also isn't the first time Creative Assembly has done that. They completely shafted the historical Total War community, and like I wasn't a fan of their other game, Three Kingdoms, but a lot of people were, and they basically just decided because the game wasn't making, even though it was successful, right, it wasn't making quite as much money as they wanted, so they just abandoned the game, scrapped it, and moved on to something else. And that pissed off a lot of people who, you know, they made all these promises about DLC, and then just because it wasn't, like, literally making the money hand over fist, they ditched it. But, like, the crazy thing is, at least in that case, you could understand that, hey, you know, they're abandoning maybe an only slightly less profitable game to work on something like Total War Warhammer, which, you know, most likely is going to make them more money. But, like, that game is literally carrying their entire company right now, and they're trying to piss off the entire community. It is just nonsensical. I just don't understand. And they also, like, in their same developer statement, the really tone-deaf one, they actually made, like, vague threats about, like, if you don't buy this DLC, we'll cancel future content for Total War Warhammer, basically saying, like, the reality is things like this will need to sell well if we want to continue development on this game in the future. Effectively, like, CEO speak for saying, buy our game or else. And it's like, yeah, okay, sure. You're going to just randomly kill your top-performing game out of spite because the community is mad that you jacked the price up by 150%. Go ahead, do that. See how it works out for your company. Like, it's such a fucking hollow threat. Literally nobody is buying it. I don't know. It's depressing, right? You expect that shit from Blizzard, but you don't expect that shit from, or at least I didn't expect that shit from Creative Assembly, which up until now I was like, yeah, wow, they actually make really good games and have reasonable prices, and it's just, man, it sucks, but the reality of life is that every single fucking company will succumb to greed eventually. It is just, it's an endless cycle, and it fucking blows. What do I need for this quest? What is the one with the feathers? So that's Zen's bidding. So I need to kill spiders. Yeah, I need 2 more webwood spider silk. I'll head over this way, that way I can turn it in when I'm done. First pouch, woo, yeah. Definitely, I'm really excited to get this. That is huge. I can't believe it took me this long, until level fucking 7. Jeez. Anyways, I ranted about that for a while. I don't even know why I got on that subject. Just, I mean, it's been irking me because I've been reading about it. Oh yeah, because I talked about Legend of Total War and streamers and stuff. And he's been actually making a lot of videos talking about the situation. And as always, I think like his take on that is really measured and pretty good. It's just unfortunate that, you know, that shit has to happen. About Bis Gear, wasn't there a Bis Mace for Feral Druid that has charges? Yeah. That's... Do I have Atlas Loot? I think Atlas Loot broke, so I can't view it. But yeah, it's like manual operated crowd pummeler. That's what you're thinking of. And yes, it is quite good. The interesting thing about that is you won't be able to farm it while leveling, because obviously you can't spam Nomergon, but the dungeon cap gets removed at 60, so you will at least be able to farm crowd pummelers once you're level 60. It's going to take a while to get there, so a little bit unfortunate, but I guess it's better than not being able to farm it at all. You play male characters because you don't like seeing women get hurt. I suppose that's a valid reason. Is it true that if you die in Hardcore Classic, you are offered to send that tune to Live Classic Era? Yes. I believe Blizzard wrote an article, like, within the last 24 hours with the details. Wowhead probably copy-pasted it onto there, so if you go to Wowhead, you can find it. I don't know the exact details on how that works. I know it is a free transfer, though, so that's, like, the main appeal to it. I don't know why this guy's just running away endlessly. What happened there? Oh, there were two... Wait, what? It was like a Matryoshka Furbolg. Were there two directly on top of each other and I just didn't realize? Where did that other one come from? Huh? Am I blind? I only saw one Gnarlpine Ursa. I did not even see the second one. Whack. Yesterday in Kansas City, the heat index said 117. Sheesh. That is, unpleasant, I would imagine. Thankfully, I am in a nice, air-conditioned, like, room, so, you know, it's very nice and comfy. And, here. I want to do, I want to finish the spider quest. And then after I finish the spider quest, I'm going to take like a 5-minute break because like I said, I need to feed my dog at some point. And then we'll be back. So shouldn't be too long, hopefully. Anyone has the quest that actually works? Seem the one from WoW Legacy doesn't work. I'm not sure what you mean about the quest that actually works. I don't know what the context to that was. Good when 15 people farm boars and you're just running around skinning one after another, skinning 75 easy in 5 minutes. Yeah, this is... like, I am feasting tonight on these Night Sabers, man. Whew. Oh, look, I got 69 skinning. Nice. And there's just multiple Night Sabers just right for the picking. Right over here. Easy light leather. Whew. I kind of want to go and train the next level, but the reality is, like, I don't actually have much money. Maybe I should start posting the light leather on the auction house. I mailed it all to my bank alt, so I guess whenever I get it to arrive on that bank character, or I probably won't do that for a little bit anyway, because I still need to get my bank alt up to, like, level 5 anyways. Actually, do I need to? I could probably just have that character run straight to Stormwind and just start selling shit.
I'm out of range.
Actually, what? I mailed it to Harldan. That was what I named the bank alt character, obviously. I don't remember what race I created that character as. I think I actually might have made him a Night Elf, which doesn't really matter. It's just slightly less convenient running from the Night Elf starting zone over to Darnassus compared to the other runs. There's like a higher chance of dying. Well, actually, the highest chance of dying would be if it was a dwarf, because you have to go through like that little cave. I suppose the cave probably isn't super scary right now, because there's likely a million people grinding there. But in a vacuum, that's spooky. Let's just see. People are talking about Blazon is apparently playing Classic Hardcore. Oh my god. I wonder how that's gonna go for him. Oh, somebody... Sembu's trying to play Shaman on Alliance side. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to go to the end here. And like I said, 5-minute break. In fact, let me, how do I do this? I can get this set up for later. Just for simplicity's sake, MS Paint. And, drag this over here. How do I do this? Window Capture 2. MS Paint. Shrink it a little. There we go. That works. It's good enough, I suppose. What do I can do 8-point fonts. 5 min break. Big ass E. All right. Look at my beautiful artwork. Fantastic. All right, there we go. All right, 5-minute break, and while I'm at it, I've never done this before, but since I'm going to be AFK anyways. I'm momentarily back. I think it's still working, right? Yeah. I have food. But my dog is running around outside for a little bit. And then I have to let him back in. So in the meantime, before I forgot, I need to... Sure, have I done this? I need to make sure I don't forget to do my daily in Honkai Star Rail, which I've said before. I've been playing, and man, I am like low-key addicted to this game. And this is like the most fun mobile game I've ever played. And I hate it because like it's a gacha game, and I've always told myself that I hate gacha games. But like the gameplay is actually fucking fun. So fuck it, whatever. What server is this on for classic RP PvP servers? No, there's a completely separate thing. It's a little tab at the bottom. I assume somebody mentioned that. Best thing Hearthstone has done for us WoW players? Yeah, there's a lot of really good art. Has Hardcore launched? Yes. Ah yes, Paradox DLC practices, idiots, yeah. You almost lost your LFR queue because you thought my dungeon queue popped, and then you remembered I was playing classic hardcore, yeah. Yeah, all the hardcore servers right now are fresh. Before I forget, I have to... There we go. Alright, I have successfully spent my Trailblaze power in Honkai Star Rail, so now I don't need to worry about that for the rest of the stream. And... yeah, Zach said it's from Nomergon, you have to farm multiple. Yeah, that's the main thing that you need to do as a Feral Druid for gearing stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna let my dog back in, and then, you know, he'll get his food, and then I will be back and we'll continue Wetland. Alright. I'm back. The MS Paint break banner? Yeah. Look, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, so the stream is fine, right? You can see everything, you can hear me normally. Just want to make sure nothing got messed up, because I don't know if it actually worked, but I did insert a mid-roll ad while I was AFK, because, like, literally, why not? I don't know if that actually worked or not, but yeah, hopefully everything is back and we're good to go. Also, in the 2 minutes when I came back to my room, looks normal to me, awesome. The 2 minutes when I came back to my room after letting my dog out, because, like, basically I let him out, and then I went and, like, got his food and, like, filled up his food bowl, and I, like, set it by where he normally eats. Come down here for 2 minutes, and I come back, and there's a little black furry shape hunched over the dog food bowl, and it's not my dog. My cat Finn decided, you know, in the 2 minutes that he had to spare, he was gonna make a little sneaky grab for some dog food, which, like, why? I can't even imagine. Does dog food even taste good to cats? I don't know how much crossover there is, but, like, my dog eats, like, dry food, and the cats eat wet food, so, like, it's two separate things. But, you know, he's trying to eat it. I don't know if he actually did eat any, because, like, I didn't see him actually eating, but he was, like, hunched over, and he had, like, his face in the food bowl. And then, of course, I'm like, what are you doing? Get out of there. And then he kind of followed me around begging for food. He is, like, the hungriest kitty ever. And mind you, he's eaten. He ate, like, a few hours ago. They have, like, different feeding times. So, he already had food, but he will just constantly go if there's ever any food. Like, every single time I ever go into the kitchen and I make something, if he sees that I have food, he will follow me back to my room, and then he will just sit there, like, rubbing against my foot, basically begging me to give him some. He's just, like, the most starving kitty to ever exist. Doesn't matter if it tastes good, it's just the fact he's taking it away from your dog. Yeah, well, unfortunately, one of the other things, though, and why it's a little bit, you know, iffy, is I mentioned before that my dog has an issue called possession aggression, is apparently what the terminology is for it. And he gets into these, like, trance-like states whenever he thinks that somebody's trying to take something from him, and he will just start biting, right? They're really bad, and my dad's, like, looking into ways to basically take care of it, like training or whatever. But it's a problem. I mean, he's bitten everybody at this point, and obviously it's really bad. I'm gonna have to be really quick to get this. But, like, the really bad one recently is he bit my stepmom, and that one, like, I talked about it, I think, on stream when it happens, because it was the morning of one of my streams. It happened at, like, 8 in the morning, because, like, she got up early to feed the cats. Nice! I got the quest turn in. Yeah. And then the other follow-up quest is from a different mob, so that actually was perfect. But yeah, so, like, she got up early to feed the cats like she normally does, and, like, you know, she runs in the treadmill and stuff. And then she was, like, cleaning up, and there was a towel sitting on the stairs. And she went to go grab the towel, and she, like, saw that my dog was sitting, like, on the stairs, right? He was, like, nearby, but she didn't really think anything of it. But when she went to reach for the towel, he, like, lunged at her and bit her arm, and it actually drew blood. She had to, like, go to the hospital for that, so, like, kind of spooky. And that was definitely the worst one, to the point where, like, you know, I woke up because I heard her, like, yelling, you know, panicked, because obviously really fucking scary when shit like that happens. So, like, I had to help out with that. It was, like, early in the morning, too. Very, very, very scary way to wake up, let me tell you. But, like, I've also been bitten by Tucker, and it was a weird situation where, like, I was in the kitchen, and, like, I think I dropped some food on the floor. Like, I was throwing out, like, a plate of food, and, like, some crumb went on the floor or something. And then I leaned over to pick it up to then, you know, throw it in the trash. And I didn't even realize he was there, but, like, I guess it's one of those things where, like, he had followed me into the kitchen because he saw that I had some food. And, like, he's really quiet sometimes when he wants to be. So my dog was, like, standing right behind me, and I didn't know he was there. So I leaned over to, like, grab the crumb. And I guess when it fell on the floor, he went for it at the same time. So then when I picked it up, he, like, lunged at me and, like, just bit my leg instinctively. Like, at least in that case, it wasn't as bad. And, like, the moment I yelled and I was like, what the fuck? You know, he let go and backed off. And he bit my dad once. Admittedly, my dad... my dad was, like, wrestling with him and stuff like that. And, you know, my dad will, like, put him in, like, you know, a little play headlock and stuff. And, Tucker will, play around and whatnot, and it was fine when he was like a little puppy. But now the problem is the moment he starts getting like excited, my dad like scooped him up or something like that, and he just freaked out and bit my dad's arm instinctively. And then, he at least can kind of tell, I think, that he did something bad, because he will, like, kind of sulk around for a while after. Like, he knows he fucked up, but yeah, it's scary. So all of that to say, right, that it's a problem that we still haven't managed to solve. And all of it stems, it's usually from either, like, somebody takes his toy away from him, and it's not, like, he doesn't always do it. That's why it's also unpredictable. So if it was, like, every single time somebody took away his toy, he did that, well, then it would just be, we would, I guess, play really safe. But a lot of times he's fine. He doesn't really act up. But, like, the food one is pretty consistent. A lot of times it's weird, like, even if, get, how many mild spices do I need? Let me get this food item. Like, even if it's me or my dad giving him his food, and we're literally just laying it out in front of him, he will still sometimes growl. Like, as he moves in to get his food, if we're standing close by, he'll growl, basically being like, back off, this is my food. And it's spooky, which is why the way I feed him is I let him go outside and run around and, go to the bathroom, whatever. And then I get his food ready and I leave it out there so that, like, the moment I let him in, he can just go straight towards it. So I don't need to be nearby, because, every single time you can see he goes over to his food bowl and he stands there and he freezes solid in his tracks and he, like, tenses up. And, like, he's not actually eating. He has his mouth in the food bowl, just sitting there. And, like, if you look closely, you can see he's, like, eyeing you at, like, the corner of his eyes, just frozen, staring, like, at wherever I am. And until I'm in a different room, he doesn't even begin to eat. Because he's just, like, insanely suspicious for whatever reason. Like, he thinks somebody's going to take his food. So, imagine if he found the cat trying to eat his food. I don't know necessarily if he would have attacked the cat, but here's the thing. If he bites me, I can push him off and, it's fine. If he attacks the cat, who is, like, 1/5 his size, yeah, don't really want to figure out what would happen in that case. So, definitely wish my cat Finn wouldn't do that, because, obviously, he doesn't need to eat any more than he already does. He's starting to get a bit chunky these days. Especially because my other cat, Lexi, like, she's kind of sick, so a lot of times she won't finish her food. So if we're not looking, whenever Lexi, like, stops eating, Finn will just immediately switch over and start, like, gobbling up her food bowl. So, before we realized that he was doing that, he basically was eating, like, 1.5 meals when he shouldn't be, because, we didn't realize that he was actually, like, scooping up the last bit of Lexi's food when she left it at the end. The cats are... I mean, I love them to death, but they are some troublesome, furry little creatures. My cat Finn especially, he just... The other day, he walked into my room, and, like, I have, like, a dresser next to my computer, and I have, like, a bunch of stuff on top of it. Like, my old DS case with all my, like, DS games is sitting on there, a bunch of, like, phone chargers, and lots of random bullshit and whatnot. And he just, like, climbed on top of it and was basically, like, trotting back and forth, knocking things over. And I kept trying to, like, I would scoop him up and, like, put him down, like, on my bed. And then he would immediately jump back up onto the dresser and just start walking, like, pushing things aside. Like, he'll walk past, like, a little, like, especially if I leave water bottles up there, he'll, like, headbutt the water bottle and knock it off the table. Just cuz. For no fucking reason. And if I ever leave food lying around, even if it's, like, mostly finished food, he will always try to, like, knock it off of the table and try to open up the box. Like, I ordered food the other day and I had, like, a empty at that point box, but it was, like, closed, sitting on my desk, and I was gonna bring it up the next time I went to the kitchen. And he jumped up, whacked it off, and then tried to eat the crumbs, so... yeah. The demo lock already died. What do you mean the demo lock? Are you seeing demo lock thumbnail? Because the demo lock thumbnail was last weekend's stream, and that was retail. So, is that... Wait, is that showing for anybody else? Because, like, if I look at my stream information, the correct thumbnail is showing for me. If I take this video... At first you saw that... Let me double check. Yeah, the hyperlink on Discord shows the correct thumbnail. You see Feral? Okay. Yeah, it probably just some weird YouTube bug. I don't know. Oh, and speaking of which, I hear thump, thump, thump. I think my dog gets extremely hyper after he eats, so he's probably... I don't even know what the fuck he's doing. Probably, like, found a random towel or toy or something, and now he's just, like, rolling around on the ground, like, smashing it everywhere. So I can hear... above me, just bang, bang, bang. Some kind of browser cache? Yeah. Because the way that YouTube streams work is they, like, when you update the thumbnail, that is, like, your stream thumbnail for that. And you can change it, but I'm guessing that, you know, if... I don't know if you watch... Sober Genius, did you watch my stream last weekend? Maybe that has something to do with it? Or... Oh, yeah, it could be a phone app thing. That, too. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah. So whenever I start a new stream, I have to, like, manually update what I want the thumbnail to be. And then that's the thumbnail that gets saved for the VOD later on. But yeah, no, this is the first character still. The demo lock was retail World of Warcraft last weekend. We were doing, 10 to 60 leveling testing. I will be playing other characters later, though. I should probably, whenever I switch characters, I'll put, like, a message explaining that. Because I'm going to be maining my Feral Druid. But at some point, I want to get a Paladin and Warrior at least up to level 5, because that should be pretty fast at this stage. And then once I have them up to level 5, I'll probably get my Druid up to, like, 15 or something. I don't know for sure. But I want to get, like, basic professions. Like, I'll get them up to level 5, and then I'll try to get, like, professions leveled up on them. So I definitely want to... I'm not going to join a random guild. I definitely want to get my... Oh, there's a chest over there. I could probably take that. I actually got this chest on PTR on one of the streams. It was actually... I did it in a pretty cool way. I got the mobs to leash and then, like, looted it right before they leashed back. But yeah, I want to get bags before I do anything else. After hitting level 10, and that will require me to get my Paladin up. I haven't decided which character is going to be which. I think... What will I do? What are the, let me go look up WoW Classic Racials. Because if one of them has, like, a profession bonus... I forget which ones have profession bonuses on the, on the Alliance. Yeah, dwarves don't have any profession bonuses. Gnomes have engineering specialization, which... Engineering specialization, actually... I will probably make a second engineer. Because the thing about engineering, right, is you, Oh, there's another Falcon for my quest. You have to spec into Goblin or Gnomish, and... Gnomish is technically better because of, like, the Battle Chicken. But especially as a tank, you really want Sapper Charges to get threat. But the thing about Sapper Charges is you can craft them and then trade them, whereas, like, the Battle Chicken is BOP. So, in theory, what I would want to do is have an alt that is Goblin Engineering, and craft the Sapper Charges on that, and then basically mail it over to my Druid, and then on my Druid, I would have Gnomish Engineering, so I could take advantage of that stuff. Also, it looks like this guy's probably also going for the chest, so I want to play it a little bit careful here. I can't wait till I get bear form and stuff. Because I've been so used to, like, the traditional Druid leveling, where you got, like, your forms and shit. And I was cruising on the PTR. I mean, I got out of some really tight situations. So once I actually get my stuff online, I am already, like, in the zone for that. I did a bunch of that leveling just, like, literally earlier today. Like, I stayed up till 6 a.m. Trying to get 30 on the PTR just to finish what I started there. And, I mean, I managed it, so worked out well. But it's, like, really jarring going from Druid at level, like, 20 to 30, where you have cat form and bear form and stuff like that, to Druid at level 1 to 10. It honestly feels like a completely different class. And your tools are fairly limited here. Also, I know I haven't read chat in a little bit. I'm trying to... Since this is going to be a little bit tricky getting this chest. Whenever I need to focus for moments like this, I want to just, like, make sure I'm not fucking anything up. And then once I've successfully gotten the chest, then I will catch up on chat. I gotta resist. Alright, should be fine. Let me scroll back up to where I was before. My cat is a furry crossdresser? What? What was the context for that? I must have missed it. Huh, that guy just threw me a heal and then peaced out. Got some Peace Bloom here, though. The weird thing about chests in Classic, though, is the person to actually attempt the pull kind of loses out. So I need to wait until nobody's around, because if somebody else is here, if I'm the one to pull the mob, I effectively get screwed. So how do I want to handle this? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the defender to die. Yeah, fuck, I forgot the shaman heals. I need one of them to leash. That's how I did it last time. Because the problem with this pull is you can't realistically do both of them at once, because the shaman will continually heal. So if I keep refreshing the Gnarlpine Defender, he's actually not getting healed. The shaman's just chasing after me. So this works out pretty well. He is healing. What's his mana like? Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's what I wanted to happen. So, the way that I want to pull this off, I don't know if I can outrun them. But my goal here is I want to make sure the moment the first one gets back to its position, I immediately tag it and drag it away from the other. That way, they don't chain pull, and I split it up. So, the defender, I think, is going to get back first. So I immediately tag it. Did it pull the shaman? Yeah, it pulled the shaman. I can do this, I just need the right angle. I know, because I literally did this exact same thing in the PTR before. Yeah, there we go. Actually, yeah, perfect, perfect. Don't leash, don't leash. Yeah, that's what we want. Now I kill the shaman apart from the defender. And then I go back, 1v1 him, and then the chest is mine. If somebody doesn't claim it first. Which, I mean, I suppose that is a possibility. Kind of want to kill this ASAP. I'm gonna quickly get mana, because I need to burst this guy down. If anybody swoops in, they can take my chest, and I do not want that. Nice. The chest is mine. Come on, bag. Come on, bag.
I can't carry anymore.
Honestly, solid still. I'll take a minor healing pot. I should get rid of mild spices, though. I don't need that. Okay, what next? How much money do I have? 8 silver. I think I have enough to train next level skinning, which that's like my main goal, because my skinning's already capped from all this free leather I've gotten. Killer Rock, if nobody answered your question, it's just Classic Era. Hardcore is just a set of servers on Classic Era that have the hardcore rule set. There's a little tab that you can switch to and it shows it. It's actually your first time watching, Sober Genius, good luck. Your friend already died when you were fighting Murlocs. 5 spawned on top of us. Ooh. Did you make it out alive, though? Because you said your friend died. Didn't say you died. Did you just, like, ditch him? Leave him to fend for himself and, you know, tough shit? I wouldn't blame you, honestly. Murlocs are no joke. Let me put that there. Yeah, I can put a potion, your healing potion there. Getting healing potions is huge, right? Because pretty much as long as I have this, I can get out of a lot of sketchy situations. What else would I need? I'm going to take all my herbalism stuff, and I'm going to send this over to my bank alt. Yeah, can reformat a little bit. I do want to keep the linen, though, because I will need linen for bandages. And bandages will actually be important. I'm actually going to train first aid before I forget. I feel like a lot of people sleep on bandages. Because, you know, I'm a druid, right? So, like, why would I need bandages for healing? But, actually, bandages literally saved my life on my druid. I almost died to Murlocs at level 14. And because I was out of mana, and I was barely out of range of the Murloc's melee attacks, I managed to sneak in 2 ticks of a bandage, which gave me literally enough health to survive 1 more auto attack from Murloc, which dropped me to 10 HP, and then I immediately got enough mana right after that to Moonfire it, which dropped it low enough that it began to run in fear before it hit me again, and then I just ran away. And, really sketchy. That was, like, out of all of my close calls, that was the closest. Because, like, those close calls I mentioned earlier at the start of the stream that happened when I was near level 30, I had options, right? Like, I had some tools still in my kit that I could have used in an emergency. That Murloc one, if that Moonfire had not taken the Murloc into, like, a low enough health range that he immediately began running, I was just dead. I had nothing else left. I was out of mana. I was at 10 HP. I would have just died on the spot. So that was by far the closest call I ever had. And ever since then, I've been insanely careful around Murlocs, because fuck those guys. Whew. The Druid quest will be risky in the cave. Yeah, if you mean Twisted Hatred. Yeah, Twisted Hatred was another close call that I had when I was initially live streaming this. I even made a short out of it. Because at the time, it was my closest call. Technically, I considered turning the Murloc clip into a short, but the problem with the Murloc moment, while I was recording it, I wasn't expecting anything to happen, so I was actually watching, like, a video essay on YouTube in the background, and I didn't have, like, the audio channels turned correctly, so, like, the game sound and my, like, actual voice at the time was completely fucked. And I wasn't even really saying anything. You know, since I wasn't streaming or actually recording, I was, like, in full dead focus mode, and, it wouldn't have really made for an entertaining clip. It's kind of difficult with, some of those, like, the Hunter clip that I posted the other day is a good example of that, where I was just recording background footage for Wailing Caverns, and I didn't actually expect anything to happen. So, luckily, I wasn't listening to anything in the background, so the audio would have been preserved had I needed it. But I didn't. But in the end, what I had to do for... Oh, look at this little fucking rat bastard. Just sitting right on top of it so people can't click it as easily. Yeah, so what I... Easy peasy! Get out clicked, bitches! Look at that bozo! That's what you get for sitting on top of the fucking guy. Tried to troll other people and you lost. Anyways, yeah, so... I wasn't expecting that to happen, and I wasn't, like, actively giving commentary. The moment it happened, I actually did start commenting on it, so, like, I will have good footage for whenever I do the entire Wailing Caverns video, but because a lot of the clips I used in that short of the hunter were like scattered across the entire dungeon run, at many of which times I was actually in Discord with my guild, because mid Wailing Caverns run they asked me to do Mythic Amalgamation, or rather, I signed up for it. It just so happened the timing lined up right as I formed the Wailing Caverns run. But because of that, I had to like get creative with like how I edited it, and I took like the footage itself, I put like background music because I had like no other background noise, and then I had to like record the entire narration. So I literally like scripted out a mini story to like tell the events of what happened in that dungeon, fit it into a minute, and then stitch the clips together on top of it. But stuff like that is actually way harder to put together compared to just taking an existing clip, you know, right out of a stream or whatever, which is what I did for that other one, because I was streaming with like the thing that happened in the cave, and I was able to just literally take it, edit it, put some, you know, minimal things on screen, and then bam, you got yourself a short. You're beating me in XP, this 100k is free. I mean, it's not a race, you know. By the way, Palandra, which one are you in my guilds? Like, you still get 100k even if you don't beat me to 20, to be clear. All you need to do is hit 20, and you get 100k. Oh, why is my dog barking? Hold on. I can't really go and check. He's probably just barking at some random noise. Tucker! Oh my god. Can you... does the barking pick up on the mic? It's like really loud. But at least it's loud for me. Any tips for tanking as a monk in raids? Gonna do the mega dungeon, so you're using the raid builds. I don't know if I would say tips. Anything in particular. Hold on. I'm gonna get back to the road, at the very least. And then one of the tiny advantages of Night Elf is Shadow Meld. So just hold on for a second. Just gonna see what the hell my dog is freaking out at. BRB. Alright. Well, I still don't know for sure, but he's up in, like, the loft area and looking out this little window that overlooks the neighbor house, so... I'm guessing he saw the neighbor dogs or something and just started freaking out. And also, I found a pillow sitting on the floor in the middle of the living room. So I think I know what he was banging around earlier when I heard the thumping noises upstairs. Unfortunately, I don't think my dad's going to be happy to hear that, because a lot of times he will bite into the pillows and then thrash around and damage them, which, yeah, not good. He gets wild whenever he eats. I don't know, it's just like, there's like this 30-minute post-puppy feeding time mania where he just goes completely apeshit. What do I need to do? I need to kill Ferocitus the Dream Eater and 7 Gnarlpine Mystics. So, I think all the Mystics are here, right? There we go. Got the tag. Let's see. Yeah, Chori, if you're like a bit more specific on like monk tips, like what you want, I can try to give advice, but it's hard to like just think of general like monk advice for raids, right? Is there a safe way to get to Stormwind for Night Elves? Yes. So there is the risky way of going through wetlands, and honestly, the long swim is also kind of risky. The safest way to get to Stormwind as a Night Elf is honestly just wait until level 14 or so. Level 12, level 14, you should be fine. And then after you're already safe, then you swim around, all the way around the coastline. And the only hard part is you need to fight your way through Murlocs on the shore. Now, right at this moment in time, you honestly could probably do it pretty safely even at a low level. Maybe not this instant, because I don't think too many people have gotten to 14 yet, but like later in the day when there's multiple people around like level 10 to 14 in Westfall, there should be a decent amount of people killing the Murlocs on the beach, and in that case you could just walk onto the beach and then run up. But when the guys are not dead, you will need to fight your way to the shore, and that can be a little bit difficult. Do I plan on playing endgame or just leveling? I mean, honestly, I think it's a bit too early to be thinking about endgame, right? I will decide what I'm going to do for endgame. Like, I don't mean this in a mean way, just I don't know, right? I'm not really going to decide what I'm going to do for endgame until I'm done with the leveling process. Because, I mean, I can have all these plans for endgame, and then if I die at level 50, right before the end, the odds of me leveling another character all the way up to 60, if I die that late, is low. If I die early, I'll probably make another character and keep going. But, like, if my journey is cut short super late, that's probably it. And I'm not going to continue. If I make it to 60, we'll see. I'm not opposed to it. To, like, doing endgame stuff, like raids, dungeons. Definitely dungeons is something I hope to do. Raids, very much still up in the air. Can't say for certain. But, like I said, I don't want to make any plans until then. You can run to Darnassus and then take the boat, but then you still need to walk through the wetlands, yeah. I'll show it on the map in a second. When I'm out of combat. Just quickly get out of combat and then refreshing spring water. Fun. Yeah, so on the map, let me go find it here. So the trick is you take the boat, obviously, from Aberdeen over here. You take this ship to Menethil Harbor over in the wetlands. Then you go off the boat, like right around here on the docks. You avoid the Murlocs in this area, and you swim to like right about here on the shoreline. That way, there's like an area where there's no enemies that you can easily get to. And then you go all the way around the coast. All the way down, all the way down. And then you're in Westfall here. So this section, there are a bunch of Murlocs right around this area of the beach, covering the entire length of it. So you kind of need to like either go up the left side here and quickly get to the river, at which point it's pretty safe. Or you need to go into the middle here. This is like the emptiest area. But if you go into the middle here, there's a bunch of like vultures and boars and stuff that you need to contend with. So this section can be a bit spooky. If all the mobs are dead, you just walk through. Cool. But that's why I said wait until at least level 12. Because at level 12, you can safely kill the Murlocs. They're like around that level. But if you go there any earlier, you really won't be able to kill them. And you're probably going to die trying to get through. So wouldn't really recommend taking the risk. Let's see. Got both of those mystics. I'm still trying to figure out who in my guild is Palandru, because that's not the name of anybody in our guild, so I'm guessing that's somebody's, like, YouTube account with just happens to have a different name. So, I asked in guild chat which one of you guys is Palandru, but I don't fucking know. Plush Time TV said, did you hear what James K. Gaffigan did? He went into a Rite Aid and pepper sprayed 6 people, ran out smashing a windshield. I don't know if that's appropriate for the stream. I mean, I wouldn't say it's inappropriate. I guess I'm not, like, gonna be like, oh, don't talk about current events here, because, you know, I'm always interested in current events. Right, as long as it's not something that's blatantly offensive. I guess that's, like... I did not hear about that. I also don't know who the hell James K. Gaffigan is. So, I don't know. I am curious about what the context is. Oh, shit. Oh, this guy is, he's in a tough spot right there. Luckily, somebody threw him a heal. Alright, I think he's good. Snag this mystic. Whoever the top mage is on your server has world first. I don't know what that means. What level are they? Slash who 12? A lot of people are 12 already. Oh, damn. Oh, there's Silverleaf over there. Also, why does it say I don't have the Gnarlpine necklace? Oh, because I need to open it. Alright, there we go. Oh, apparently I got in combat with this Gnarlpine warrior. Alright. Is somebody 15 already? Damn, there is already somebody at level 15. Honestly, that is fucking impressive, man. Is anybody higher than that? Or like 16 or something? I don't see anybody at 16. So I think that level 15 hunter is the highest. Unless somebody is all the way ahead at 18. If somebody's already level 18, I would be fucking amazed. Let's see. Yeah, nobody. Definitely, there's no... Yeah, no level 19. So it seems like this level 15 hunter, K Super, is currently, the highest. Once Mage gets to AoE farming, it'll overtake Hunter? Yeah. I mean, honestly... With classic leveling, it's pretty much just a race between Hunter and Mage. Like, I don't really think anybody else can actually compete with them. Because, like, Hunter can solo quests that nobody else really can. I don't know if this guy is leveling solo. There's also 2 other Night Elf Hunters. It looks like 2 of them are leveling together. K-Super and It's Peter are, I'm guessing, leveling in a group, considering they're both Night Elf Hunters in the same guild. Speaking of which, why are people already making guilds? Like, I feel like that would just be an inefficient use of your time, but... Hey, what do I know? I kind of want to skin that Nightsaber, but I also, like, don't want to fight this mob. So, you know what? I can pass on 1 light leather. How long would it take to get to 60 on a hardcore server, and what would be the main differences in leveling compared to normal servers? Well, that depends, right? So, obviously, the time that it'll take the world first to get to 60 will be probably around the same as a regular server. And that's kind of why you can't really base your leveling speeds off them, because what's going to happen, right, is a lot of people who are going for world first are going to pull basically like it's not hardcore. And they are going to play as aggressively as humanly possible, doing everything they can to level efficiently without dying. And a lot of them, because they're doing super aggressive stuff, will die. And then whoever manages to do that stuff without dying is going to get world first 60. So you're going to see all these people playing hyper aggressively, doing quests at or above their level, like pretty much 100% of the time, whereas a lot of times you do kind of want to do green quests when you get later on. So those people will level really quickly, right? But like I said, for every one of those people that levels to 60 in a ridiculously fast time, a lot of them will die along the way. And if all you care about is getting world first, then obviously it makes sense to do that. You know, you go all or nothing. Either, you know, if you're not first, you're last, right? But for people like me, for people like you, for everybody that isn't racing to world first, you're just trying to level up at a decent pace. Now, I'm behind the curve, for sure. Because I got kind of fucked at the start. I got a really, really, really slow starting zone. But, you know, I'm just going to keep going at like a decent pace, and I will get there eventually. And I'm just going to play it safe. Sometimes if I need to do green quests, I'll do green quests. If I need to take like an hour-long detour to level up a profession, I'll do that. Right? And I'm going to play as safe as possible, and I'm going to try to level up to 60 and not take any unnecessary risks. Dragonflight. Wait, what? New feats of strength on the 10.1.7 PTR indicate that players will receive 500 Traders Tender for purchasing the 11.0 expansion. Alright, well, that's one hell of a data mine, I suppose. I'll have to look into that later. I don't know if there's any other information on that. I also forgot to mail all of this stuff over before, which I should probably do now before my bags spawn. Yeah, it was a bad incident. Yeah, I just don't know the context for the whole, like, guy pepper spraying people. Like, I don't see the relevancy to classic hardcore. I'm not necessarily, like, upset about you bringing it up, I just don't understand. Alright, let me mail all that stuff over. I can also mail over this other light leather that I got. Whoever the top mage is on your server has world first. Oh, I read that already, good. Imagine they both get to 60 and have to toss a coin on first 60 or something. I mean, yeah, I think... I don't know how that gets handled. Right? That's why I always want to do, like, solo stuff. I would never want to be competing for an achievement in, like, a co-op playthrough. I guess if you're playing two different classes, it makes a bit more sense, because at least you can say, I was the first 60, you know, Druid, and I was the first 60 Hunter. But, like, if you're both Hunters, then only one of you will be the first 60 Night Elf Hunter. The other has no claim to that achievement, even if you technically do a leveled. But only one will actually be official. I guess at this point I should probably go train skinning. Get that up a bit more. You've been sitting on the character creation screen for like 10 minutes now, can't pick between Shaman and Priest. Well, I'm biased, of course, but I would say if you're picking Shaman, that means you're not Alliance. Personally, when it comes to classic hardcore, Alliance is cool. I mean, Horde's cool too, but like, you know, all the cool kids are playing Alliance, right? I'm joking, right? Play what you enjoy. But I mean, honestly, if we're talking actual leveling efficiency, Shaman is... It struggles a little bit. It's not bad, but Priest is definitely a much safer and more consistent pick. From what I've heard, right? I actually did play a bit of Shaman, though, and it wasn't terrible, but having now played Paladin, Warrior, Shaman, and Druid. Obviously, out of all of those, I think Druid felt the best. I didn't get my Paladin high enough to get, like, a lot of its good tools. I have heard it's good. Warrior, obviously, felt a little bit sketchy. It's Warrior. What do you expect, right? But Shaman overall just kind of felt like, eh. I honestly just wasn't enjoying it. Like, that was the other issue. Like, Warrior, at least, I was having fun with Warrior because it was, like, adrenaline. Like... You know, you're almost always on the brink of death. Oh, fuck. I want to get the fuck away from this guy. I hate when people do this. They just, like, pull a million mobs and then just start running towards where everybody else is. Just pass the buck onto everybody else. Like, that Hunter is playing with fire. Because if all those mobs had gotten dumped on him, could have been really sketchy. What was I saying? Yeah, but, like, at least Warrior was, like, I was constantly on the seat of my pants because, you know, I had to really be smart about my pulls and whatnot, and it felt fun, and I just like playing Warrior. Right? But, I don't know, like, I got my Shaman up to 15, and I just wasn't enjoying it, like, at all. I remember, like, I did it for the first few streams, and then the very next stream after I got my Shaman to 15, I just said, fuck it, I'm making a Druid. And a lot of people in chat were like, what happened to the Shaman? And it's like, it didn't die. I just got bored. Like, I was sitting there in the Barrens, and I'm just like, I don't enjoy playing this at all. It just, the playstyle to me wasn't fun. Obviously, I'm sure a lot of people would like Shaman, and I do know that Shaman is more fun later on. One of the main appeals to me for classic Shaman is, like, the whole Wind Fury totem thing. Like, there's that classic Wind Fury montage of the guy that had Sulfuris. And, you know, whenever you think classic Shaman, that's kind of what you imagine. But at low levels, it's just, you auto-attack, sometimes you Earthshock, and sometimes you Lightning Bolt. And I get it, like, Druid, at least right now, is kind of the same. It's just instead of Earthshock, it's Moonfire. Instead of Lightning Bolt, it's Wrath. But at least Druid gets better fast. The moment you get Bear Form, suddenly everything improves. The moment you hit level 20 and get Cat Form, it gets even better. Right? So Druid actually is fun. I really enjoy, you know, the shapeshifting stuff. But Shaman just, I don't know, wasn't for me, definitely. Let you buy traders' tendies for money, Blizzard? Please, no. I really don't want traders' tenders to be directly exchangeable for money. Like, it's kind of like one of those things where I get it, people want to collect all the transmogs and stuff, but that's kind of the problem, right? Where, like, the trading post was advertised as, like, you know, a fun, free, like, get your tender every week, every month by doing, like, the different events and stuff, and you get, like, cool rewards. Once the floodgates open, which, like, they already are opening, so honestly, before long, Blizzard, somebody messaged me Relics. I have no idea what he's talking about. Oh, Relics of Awakening. Oh, that thing? I'm not gonna do that right now. I also want to go learn skinning. I'm going to leave the Barrow Dens until level 10 at the very least. I get that it's probably not nearly as spooky right now, because, whatchamacallit, there's probably a lot of people killing it, but caves in general are spooky, and the Barrow Dens especially are spooky. And I know one of the quest mobs is level 10, and I am not about to try and fight that right now, so, yeah. Man, the fucking mobs just keep respawning. If you play Alliance, you inevitably end up playing a Paladin, you're tired of them. That's fair. Yeah. Somebody in general chat said, I think it thinned out quite a bit. Did they add layers? Oh, I was also looking at the racials, and then I completely forgot. I don't think they added layers, right? If they added layers, they would have done that, like, at the start, right? But, I don't know. It is also much later than launch, right? So, who knows? Have a lot of people died, though? I haven't personally witnessed any deaths, but, I mean, there was the lag spike earlier, and I would imagine at this point somebody is bound to have died. Nice, yeah. 5 silver, that's definitely worth. What do I want to get? I guess I should probably do Crown of the Earth. Yeah, I can head down here. That's, like, relatively safe. Knock out Crown of the Earth, and then pick up that quest. What? Yeah, I'm gonna continue looking at bonuses. So, it looks like for Alliance, the only profession bonus is specifically engineering for gnomes. Do Horde have any bonuses? I don't think so, actually, for professions. I forgot how, like, there's basically no actual profession things. Oh yeah, actually, Tauren have herbalism. Obviously, I'm not playing Horde, but just out of curiosity. Yeah, I guess that counts. And yeah, Undead don't have anything. So the only two profession racials in Classic are Gnomes for engineering and Tauren for herbalism. So I guess the only, like, race that I need to make sure this race is X thing is I should probably make sure that that if I make a gnome, I give that engineering, and I also need to get my herbalism up more. Because I'm only at 14 now, which means whenever I run into Earthroot like that, I can't get it. So I should probably farm that a little bit. But that means one of my characters should be a gnome. What should I name my gnome? I've, like, never played a gnome, so I don't have any, like, standard name that I would go with for it. Oh no, don't steal the silver leaf. Oh, nice. Okay, I saw them getting close to it. I thought they were going to take it. What server am I on? I am on Defias Pillager, on Alliance. Oh, nice. 15 is enough to get the Earthroot. Perfect. Saw one dude die at level 3. I mean, to be fair, I actually almost died at level 2. So, that would have been disastrous, considering I already got, like, a pretty slow start. If I had died at level 2, man, every single person in my guild would be mercilessly making fun of me. Every single person in my stream would be mercilessly making fun of me. Oh, I would have probably just sucked it up and gone again, but that would have been... that would have been rough. I'm glad that I didn't actually fuck that up. But, like, low-level dodges and parries and shit. It's spooky, honestly. Okay, there's more Earthroot down there. Yeah, I might as well take this opportunity to grind herbalism. Oh, fuck, the deer despawn. I'm trying to think of a good name for a gnome. I have no fucking idea what I even would want to name it. If you died to the lag spike, there isn't much you could do about that. If you died there, yeah. I looked around, I couldn't find any dead bodies. I wonder if the dead bodies, like, despawned or something? Like, just to prevent further lag or whatnot? But you would think, right, with that really nasty 30-second lag spike, surely somebody would have gotten killed because of it. And yet, not a single dead body to be found across the entire Night Elf starting zone. So, I don't know. Maybe I just missed it. Maybe they aren't actually loading in dead bodies. Not sure. Could also be that maybe, like, the person immediately deleted their character and went again. And maybe, like, they aren't loading skeletons or something? Hard to say. I'm gonna try to kite this guy a little bit back. Also, what would I want my gnome to be? So obviously my paladin is gonna be a human. That I've already decided. I kind of want my warrior to be a dwarf, just because, for context, my first ever World of Warcraft character, first one I ever made when I was like 5 years old, was a dwarf warrior named Thunderaxe. So, one of the first things I did the moment the naming opened up, right at the start, and that's kind of why I was a few seconds behind, I kind of got fucked because I was apparently like 15 or 20 seconds behind everybody else just by default. Like, my page didn't even update until then. And then, of course, I went to reserve my names, and then because I fell behind, I got stuck on, like, an extended loading screen. So I was, like, a full 3-4 minutes behind everybody else, which then, of course, snowballed from there. But I got the names Giliana, which is... all my paladins are always named Giliana. Obviously, Lunara, which technically my... what should I call it? My, demon hunters are named Lunara. But... obviously, there's not going to be any DHs on classic, so I figured, fuck it. I like this name, so I'm just going to use it for my druid. And my traditional druid name is like, I don't know, it's like my Tauren druid name. It doesn't really work in a night elf. Because, like, I usually name my druids Raccoon, and that's, like, what everybody knows, all my friends, at least, know my druids by. But Raccoon is, like, it just doesn't feel right on a night elf. It's much more fitting on a Tauren. So I couldn't see this character as another incarnation of Raccoon, so I went with Inara, right? I got my monk's name, Larice, and obviously no monks, right? So I could use that name for it? Name is Vaque Lunaire. It means moon cow. I can see that. That's actually just by Lunaire obviously meaning moon. That makes sense. What language is that? Vaque for cow. Because I know vaca is cow, but vaque I haven't seen. Yours was a Draenei Mage. You'll always have a soft spot for the Fire Mage. Yeah. I don't know, like, I have a lot of classic names that I go with. Like, obviously, I was gonna pick Thunderaxe 100% for, my Dwarf Warrior. Because, you know, first character, right? There's nostalgia there. Actually, 1 second. Oh, it's French. Makes sense. I haven't learned any French. I've learned a bit of Spanish, a bit of Portuguese, but no French. I'm just adjusting my headphones really quick. There we go. But yeah, I don't think I've ever played a gnome. Obviously, I've always joked, like, on my stream that I hate mechagnomes, right? Because mechagnomes, they're like little diaper gnomes. They're just the worst version of gnomes. But I don't really have anything major against gnomes themselves. They don't look nearly as bad as, like, the mechanical variants. I've just never played one. I remember back in original Classic, like 2005, I had a gnome mage named Smallster. Or was it a gnome warlock? I don't remember. But 5-year-old me came up with the brilliant name Smallster for a gnome warlock, and that's what I rolled with. But I only got Smallster up to like level 8 or something, and I never touched him. And I think Smallster has unfortunately been deleted by now, because a lot of my random characters that I haven't touched in a very, very long time, I've deleted. Which, like, sucked kind of for nostalgia, but the reality of doing all of those leveling speedruns is I need space in my account. Like, just the other day, I went through and I deleted a few level 20 and 30 characters that I had left over from some speedruns, or, like, I copied it over to the PTR. Because at this point, around 3/4 of my characters are either, like, level 50 or higher. Around half of them at this point are level 70. It's fucking wild. I've done so many runs lately. It's been a bit ridiculous. And, yeah, all that to say, Smallster is gone. The only one of my original vanilla characters that remains is specifically Thunderaxe. Just because, obviously, I can never delete my first ever World of Warcraft character. That would be blasphemy. But imagine all these mobs are probably dead. Yeah. There's a rare mob that spawns here that I killed a few times on PTR, but I mean, it makes sense that it's not going to be up, right? You know what? I'm actually just going to Hearthstone here, just because might as well, that amount of travel time. I'm not really going to get more value out of my Hearthstone. Maybe, like, escaping a cave or something, but I don't really think that's a big enough deal. Oh, there we go. Get that turn in. Here you are deleting your characters left and right. Don't even remember who your very first character was. Yeah. I mean, I'd imagine for some people it wouldn't be memorable. I distinctly remember Thunderaxe, and also, like, maybe it would have been forgettable to me, but, like, I know I played a lot with my dad back then, and my dad even made, like, when I was a kid, he made a t-shirt of Thunderaxe. So there were, like, at the mall near us, I don't know how many malls had this, there was, like, this little stand where you could bring them, like, any picture, and so they would print it onto a t-shirt. Nowadays, you can just do that online. I know there's a lot of, like, websites that will let you create custom t-shirts and whatnot. But back in, this was literally 2005, 2006, that wasn't really something you can do, but there was like a little stand that would make you custom t-shirts. So I probably still have it somewhere. I don't think I have it like on hand. It's probably buried in a box because obviously it doesn't fit me now. But back like 5 or 6 years old, my dad made 2 t-shirts for me. He made the Thunder Axe one, and it was a picture of, it was actually a collage of 4 different pictures. One of them was just my character. One of them was Thunder Axe and my dad's character, Fern Beast. And then, I forget what the other 2 were. I think just various shots, my Dwarf Warrior. And I remember that, words. I distinctly remember that shirt because I wore it around a lot as a kid, like young kid. And then I also had another shirt, similar thing that my dad made, but for my Toontown Online character. As I mentioned before, that when I was really young, I played Toontown with my entire family. My dad, my sister, or my stepsister rather, but like obviously I just call her my sister. But then for context, also my stepmom, who that particular stepmom I no longer talk to for a variety of very justified reasons. But you know, I had mentioned before, my sister still plays Toontown on like private servers and stuff like that. But anyways, yeah, so we had, like, we all played together, and my dad made shirts for all of us with our Toontown characters. And mine was Sheriff Tom Wildface. So I had my Sheriff Tom Wildface shirt and my Thunder Axe shirt. So Thunder Axe is, like, deeply ingrained in my, like, memory because of that. Ah, that guy's an herbalist. Fuck. What is this, though? Silverleaf. Oh, I didn't say my sister is a stepmom, no. I said sister and my stepmom. Yeah. So my stepsister and my stepmom, from when I was a kid, we, like, me, my sister, my dad, my stepmom, we all played Toontown Online together, right? And then I said, completely unrelated to that, I no longer talk to that particular stepmom. So my dad has remarried twice. Yeah, just twice. And the first one, even though I still talk to my sister regularly, I don't talk to my first stepmom, right? She, yeah, I'm not going to get into that because obviously sometimes my sister watches my streams, and I mean, I think anything that I would say about her mom, honestly, at this point, I'm pretty sure she would agree. But it's also just not the type of thing that I really want to get into, just because that is like deep personal family drama that I do not want to like really dredge up here, even for story time. But yeah. That said, Toontown was definitely a huge part of my childhood, in addition to World of Warcraft. So, what the fuck? Did you hear that? Lexi, what's wrong? Come here. Yeah, meow. What's up? Come on. What's up? I'm crying. Come on. He's just... Oh, they're both here. Both of my cats are, like, standing outside my door. And, my cat Lexi, who is actually... or at least we think she's deaf. Not 100% sure. But she's, like, screaming. Just, and she's just sitting at my doorway looking at me going, my other cat's just kind of lingering behind her. At least, it seems like they're fine. I think she's just making noise for the sake of making noise. Also, like, because she's deaf, at this point, I don't really think she realizes how loud she's meowing sometimes. Because it used to be that, like, she was very quiet, and she would only meow loudly, like, you know, if she was really annoyed by something. But nowadays, like, whenever she meows, it's, like, the loudest meow, and she's like, meow. So she's sitting there, like, basically moaning at the bottom of the staircase, just staring at me. I don't think she realizes how loud she's being. I doubt it picked up on my mic, though, because my, noise cancellation is generally pretty good. Lexi! Psst, 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 psst. Oh, I just realized I'm a fucking idiot. I literally just said that she's deaf, and then I'm trying to call her. Dirk. It's fairly recent that she's been deaf. I don't know exactly when it happened, I know as of, like, very recently, like a few months ago, she was not, because I would still be able to call her, and, you know, she would respond to my voice. But nowadays, a lot of times, like, unless she sees me directly, she won't respond, which is why we all are pretty sure she's deaf, because, like, sometimes I'll literally be right behind her, and I'll be calling her name, and then I'm like, oh, right, and then the moment I, like, pet her, then she, like, jolts up, and she's like, what, huh? So, yeah. You didn't hear anything? Yeah. It was, like, overall, fairly soft still, just loud for a cat. So, wasn't like she was obviously screeching loudly. It was just a very loud meow. And multiple, back-to-back. So now that am I level 9? I am level 9. Yeah, I guess I'll do the quests up here. That's decent XP. Jesus Christ. I didn't hear anything, neither did the cat. That's good. Oh, poor Lexi. But that's fucking funny. Okay. I am gonna really quickly just, now that I'm in the town, because I won't get, like, a stopping point. I won't be AFK for long, and I'll be within talking distance of my mic, but I at least want to see if she's just okay. It seemed like she's fine. That was a bit dark, it's fine. Wait, what the fuck? How did somebody drag a spider into the fucking inn? Made it that far without the guard hitting it. Yeah, let me just... I'm gonna go make sure she's okay. She walked into my doorway, so I'm pretty sure. Alright, I have no idea where Lexi went. I searched all the nearby rooms. My other cat, Finn, the one who was trying to eat the dog food earlier, he's sitting at the top of the stairs, or rather, he's right behind the doorway at the top of the stairs, and he has his, like, head poked around the little entrance, just, like, staring down at me because I was calling his name. So, I think he heard me, but unless I have food, he's probably not going to bother coming down. Whenever I eventually grab food, I grabbed, like, you know, a snack when I went up there to feed my dog earlier. But at some point, I'll probably have to get actual food. And then he will come down here, and he will sit there, and then he will start begging. As is usual. How am I doing at backspace? Overall, my RNG has also not been great still, because, like... I don't know, I got the 1 bag, right? And that's good, don't get me wrong, but I feel like still almost level 10, relatively speaking, and I haven't managed to get a 2nd bag is, like, kind of unlucky. Kind of sucks, but, like, whatever. Oh, I just realized the person earlier, let me see. Yeah, Palandru is, Beef Changa, the healer in my guild, so I don't know if you're still watching Beef. How far along are you? How far along is everybody? Because I haven't, like, been actively following the discussion in the guild Discord, but... I mean, it sounds like you guys are doing well. I saw Devi said that she was probably just going to come back later when things cleared up. I don't know if that was the case. But... honestly, I would not be surprised if you're ahead of me. You're a level 11 Warlock right now in Defias? Nice. Yeah, I guess on that note, how is everybody doing right now in terms of hardcore? Not just people in my guild. So yeah, level 11, that's definitely very nice. I have a feeling, honestly, that like once I hit level 10, or like rather level 12 and stuff, when I get my stuff online, hopefully I'm going to start like speeding up. Because I was getting into the groove on my Druid before. Right now, like I can kind of pull 2 mobs, but it's really sketchy. But like I was sometimes pulling 3 mobs at a time on my Druid on the PTR. Like, you know, once I had the good shit, all like, you know, bear form, cat form and stuff, I was cruising. So I have a feeling I'm going to start slow, just like I did before on the PTR, and then like things will pick up later. Settled on a priest, you're level 3 right now. Nice. Level 10 rogue, very nice. You're gonna hop off a bit though to play Sea of Thieves with some homies. Nice. You got burnt out at level 6. I feel that. Yeah. I'm in it for the long haul. So I don't know how long. I've said before, I don't know how long I'll stream. I feel like 24 hours is maybe unlikely, just because, you know, admittedly, I didn't get like as much sleep as I'd like. We'll see how I feel. If it's still like, you know, 15 hours in and I'm adrenaline like pumping through my veins, right? Then fuck it. But I have a feeling that I'm already starting to feel like kind of tired, and I'm probably going to keep playing for a very long time. The only thing though is streaming is obviously it requires a lot of additional energy. It may not seem like it. I'm sure anyone who has actually streamed before understands. But, you know, whenever I'm just chill leveling on my own and I have like music playing and stuff, it's like really relaxing. And, you know, even if it is classic hardcore, I'm like relatively not stressed out. Streaming inherently, maybe it isn't this way for everybody, but it's always really stressful for me. And obviously, I mean, I try to talk the entire time, which definitely, that adds a layer of just like physical exhaustion, because especially on longer streams, the first few streams when I started again, like a few months ago, after the end of it, like my voice was dead. I just could not talk for like an entire day. You get like, you adjust to it, right? So by like the 4th stream back, you know, when I started doing all the leveling runs recently, I was already kind of into the groove, right? And I was used to things, and my voice really wasn't affected. But when you haven't been used to streaming for a while, and then you come back and do a 10-hour stream right out of the gate, fucking murders your throat. And it is weird, right? How exhausted and drained I feel after the fact. And that's not necessarily like a bad thing. I'm not saying like, I hate streaming and whatnot. Like, I enjoy it. If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it. But it is like, after I'm done with a stream, I literally just, I grab my phone, I collapse into bed, and I just sit there and like, I'm just like dead. It's just kind of exhausting having to like respond to everything. I do it though, right? I don't plan on stopping. But yeah, and especially having to like read chat and stuff and keep all of that up while also in hardcore, because there have been a few times where I've gotten like a little bit of a scare where I glance over at chat to read something, and then I look back and like I've accidentally pulled a mob, and I'm like, oh, and just that moment of instant fright that like sends like shivers through you, and it just panic and So it's much more stress, I would say, even if I don't like exhibit that externally. The just like subconsciously kind of like playing while streaming and like responding to chat and talking and stuff, it's a lot more draining compared to just doing it like completely solo. So what I might do, this, and for the record, we still have at the very least 5 hours left in the stream. The what I will absolutely do bare minimum is an entire full 10-hour stream. That is like the lowest I'll do. But if I am feeling tired at the end, I'll like debate whether or not I'll continue at least today. But I'll see. I'd probably still be playing after the fact, right? Don't know for sure. Another reason why I'm leaning towards maybe not doing as long of a stream is because since I didn't manage to get the Wailing Caverns video done, what I can do is like after I'm done with the stream and like I'm tired and... Ooh, wait. That's pretty good, actually. Huh. 8 armor cloak. Big upgrade. But yeah, because I didn't manage to finish the Wailing Caverns thing in time, I would like to get that done. So I would feel a lot more at ease if I had that video finished, since then I wouldn't need to have it constantly on the back of my mind, like worrying about like, oh, it's not out yet, it's not out yet. Whenever I have a video that I'm like working on and I haven't published it yet, it just gives me no end of anxiety 100% of the time. Whenever I'm doing something that isn't finishing that video, it's just constant like nerves of like, I need to get it published, I need to get it published, I need to get it published, and might just do that like shorter than 24 hours. And I technically didn't promise 24 hours because I wasn't entirely sure how I would feel, so I didn't want to lock myself into that. But then I would be able to spend some time finishing that video up, and then I can just come back like more refreshed the next day. I'll have to figure it out. Either way, though, like I said, this is like 5 hours from now. Bare minimum is when I might even consider taking a break, but for now we still have plenty of time left. Yeah, I got like a water resist there. Almost to the bear? Yeah. I'm probably not going to pick it up immediately. So what I plan on doing, right, is when I get to level 10, I'm going to finish up whatever I'm doing. I'm not going to like immediately drop this character. Then I'm going to like get myself settled, mail over a bunch of stuff to my alts, and then I'm going to level up my alts to 5. So that is going to be my first priority. Since it's like late, starting zones are probably totally deserted right now. Perfect time to level up a bunch of characters. So I'm going to get definitely my warrior up to 5, my paladin up to 5, and I'm probably going to do a gnome. You know what? What I'll do, when I get to the gnome, I might even do that first. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. Why not? When I'm done with Druid, the first character I will do is the gnome. And I will put a poll in stream for you guys to vote on. Actually, fuck it. Why don't I just start the poll now? And then it's just whatever wins by the time I get to level 10, just create it then. Save time. So I'll poll what class my gnome should be. Out of, obviously, it won't include warrior, because my warrior is going to be a dwarf. But out of the other classes, I'm flexible. Because I don't want to, like, double up on the same thing. I might make a second druid just as like backup or something. You know, if my first druid dies, I still want a main druid. Jesus fucking Christ, can I pick the earth root? It is not Lich King Classic. So yeah, if you go into, if you open like the I said BattleNet, blah, blah. If you open the BattleNet launcher, also let me type something in your chat. We're all on Alliance, Fias, Pillager. At least I am, and most people are, I think. Somebody in my guild was just asking what server, so I was just responding. Let's see. So yeah, you go to the... Oh, they actually... They have a new, what's it called? A new icon and stuff, launcher page for the classic hardcore stuff. That's neat. Yeah, so you'll see 2 different sections if you go to World of Warcraft. There is Live-Classic, and then Live. So Live World of Warcraft, that is retail. That is Dragonflight. Under Live-Classic, there should be 2 options, Wrath of the Lich King Classic and World of Warcraft Classic. Wrath Classic is, well, exactly what it sounds like, the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. World of Warcraft Classic, that is vanilla era servers. So it is locked to like original vanilla where level 60 is the cap and stuff. And then within within regular World of Warcraft Classic, there are traditional servers, which are the old era servers that got like carried over. And then there is a new set of servers in a little tab at the bottom called hardcore servers. And you go there and it should include it for your class inspec. Also, man, this spider's got hands. It's actually doing a decent amount of damage to me. Should be fine, but definitely a little spooky. Just gonna eat up, just to be safe. Wonder why Blizz didn't do hardcore Wrath servers? It's just... I mean, honestly, because hardcore Wrath isn't what's popular, right? The main reason why Blizzard didn't do hardcore Wrath servers is because nobody's playing hardcore Wrath. Like, obviously, hardcore servers, in case you aren't aware of, like, the full backstory, it has been a community-driven thing for, like, a good year or so now. I don't know exactly when people really started getting into it. There's, of course, the whole hardcore add-on, which I've said before. Personally, I don't like the add-on, but, you know, I guess it goes to show that a lot of people were doing that before hardcore official servers ever existed. So this is just what people wanted. Hardcore Wrath would be very different. I mean, it could be interesting, right? But I don't really think Hardcore Wrath would be nearly as challenging. The endgame raids would, of course, be harder. Maybe if, like, after regular Wrath servers are done, they could do something like that. But Wrath leveling is significantly easier. Wrath leveling feels infinitely closer to retail than it does to Classic. Well, I would say it depends on your spec. Some specs feel closer to retail. Like, playing a Rep Paladin in Wrath Classic is much more retail than it is Classic. Like, Rep Paladin with Divine Storm and stuff just fucking shreds mobs. So, yeah, you can kind of cruise with it, and it's a bit unkillable. You just pull a million mobs. I think it would be interesting as an experiment, but, like, as far as I know, there's no real community, at least at the moment, for Hardcore Wrath. So if Blizzard did it, it would be neat, but yeah, it's not, like, in demand or anything like that. Let's see. You're off to bed EU times. Hope you're still streaming when I get up. Oh, I missed that message before. But if you end up watching the VOD later on in Koji Kosi, then, you know, I guess I'm retroactively saying sleep well. And I might still be streaming. I have no idea. We'll see. Classic leveling speedrun when? So, on the topic of classic speedrunning, I am never going to speedrun original vanilla. Because, like, while it's interesting, and I like leveling in original vanilla, speedrun in this would, like, the world record is, like, over a day. And I mean, it's more over a day. It's multiple days. I guess it depends on the category. The category that I would want to run, which is similar to what I do on retail, where it's completely solo, no outside help and whatnot. The only thing that's allowed is, like, mailing over items from your other characters. So you have to do the entire thing solo, right? That much I will probably never do. I am playing on Defias Pillager Alliance. So yeah, I'm probably never going to actually play or do a like actual classic hardcore speedrun. Or not even a classic, like a regular classic era speedrun. Just because, while I do think it could be interesting, I simply do not have that kind of time. Or patience, or whatever. I would not be able to stomach sitting through... It would be a very, 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 very long experience. What I might do, and this is still very much a maybe, and I've said I will try it at the very least, I might try speedrunning Wrath Classic. Wrath Classic, at the very least, is like around 3 days, and I think I can get the time lower. So, whereas, like, I am nowhere near as familiar with, like, vanilla stuff as I am Wrath stuff. At least Wrath, I have some knowledge about, like, you know, TVC and Wrath zones and whatnot. I am not very knowledgeable when it comes to, like, the vanilla WoW zones. I've played it, obviously. I played Classic a decent bit, but there's a lot of fucking zones here. I have not done all of them. Whereas with, like, retail World of Warcraft, I've leveled in every single zone. I know which zones are fast, which zones are slow. It's easy enough for me to, like, do leveling testing, or at least I did before. And nowadays, if there's any changes, I can very easily see, oh, how will this impact my route? I kind of don't want to do these quests yet. This feels a little bit sketchy. I might go and just grab the plant over there, just because there's a bunch of people here killing stuff, so I could at least run in, yoink that for the quest real fast, and then peace out. But I don't know if I want to do, like, actually kill a bunch of guys here. But yeah, I would also say one of the other things that I like about the idea of speedrunning Wrath is there's more potential for, like, cool speedrun optimization. Classic is... Like, classic speedruns, they are impressive in their own way, for sure. But it's not the type of way I want to level. Because a lot of times, I mean, I'm sure you guys will see, obviously, it happened when the original Classic released, and it's probably going to happen again. Somebody even earlier in chat was saying the same thing about, like, the World First is probably going to be a Mage AoE farming. And I haven't looked a ton into, like, who holds the current, like, I guess, solo world record for, like, Classic leveling. Because there's always, like, from what I looked into it, there was some debate on, like, you know, what actually counts and whatnot. Not just AoE farming, layer hopping. I didn't even consider that, but yeah, you're right. And that doesn't really sound very fun. So layer hopping to farm as much as possible, yeah, that sounds kind of miserable. Someone that can utilize a large fan base to layer hop is most optimal, yeah. And I think that's one of the issues that I have, effectively, with, like, classic speedrunning. It is, like, no knock to the people who do it. It is still, like I said, impressive in its own way. And obviously, I like classic leveling in a vacuum. But the playstyle that you need to adopt, that type of playstyle, does not sound like something I would enjoy whatsoever. So I just don't want to do that. I mean, I'm just not a Mage player. So that is kind of one of the other problems. Obviously, in retail World of Warcraft, it works out well that a lot of the fastest specs to level as are tanks or melee DPS. And they happen to be tanks and melee DPS that I'm very familiar with playing. So, like, I have played a lot of Guardian Druid. I have played a lot of Windwalker Monk. I am very comfortable playing all of those, or both of those classes, right? So, the fact that they are... sure. The fact that they are good for speedruns works out really well, because I don't need to, like, worry about, oh, how do I do, like, how do I play this class properly? I know how to play it properly, and the only question is, like, how do I optimize the routing? And the nice thing about, from what I've looked into for Wrath Classic, is, personally, I plan on playing a Ret Paladin for leveling, and I've seen, like, debate on whether Ret Paladin or Prot Warrior is faster for leveling. Obviously, Death Knight is technically the fastest, but for the purposes... Oh, that's actually quite a nice belt. Ooh, mama. Nice. Yeah, for the purposes of, like, actual Wrath leveling speedruns, you wouldn't be able to, like, start with a Death Knight at level 55, you would be doing it from level 1. That would be the category, effectively, that I would want to do. And in that case, Ret Paladin and Prot Warrior are both, like, people tend to agree that they are the two strongest leveling specs for Wrath Classic, and as it so happens, I am quite good at playing both of those. Prot Warrior, at least in Wrath, I haven't played quite as much. I played it a little bit. Mostly I have experience playing it, obviously, in vanilla and TBC, and then, of course, in retail stuff. You know, a lot of it does carry over, but I've played a shit ton of Ret Paladin. I mean, my level 80 character that I do raids on is Ret Pally. So I'm already perfectly comfortable with that rotation and that playstyle, so if I were to learn speedruns for Wrath Classic, all of that knowledge would be transferable, and that would be much easier for me to do. And then I wouldn't need to worry about, like, figuring out how to do, like, Mage AoE pulls, because I've never played a Mage in Classic. 2 armor is nice, but fuck it. The vendor cost is, like, close enough that I don't really care, and I'll just take the temporary upgrade. Yeah, so all that to say, I honestly don't think there is ever a universe where I do regular vanilla era speedruns. What I might do is, like, if in the future there was, like, a Season of Mastery thing where you have, like, increased XP and leveling is, like, twice as fast in Classic, maybe I would try to speedrun that just for fun, because then you would still get, like, the classic gameplay, but at least it wouldn't take me literally 4 days. And that is very much a maybe type of thing. The only reason that I would even consider doing a Wrath Classic run is I'm fairly certain that I can shave off a lot of time, and it would play Rep Pally, which I quite enjoy. But anyways, thorough answer to that question, but yeah. We'll see, though. That is also, like... I've been saying for a while now that that is on my to-do list, in terms of, like, you know, trying to do classic runs. I don't see myself actually even attempting classic Wrath speedruns until, like, December at the earliest. My schedule for the next few months is going to be, like, a little bit, you know, iffy. Because obviously, let me, like, open up my calendar, right? For obvious reasons, next, like, few weeks are going to be classic hardcore, because, you know, just came out, I want to play it. I think it's going to be fun. Then, in early September, obviously we have patch 10.1.7 coming out, and while it doesn't have a lot of content, the main... Also, I'm kind of getting fucking blasted here. I mean, just, healing touch, just to be safe. That's a little bit spooky there. I really want to get Regrowth. I prefer using it compared to Healing Touch. I feel like it does more. Yeah, so 10.1.7 doesn't have much in the way of content, but it specifically has Dream Surges, which will impact leveling, and I've already done a few testing runs with it, and its impact on leveling is actually quite significant. And that is a problem, because that means I need to spend a decent amount of time testing it to update my guide to account for that stuff. And that means I'll be doing a lot of testing runs, probably on my own free time, just to figure that out. And then once 10.1.7 comes out, I will do at least like one 60 to 70 speed run to basically simulate the fastest possible route that you can get with Dream Surges and whatnot, just because I think that's important to have, like, you know, for demonstration purposes. Let me play it safe a little bit. I hate fighting these, like, sorceress mobs, but... Yeah, I have just enough mana for a healing surge if I need it in a pinch. I'm just going to do it here. Just play ultra safe. And whack. Yeah, so I need to do a testing run for that stuff. Mez is level 12. Very nice. What are you playing, Mez? What did you decide on in the end? Because before you were saying you weren't sure. But yeah, so I need to do a testing run for that. And I still, like I mentioned before, I need to finish my, my actual, like, 60 to 70 leveling guide at some stage. And, who knows how long that's going to take. I mean, I want to get it done, but Blizzard continues to shaft me. Oh, wait. Ooh, chest. That must have just spawned, right? There's no way that somebody genocided the entire population of harpies and left this one chest unattended. Either they, like, partially looted it and left some stuff, which, I mean, I suppose is possible. If so, dick move. Maybe. I will say, though, proper classic WoW, or honestly, World of Warcraft in general etiquette, if you ever open a chest, take all of the contents. If your bag is full, delete something and one by one clear out all of the items from the chest. Because one of the biggest dick moves is leaving a chest with, like, a tough hunk of bread open, so that somebody finds it, and they open up a chest, and they're like, oh man, what good shit am I gonna get? And it's just one fucking tough hunk of bread. Always feels awful, so I always make sure to just clear out a chest, just because, even if, like, in that case, I'm not upset about 2 light leather. That's okay, right? But would have been nice if there was something better in it. I can't tell if somebody just opened it, left the light leather, and just fucked off with the rest. But, you know. You're level 2, you lied. Honestly, like, level 12, I wouldn't have been surprised if you said that. Like, that sounds reasonable. Depending on the class, right? You have a Warlock at 3 and a Warrior at 2. So you're just, like, testing the waters and a bunch of different stuff to see what you like. That's fair.
I can't carry anymore.
And I need one more Blood Feather Belt.
I can't cast that
Oh yeah, and what was I saying before? Yeah, so after I'm done with my leveling guide and all the 10.1.7 stuff, then I'm gonna need to, well, it looks like I'm gonna need to do ICC. So, in case you didn't notice, Blizzard just posted the test realm for ICC servers. Let me find it, actually. Because I saw the Wowhead post earlier. Where is it? Wrath Classic 3.4.3 PTR announced for August 29th. So that is for ICC, right? And that actually matches something that somebody in my Classic guild said. They had a friend who, like, leaked, or a friend who's a friend of a Blizzard dev, so like a whole friend of a friend of a friend situation. But apparently they're friends of the Blizzard dev who leaked the fact that raid testing will be happening for ICC in, like, the first weekend will be I believe the first testing phase will be the first weekend of September, and the second testing phase will be the last weekend of September, I think, is what they said. And then ICC will come out sometime in October. And because of that, it means I will probably have to play that a little bit, whenever ICC comes out. But more importantly, I need to keep my classic dungeon guides up to date. So I have been... honestly, my Wrath dungeon guides have performed pretty well. I've gotten a lot of really positive feedback about them ever since I published them. And then I made the Trial of the Champion guide. So I updated a lot of my older classic, Wrath Classic dungeon guides, like polished them a little bit. And then I posted the new one when Trial of the Crusader came out. And that one got a lot of good feedback too. A lot of people really liked that. So obviously I'm going to continue doing that. And I will make a Forge of Souls, Pit of Sauron, and Halls of Reflection guide. And that's going to require me both to, obviously, script, record, blah, blah, blah. The dungeon guides take time, especially those ones, which I put a lot of work into making it, like, polished and stuff. But then I will also need to test the new Mythic Plus affixes for Wrath Classic, or whatever, the Titan Rune, Omega, or whatever the fuck they call it. Affixes I will probably need to test out on the PTR, so I will need to somehow convince my friends to help me test that. And then I'll get footage of that, and then I'll need to make, in addition to those 3 dungeon guides, an updated, like, guide to the new affixes thing, like I did before. And those are 4 fairly intensive videos that I'm going to be working on for October. And if what I've been, like, looking into has been correct, it seems like we're probably going to get patch 10.2 in early November. Like, around the time after BlizzCon, which means that pretty much the entire month of October, I will be doing testing for that, both raid testing, dungeon testing, and obviously, like, world content testing, and then doing, like, catch-up guides and all that fun stuff. And then after that, of course, we have progression rating and stuff, and then I'll actually just have to be playing the game a ton. So, all that to say, I don't actually think I'll get another moment to breathe until December, at which point, I should have a bit of free time to do whatever the hell I want. And, maybe then I'll do some Wrath Classic leveling. We'll see. On that note, by the way, if you're ever wondering why I've said that the, that the leveling add-on will probably take me a while to finish, that is why. Because on top of that entire workload, trying to learn how to code in Lua and then develop my own add-on, that is something that takes a lot of time, and it's not something I have time for at this moment. Anyways, let me catch up on chat. Used to do the 3 starting zones with your characters, lots of work? Yeah. It's fun, though. After retail, Classic is so slow, it takes time to get used to it. Yeah, definitely. Took your human paladin to the dwarf starting zone, got off at level 3, but will start your Knight of Hunter once you put your kids to bed. Yeah, that seems like a good way to start. Also, it's always fun kind of transitioning around the different starting zones, collecting them all. Oh, shit. This is awkward. I didn't want to pull that Bloodfeather Rogue, but trying to fight a caster mob like this is really whack. Should be fine. Final quest item? Man, still don't. What is this? 72 copper. I must have something cheaper. Discolored Fang is pretty cheap. Shit. I just need one more, and then I'll turn in this quest. And, I'm gonna take another quick break. Oh my god. It's constantly getting staggered. Another quick 5-minute break or so after I finish this quest. When I get the fucking quest item, man, come on. Goodness gracious, me oh my. Let's see. Keep in mind this is prime time for West Coast, 7 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, that's true. Oh, I also kind of want to get that Earth Root. Joker used it for World First last time for server hopping as a mage. Yeah, that makes sense. There we go. Right, final Bloodfeather Belt, and let me just snag this Earth Root before moving on. I might need to fight that Bloodfeather Sorceress for it. Where is the Earth Root? Yeah, it's kind of like right past her, so... Throw up Reju, Refreshed Moonfire. Just gonna Healing Touch now before things get too sketchy. Yep. Should be fine. Let me get this last bit of Earth Root. Hitting dual wield on a rogue has made life infinitely better. Yeah. I'd imagine rogue, once you get Vanish, is also super huge. I just can't wait till I get my forms. That's just going to be so much easier. Also, on the PTR, I did this quest from Black Moss the Fetid, but I'm probably not going to bother with that this time. And this time around, I was also smart, and I didn't go for Twisted Hatred at, like, level 7 or 8. However early I did this before. But I will do this now that I'm, like, actually pretty confident in it. And I'm not going to die in that stupid cave. You got 2 resists in a row, and now you're fighting for your fucking life? Yeah. Dude, resists are always terrifying. You know, 1 second you think you're safe. Next second, you're just fucked. Oh. What do I need to get rid of? What is the most inconsequential item? Definitely the shiny red apples. What is that? I got a quest just called Teldrassil. Alright. I'm gonna get inside Darnassus, and then I'm just gonna AFK for like 5 minutes. It's also so jarring, like, having played around with Feral Swiftness Catform for the past, like, week or so, and now going back to not having it. Aw, man. It's gonna take some adjustment. I feel like overall most people around here are, like, level 9 or so. I don't think I'm doing too bad in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, if I look at, like, Slash Who... Is somebody already 18? Nobody's 18 yet. What about 19? No, okay. So, I'm guessing then highest level is probably 17. Slash Who, 17. Yeah, it's still that same hunter. So there's 17. And what is the level where it hits 50 players? Surprisingly, still only 4 level 15 players. Would have thought it would be higher. Apparently not. What about 14? Yeah, so huge jump. Also, kind of interesting that so many more people go to Darkshore. Because I would imagine a lot of these people are probably not Night Elves, right? I mean, obviously, this guy definitely isn't. So, I don't know, like, the meta leveling strategy, but it seems to be the case that most people do Darkshore for levels, like, 12 to 17 or so. Because I think Westfall has, like, worse quest density, and overall is just sketchier because of the Defias guys. But, I mean, I did Darkshore in my Druid, and it felt pretty good. Like, the entire area, especially there's all, like, the sea monsters along the coast, which you can't see the quest here because I'm not high enough level. But there's a ton of just free XP all down the coastline. So if I had to guess, that's probably why Darkshore felt very, very efficient. But it seems like everybody's just heading there. Okay, hold on. Let me put this back up on screen. Another 5-minute break. I get to reuse the same Microsoft Paint thing, so I will BRB in 5 minutes. Okay. Thank fucking God. You know, I... like, while I was in the bathroom, I kind of had that moment of, you know, wait, what if somebody just, like, drags mobs across the zone and top me and grease me? Like, obviously Blizzard has said you're not allowed to do that. But at the same time, you know, I technically just ran barely into Darnassus and then, like, walked away. Oh, let me hide the break thing. So, suppose it wouldn't have been impossible for somebody to do that. And then I'm just sitting there like, yeah, that would kind of be a bad thing. And I envisioned, like, all of these alternate realities, right, where, like, my character is dead and everybody's laughing at me like, ha, idiot went AFK and somebody killed him or something like that. I'm like, I need to get back to my computer as quickly as possible. It's like, it's scary. Even just walking away for a second. Just the thought that, you know... Oh, wait, Uwu. That's the, Uwu is the guild that I joined on the PTR. So on that note, somebody just said, do I plan on making a guild or joining one? I don't really know. Look, if I get a random invite, I'm not going to seek them out, but if Uwu invites me again, I'll join them. Because I actually enjoyed talking to those people. They were actually pretty chill. I'm not going to, you know, actively go out of my way and be like, can I get an invite? But, you know, I would accept that guild invite, whereas I'm declining all other ones at the moment. And we'll see. I definitely don't plan on making a guild. We'll see. Like, I might make a guild if nothing else happens just for my friends, just because, you know, a bunch of us are playing. I don't know for sure, though, but it kind of depends on how many people we have. Like, if we have at least 5 to 10 people from my guilds on retail playing Classic Hardcore, I know we have at least 5, but I don't know how many are going to stick around. I did mention I put a 100k bounty if any of them can hit level 20. So, we'll see if they manage to pull it off. If enough of them do actually decide to play, I'd make a guild just so we can, like, coordinate stuff, but we'll see. Hardcore trade chat as expected, BOEs everywhere. Yeah. Man, I can't even imagine wasting money on that right now. Like, I could understand, you know, you're level 20 or 30, you know, you got a bit of money to spend, buy a BOE, but, like, who the fuck is going to spend 5 silver, which is, like, 5 silver is a small fortune at this level. Alright, no fucking way I'm going to spend that on anything. Like, 5 silver, this is, like, investment money. This is... like, the little small loan of 5 silver that I then, like, invest into growing, like, you know, an empire of professions and whatnot. Why would I spend it on a BOE? Spend 15 silver on a wand? You know what? That is fair. Specifically priests, specifically buying a wand, that is, like, the one exception where I'm like, you know what? I could actually see that being worth it. Zaryu sitting in trade selling wands for 15 silver? I mean, honestly, yeah. That is, that's not a bad idea. Which one is Zaryu selling wands? Somebody's named Larissa. It's like, right... That's basically the same name as my monk. I don't know if Zaryu is called Zaryu on this. What can I train now? Ooh, Entangling Roots is clutch. Yeah, definitely want that. Healing Touch rank 2 for sure. Entangling Roots shift Y. Entangling Roots is the only reason that I didn't die to Murlocs at level 14 on the PTR, so definitely want to take that. Shannon HC is Zaryu's name. Can I see him in chat? I assume that... Is it Shanna? I don't fucking know. I don't see that.
Has no idea how to
I'm assuming he's on the same server, because I think most people are on Defias Pillager Alliance. Yeah, see, I thought about getting enchanting and stuff early, but I think I'm gonna go, like, more long-term investment, you know? Like, I'm gonna... not just make wands, because here's the thing, look at trade chat. Everyone is selling wands. Every single person in trade chat is selling greater magic wand. Everybody knows the wand method. So at that point, it's just a question of how hard you can spam trade. I'm going to go for, like, you know, the subtle, more long-term gold-making strategies, like I said earlier, like Wolf's Head Helm. So, you know, I'm going to play it safe, and then, you know, higher levels, I'll make a killing. That's what I did in Original Classic. I made a fortune later on. Like, I made enough gold to not only buy my epic riding, but I also bought a Skullflame shield for 500G. In, like, Original Classic release. I made a killing off professions. And I wasn't even, like, trying as hard as I was this time. Like, I just kind of YOLO'd mining and engineering and then had some stuff on alts and crafted a bit. But I made so much off selling thorium. Oh, man. Oh, Zaryu's on the Horde server. I see. So he's Horde deep... Oh, so he's Defies Pillager too, but he's on Horde. Interesting. Surprised. I don't know much about Zaryu, but I know he is a classic streamer, so I would have thought he would be playing the, like, main thing that everybody else is playing. Like, I'll admit, I'm basic. I went the thing that everybody else is playing. Partially because I honestly have just been enjoying playing Alliance. I kind of tested the waters in the PTR. I played Tauren and I played Night Elf, and I was just enjoying my Night Elf Druid more. So if I was absolutely hating playing Druid, I just really didn't want to play Alliance, I would have just said fuck it and gone Horde. But I've been having fun with it, and since pretty much everybody's playing Alliance, I just figured fuck it, why not? I played Horde for original launch, I'll play Alliance this time. I forget which quest this is.
What brings you here?
This is the one you have to kill the spider, right? Yeah. It's like, you kill the spider over there. I don't know why it says there's multiple mobs that drop silvery spinnerets, because, like, there was only one that dropped it when I last did that quest. Anyways, Hearthstone time. Let me scroll up, because I missed a few messages while I was AFK. Aw, no. Daniel Camilleri said, you died to Trogs at 11, fuck your life. I mean, it happens. That's the thing, right? Like, I said to everybody in my guild, I'm like, hey, 1,000 gold, or 100,000 gold if you can make it to level 20. And they're all like, oh yeah, free 100k, easy peasy. But I have a feeling a lot of them are going to hit level 14 and they are going to get Murgled on. So, we'll see. I don't really think I'm going to be going broke anytime soon. Let me see. Oh, Milk Supply messaged me. Yo, no way! Oh! Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Hold on. This is important. Okay, yeah, sorry, I don't really, this is admittedly, like, I don't want to, like, completely explain, what I am excited about, but, I'm talking to my friend real quick, so I'll respond to the rest of the chat. I will not spill the tea, because it does not involve me, right? It is good news, but it does not involve me, so this is not something that I'm going to discuss. We can maybe say later. Ironically, one of my friends actually did win the lottery. One of the officers in my guild did. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Shit. It just but actually, completely unrelated. But funny that you mentioned that. Actually, somebody in my guild did recently win the lottery, which was kind of cool. But that is not why I'm excited. But a funny coincidence that you should say that did actually happen. Anyways, what server am I on? I'm on Alliance Defias Pillager. Sorry, I'm responding to somebody in Discord. All right. While I'm at it, while I'm checking Discord, I'm just gonna look at. I saw the clip somebody posted. Tech Witch posted the skidding clip from earlier in the stream. That was good. All right. Think back to our regularly scheduled programming. Had to take a break there. That was very important. Yeah. This is freshly developing tea. I cannot spill it just yet, but we'll see. All I will say is it is very, very, very good news, and I'm very excited. So, that is, oh man. I am like, that is one of those where, like I said before, I was already kind of tired. I'm feeling, like, rejuvenated. I'm very happy right now. Oh man. Okay, anyways. Let me scroll up and see what I missed. You almost died to a level 8 tiger. Hardcore is genuinely refreshing to play. Yeah. That's the thing, right? Like, on the PTR, every time I started to get, like, a little bit distracted, a little bit tired, I would, like, almost fuck up, and the game would just kick my fucking teeth in. And it would just remind me that I am mortal. So, completely agree with you. Fun as hell. I cannot pick Mage Royal yet. Kind of want to. I can open this up. So first talent point, we're obviously going to take Ferocity. Ferocity is a no-brainer here. So I've discussed Feral Druid talent points before. Obviously, I cannot actually use this talent yet. I can't use any of these because, right, it's, what's it called? Words. You know, they require bear form. Right now, I could go and get bear form, though. But I'm going to hold off on a little bit. But I'm going to be going Ferocity, Feral Instinct, Feline Swiftness. Now, I am not entirely sure what my guildmates plan on doing. So, if they are, like, if we have a bunch of people that are, like, around level 20, around the same time that I get there, even if they're only, like, 15 or so, I am probably going to go deeper into Feral and pick up some talents like Primal Fury is really, really good for dungeon tanking. So if you go watch the start of my Dead Mines video, I go over some of my like dungeon talents and stuff like that. However, that stuff isn't necessarily as good for leveling. So, or at least compared to some of the other options. So if you're just doing dungeons as early as possible, this is very good. You also just kind of want to go in this general direction. Feral Charge doesn't really have much use cases for leveling, but for dungeons, it's effectively mandatory. So you definitely want to take Feline Swiftness no matter what. That's like top priority. But after that, I actually think I'd rather go Nature's Grasp into Improved Nature's Grasp, into Natural Weapons, into Omen of Clarity. Because for general leveling purposes, you're going to want to go there eventually. Omen of Clarity is good. But I would say this has a much larger impact on your leveling efficiency compared to, like, the other generic feral talents. And you especially want it, you later on want to take Fur, before you get to level 40. Also, for a second I thought I didn't have a weapon equipped. My staff was kind of, like, blending in with the environment. But yeah, I'll play my talents by ear, but definitely Feline Swiftness is a must pick.
I need to get closer.
There's Silverleaf. What is my herbalism at? 36 out of 75. Okay. I don't know what Mage Royal requires. I'm guessing Mage Royal is required, like, level 40 skill. We'll see. Let's see. You got kicked offline and died. Ah. That sucks, Joe Duck, yeah. DC deaths are always frustrating, because, like, there was nothing you could do, right? It's out of your hands at that point. Unfortunate. Shadow Meld for the win. Yeah, Shadow Meld is really nice flexibility, for sure. Anyone play retail that has a guild with the heirloom legs unlocked that would be willing to add me? I know... Actually, I don't even... I assume my guild has the heirloom legs unlocked, because, I mean, they've been around for a while. But there's a lot of guilds, like, if you look for it. I'm sure some of them have it. A lot of, like, the older big guilds tend to have those. +1 stamina is crucial to your success, yeah. You've already made it to 11 on your gnome, and already hating it. You don't really like the ally aesthetics nor the zones. I would say I agree on the zones part. I don't hate it just because I haven't experienced it as much, but I do prefer Horde, like, classic zones compared to Alliance when push comes to shove. However, as far as aesthetic goes, obviously, like you said, you're playing a gnome, right? I think that's your problem. It's that it's a gnome, and not literally anything else. Dwarves, I know, are kind of like hit or miss. Personally, I think they're fine. At least, like, you know, male dwarves. Dwarves are, like, iconic, right? Oh, wait! I found my first dead body. There we go. Surprisingly, I have not found any other dead bodies. At least, I don't think I have. There we go. Rip. This is gonna be interesting to try and get. Can I even loot this?
I need to get closer.
Barely. That is a weirdly placed herb. Any farther down and I would slide off the cliff. I do want to slide off the cliff anyway to pick up Silverleaf, but... yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna play a gnome just because I want the engineering specialization to make it easier to get my goblin sapper charges. But, yeah, I don't want to play gnome. I really like night elves, though. I would say, honestly, out of all of the classic races, night elf is probably my favorite. I just don't get a chance to play it a lot. Just because, you know, I normally would play Horde. Haha! I was faster on the draw. There you go. I'm gonna head up here and continue leveling herbalism. You just caught some of the stream this morning, and I mentioned that all of my tunes were Alliance. You then logged off, and I assume he went Horde because of that. Oh, you mean for Zaryu. I was confused. I thought you were talking about me for a second. I was like, what? What do you mean? But yeah, I don't know. Can you have the hardcore add-on running on hardcore realms? I mean, you can. Personally, I don't see the appeal. I know some people were saying they're going to do it. A lot of the elitist, like, solo self-found players are doing that because they want to prove that they're, like, better than everybody else, but who gives a shit, right? 1 second. I'm just responding to somebody on Discord real quick. Let's see. Every time you've chosen ally, you end up dropping the game. Happened in Wrath, guild went ally, and you couldn't stick with it. Hate cities, hate zones, you need Zugzug. Yeah. I mean, I feel that, obviously, as somebody who has historically played Horde. I played Alliance for TBC Classic, because one of my friends was playing Alliance. I will say, in the end, it, like, didn't sit with me as, like, well as Horde did, mostly just because I had a lot of nostalgia for Horde. I think it's interesting, though. Like, in the case of Classic, obviously, if it's something that I'm going to be playing long-term, and I plan on playing Classic long-term all the way through, like, Kata and Mop and stuff. So in that case, I wanted to go back Horde. But in this case, you know, it's just a fun, one-off thing, right? For the duration of Hardcore. It's a good time to experiment, I'd say. But I feel that. Mage Royal definitely wasn't 35, because I was, I think, 36 skill at that point, and I still couldn't loot it. I'm gonna go for this chest. Catamop, WAD, raid logging, Craigasm. Honestly, I raid logged the shit out of those expansions. Like, I know people joke, and they're like, who would want to play, like, WAD Classic? And, you know, all you do is raid. And it's like, dude, I played WAD Classic just for the raids. I played WAD Classic originally. I mean, also, WAD challenge modes? Man. I would raid log the shit out of WAD. And just play it again for challenge modes and stuff. I mean, it was fun. Genuinely fun. The entire expansion as a whole was obviously problematic, and I don't know if they're actually going to do WAD Classic, but they are 100% going to be doing Kata Classic, right? Or I would say 99.9%, because technically it hasn't been officially confirmed, right? And then they are almost certainly going to do Mop Classic if they do Kata Classic. And I will play the shit out of both of those. Like, I have been a Classic enjoyer thus far, but I will be a Classic fiend when Cataclysm and Mop come out. I'm actually going to play the shit out of that. Tyrion said, Harldan is the best streamer ever. Keep up the good work, bro. Thank you. I don't know if I'd go that far, but you know what? I appreciate it. This is also kind of awkward. How do I want to tackle this? Oh, actually, perfect. Yeah, walk away from your friends. Let me kill you all alone. Easy peasy. Yeah, from here, I should be able to take out the rest. I'm going to take out that Gnarlpine Defender on the other side of this camp. Let's see. Silly Goose said, what did I miss? Yeah, just one of my friends messaged me some good news on Discord, so I was responding to them for a little bit. And I'm still, like, actively, whenever they send another message, like, quickly tabbing out to respond, because, no, I'm excited, right? But it's not something I'll say just yet. It's not my place to say, to be honest. Let's see. You'll fight me to the death at level 20. I'm not gonna duel you to the death, Beef. At level 20, you're gonna be my slave for healing dungeons. How about that? I'm gonna drag you into dead mines and wailing caverns and make you heal me as a bear. That's what we'll do. You're gonna be my stamina buff. So you're saying that when you're tired, the likelihood of dying increases. You wonder what could go wrong in this long stream. Honestly, like, kinda. Yeah, that is pretty accurate. In fact, hold on. This poll's under control. I just need to not play like an idiot. We're chilling. Yeah, there's nothing in the path of that Gnarlpine Defender, so Moonfire should rot it out. Yeah, there we go. Easy. This chest is mine. I'm just gonna quickly snatch it up before somebody else swoops in and takes it. Do you hear that I need a pocket healer? I mean, hey, look, if you guys make it to level 20, and I have spots for dungeons, I would not be opposed to doing it with viewers, but I'm not going to do it with, like, randoms. We'll see. I at least feel like, you know, if you're watching my stream and you make it to level 20 and it's, like, early on, you probably know what you're doing. But I don't trust, like, the average pug player. So, I don't know how many guildies I have. If I have 5 guildies, to be clear, I'm probably going to be running with them, because I've already said I'll be helping them out. But I don't exactly know how many we'll have making it to 20, so we'll see. I also probably will not be doing dungeons immediately upon hitting level 20. I'm gonna give it a little bit of a breathing room and just wait it out. I'll probably start doing dungeons at like 25 plus, which is around when I started doing it on the PTR. Because Dead Mines, when your tank is 25 plus, is just super duper safe. And I mean, Wailing Caverns I did last night at level 29, and it was super safe. And honestly, we 4-man's the only hard part, so. And we had a hunter chain-pulling half the dungeon. Admittedly, the hunter, like, at least knew what he was doing in terms of his rotations, so he wasn't completely inting, but it was still a pain in the ass to deal with. Isn't it only for eating and drinking? I forget what I was saying in context to when you asked that Shellstorm. So I forget what the whole isn't it only for eating and drinking thing was about. What did I get from that chest? Yeah, minor healing potions. Healing potions are always a good thing to get from a chest, because until I am able to get my alchemy up, I won't be able to reliably do that. I could probably craft them fairly soon, but at least for right now, 6 healing potions will completely cover me until I'm able to get my skill up in alchemy. So I should be fine. Trolls have the best laugh emote. It sounds completely unhinged. That is true. I actually completely agree with that. The troll laugh emote, where they're like, and they like put their head down and like point forward. It's just absolutely perfect. It's the ideal laugh emote, honestly. Katamopwad, oh, I heard that already. If anything, you'll do normal hardcore in your ally for potential endgame and go horde for your add-on character. Yeah, that's fair. WoD Demolock. That would be cool. I never really got to try WoD Demolock. I'd like to give that, you know, an actual attempt at some point. Would be fun. What quest is this? Heeding the Call. Oh, that's the bear farm quest. Yeah. I was wondering why I didn't pick it up the last time I was in town, but it's because I hit level 10 and then it became available. Scared? Yes. Am I scared to duel a priest at level 20? Yes. I'm absolutely scared to duel a priest at level 20. Anything in Classic that can, like, fear people... Priests can fear people, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't know what level they get that, but I'm not fucking around with that. Look, at level 20, I have cat form, and that's, like, the only thing I have going for me. So, I would not have nearly enough tools to beat a fucking priest. Absolutely not going to duel you to the death. Shadowlands Classic. Oh my god. Yeah. I do think it is pretty safe to say we are never going to get Shadowlands or BFA Classic. I will be thoroughly surprised if that ever happens. I think the only way that we ever get Shadowlands or BFA Classic is like some sort of spin on them. Like, everything is unlocked at the start and it's just like, go and see the raids or whatever. And even then, I don't really think it would be popular enough. They just have such a tarnished reputation as expansions. And I wouldn't even hate that kind of thing. Because obviously, the problem with both Shadowlands and BFA is they had their high moments. But the prospect of playing through it patch by patch once again, it is still going to suck massive ass patch by patch. You know, unless you fundamentally change how those expansions worked. Which, I mean, if they did that, if they fundamentally changed how BFA and Shadowlands worked, and it was just the raid bosses, Shadowlands would still fucking suck. That would absolutely not be worth doing at all. Just because that expansion was fucking misery. Honestly, I think BFA would have potential, because BFA had really good raids. Like, Ashar's Eternal Palace, I honestly don't think was terrible. It was marred by, the fact that Nazjatar, the grind was fucking ridiculous. Azerite essences were miserable. A lot of the things that made Ashar's Eternal Palace miserable were, like, outside of the raid itself. And kind of a knock-on effect of that was Ashar's Eternal Palace, so many guilds just died. I've heard of so many guilds that, like, when they hit Ashar's Eternal Palace, they either had to completely rebuild, and it completely fucked them for a while, or they completely stopped raiding for, like, a tier or two after that, because their guild fell apart, and then they only started rebuilding after, or they just died and never came back, right? That was a deadly raid for recruitment, because it was such a bad patch, everybody fucking hated it, and you know, people just started dropping off. So not only were people dealing with burnout, generally speaking, because they weren't having fun, but then on top of that, you also have to deal with the fact that, you know, everybody else is also having the same problem. So recruitment to fill those missing spots became miserable. And also around that exact same time, Classic came out. So personally, it was like death from 1,000 cuts, where in the end, I actually quit Ashar's Eternal Palace for original Classic release. It was one of the few times I just didn't even finish the tier. I got AOTC, I got first 3 Mythic, and then my guild imploded on Ashvane, and I didn't bother finding a new guild. I was just like, I'm gonna play Classic, right? Like, most other raid tiers, I at least tried to finish it out. Like, I got Cutting Edge Jaina, I got Cutting Edge N'Zoth, and I went through a few guilds over the course of those tiers, and like, when one imploded, I just found a new one. But that tier, I just wasn't gonna bother with it. And it was something that a lot of my friends ran into, the same exact issue. But, I mean, the raid itself was fun. And Nyalotha, obviously corruptions were terrible, but Nyalotha as a raid was a fun raid. It was just, once again, all of the external stuff that made it miserable. Oh yeah, Palandrew or Beef even said, right, OG Classic, yeah. Definitely, that was a big factor for sure. Imagine raiding Firelands on Thursday, TOT on Friday, and Blackrock Foundry on Saturday. Jesus Christ, I can only get so erect, man. Oh my goodness. Like, that sounds like the sickest raid lineup ever. I really want to do Firelands, because, like, I did a little bit of TOT, and I did it, like, not super serious. So I definitely want to do Heroic TOT, because I was still, like, fairly casual back in MoP. SOO was the only raid I kind of did, and even then I only did, like, the first few bosses on Heroic. So I never actually did SOO. But I rated it enough to understand it. TOT I still was fairly casual, but I remember really enjoying the parts that I actually finished. And then by the time you got to WoD, I was actually playing the game, right? So I have a lot of good memories from Blackrock Foundry. A lot of my friends quit, so I didn't finish the raid in Mythic, but I at least had a lot of fun playing it. I remember, like, Blackrock Foundry was the first time I ever seriously played Brewmaster Monk, and that was what made me fall in love with it. I specifically remember there was a mechanic where, I think it was Gruul, where you had, like, these tank slashes, and, I mean, it's a pretty standard mechanic now. At the time, I wasn't super familiar with stuff like that, but it was a fairly standard, like, split damage mechanic on a tank where you take the cleave and stack on the group, and the idea was, like, one tank splits on one group, the other tank splits on the other group, and then, because there were 3 slashes, one of the tanks would need to take 2 of them. So as a Brewmaster, I just took 1 slash, the other tank took it, I took the 3rd slash, and I walked out of the group, popped Zen Meditation, and soloed it. And, I mean, that is, like, fairly standard Brewmaster Monk practice at the time. But this was, like, I had been doing research, and I really wanted to get better at Brewmaster, and I, like, learned about how you can use Zen Meditation to soak mechanics. And I was in, like, some fairly shitty low-level Mythic guild at that time, because that was the first time I ever really did Mythic. I didn't, like, actually start getting Cutting Edge until Legion, though. But in that shitty Mythic guild, when I was actually trying to learn how to be better at Brewmaster, I remember those guys, it blew their minds that you could, like, solo soak tank mechanics like that. And I felt like such a fucking badass doing that. So that tier made me fall in love with tanking in general. I would say, actually, tanking in general I started to really like back in SOO. That's when I first really started trying it, and then I was like, I actually really like tanking. But once I started really playing Brewmaster, from that point on, Brewmaster became like one of my staple tanks that I played for pretty much every other tier. In fact, there's a good chance that I'm going to be playing Brewmaster for next tier as well. I don't know for sure, but it's like, I like Demon Hunter, but there's just such a high chance that it ends up being turbo ass next tier when it loses the tier set bonus, and I don't want to be stuck on something that is just not going to be fun and not going to be good on prog. Like, if DH is cracked for prog, I'll stick with it, but historically speaking, that has, like, almost never been the case. So I think Brewmaster will be a much safer pick, and that's been... Technically, it's only been one tier, because I did play it for Vault, but I also was not enjoying it at all in Vault, so I don't really count that. Brew got so much utility too, yeah. That's the best part about playing Brew. You just have so much in your toolkit. It's just always nice looking at a fight and being like, how much shit can I just cheese with Brewmaster Monk's kit? And it's just really, 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 really fun. Death Knight too, but like Death Knight also is pretty one note. It's like, okay, can I cheese things with Mass Grip or Gore Fiends? No. Okay. I guess they also have AMS. So Death Knights pretty much are either cheesing with Mass Grip stuff or AMSing like a mechanic like Diurna or something like that. So it's less fun. Like when you cheese something with Brewmaster, like Ring of Peace and whatnot, it's just a more fun ability to use compared to something like Mass Grip. I don't know. I just don't like the DK playstyle. I like the reactive healing focus of it, but Blood DK these days, I'm not going to get back into that because I feel like every single stream, somehow I start ranting about Blood DK and how much I hate it. And I used to love it, so it makes me so angry that it's in such a dog shit state at the moment. Like, I really want to like Blood DK. I really want them to like actually give it the rework it deserves and make it fun again. But it's just been such a miserable tank to play for so long now, when it used to be so, so good. I don't know. We'll see. Did I play hardcore before? I played on the PTR, so I got to level 30 with a Druid on the PTR. If you go back to the very start of the stream, like the first 30 minutes, I actually show my character and stuff, so you can see that. Like, while we were waiting for Classic Hardcore the servers to open, I just kind of went through the characters that I leveled on the PTR. It was mostly my Druid. I leveled some alts for fun, but the only character I actually really played was... I mean, it was effectively this character that I have recreated. It was a Night Elf Druid named Lenara. Literally exactly the same appearance. I just leveled it up to 30, which was... I had a lot of fun doing that, so... Yeah. I'll try to do it again. And I didn't die a single time, at least on my Druid. I died once on my Paladin at level 8 to Murlocs, and that was it. So, as it stands, I have a single death in Classic Hardcore. And I know I am tempting fate by saying that, but honestly, I am glad that it happened. Because here's the thing, imagine if I was going into official release and I had said, I had never died in Classic Hardcore. Like, fate would just find a way to just kick me in the balls. But I've died once, you know? I feel like that's enough leeway that I probably won't get turbo fucked by karma. And if I do die, hopefully, it'll be on, like, my Paladin again. It would be honestly good if I played a Paladin a second time, and then my Paladin on official servers also died at level 8. Then I had to recreate it, which was annoying, but, you know. Oh, I just realized we didn't play poker today, did we? Huh. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Today is wait, no. Today's a Thursday, right? Yeah, no, tomorrow is poker. I'm fucking stupid. I completely lost track of which day was which. Tomorrow is poker night. It feels like a Friday, I don't know. Like, we only raided one day this week because we killed Sark on Tuesday. So, it just like, my entire schedule feels off. It feels weird. I'm also not used to streaming on a Thursday. So, is this guy gonna take my skinning? Oh no, he's just walking past it. There we go. How can you play hardcore? Which of the servers? It's on Classic Era, and there's just a drop-down menu. You just select. Also, I think at this point, yeah, these mobs are green for skinning. I mean, I might as well just... If there's free leather sitting in the grounds, I'll take it. Also, what should I do for My professions. Oh, I forgot to start the poll. Here, I'll put up a poll. Give me 1 second. Highest risk is in dungeons because you rely on other players. Oh man. Shy, if you haven't seen it yet, go to my channel and look at the YouTube short that I posted within the last, like, I think it was about 12 hours ago. Almost on the dot around then. So, on the PTR, I did Dead Mines twice, and it went fine. And I did Wailing Caverns in the final night of the PTR. And, well, let's just say there was enough content to make an entire 1-minute YouTube short about, and I actually had to condense things to fit within that time frame. I'm probably going to make the entire Wailing Caverns thing into a video. Like, as like a little bonus when I make my guide for it, but yeah. I had an interesting experience in Wailing Caverns. I mean, we ended up doing it, right? I didn't die, and overall, nobody died. It was fine. It's just, man, classic players are sometimes very strange, at least like the diehard ones. But I do agree that, yeah, it can be a bit tricky when you have to rely on other players. That's why, though, I would only really play with people who I'm 100% sure that I could rely on for that reason. You know what? I'll be nice. I'm going to take this guy's Peace Bloom that he was clearly trying to get, but I will at least be nice and buff him. Wait, shit. Why do I have threat? Yeah, my Peace Bloom. Trade offer, you get Mark of the Wild, I get 3 times Peace Bloom. I think that's fair. Oh wait, is that Earthroot? That's Silverleaf. Fuck it. I'd say it's worth doing this for now. Because I want to make sure that by the time I get to Darkshore, my herbalism is already like 75 and stuff, and then I'm not like missing out on potential skill ups because I didn't level it up as high as it possibly could be. Yeah, that guy's getting the Silverleaf. So I don't know what herbs I need to get in Darkshore. I think as long as I get to 75 skill, I should probably be covered for whatever I may run into. Early Horde dungeons are cool, yeah. I was planning to try and do Ragefire Chasm before official launch. I just kind of ran out of time. But Ragefire Chasm's cool. It's a shame that, you know, you can't really do it on Alliance. And it's kind of weird because, you know, Horde gets a unique dungeon that has a decent amount of cool items. And the Alliance unique dungeon, Stockades, has literally no loot. Which, yeah. A bit whack there. And then I think there was one more herb over there behind that tree that I'm heading towards. They make the story in Shadowlands good. Honestly, I would be amazed if you managed to rewrite the Shadowlands story into something actually good. Like, I have heard some potential rewrites of the Shadowlands story that are not quite as dogshit. Because, you know, the fundamental material that you're working with is just so flawed. It's just, how do you turn that into anything remotely workable? I don't know. Let's see. 1 second. I'm just responding to something real quick. I should probably get into the town before I tab out to do Discord messages, or at least use Shadow Meld if I'm gonna do shit like that. There we go. Okay. One second. Let's see. Okay, let me tab back over. Horde bias? Yeah.
Hello.
Alright, we got rank 2 Moonfire. Actually, a lot of good rank 2 spells here. Let me see. Moonfire is huge, because I'm going to be using this a ton while leveling. Mark the Wild, also pretty huge. Oh yeah, the upgrade from rank 1 to rank 2 is actually massive. You get the entire attribute effect, and you don't have that before. It's nice.
Light still recharging.
What else can I
Balloon adorned.
make?
Be careful.
Balloon be with you.
Do I not have the spider recipe? You know what, can I... Yeah, I can't really make any of these things. I guess I can make small eggs. If I get 3 more small eggs, I can learn this cooking recipe and make a bunch of spider kebabs. You made it to level 4 in a mage before you noped out. You're a braver man than I. Did you die at level 4, or did you just, like, say you were, like, too stressed out or something to play? Which, understandable. But... I mean, I've played my fair share of Classic, so I'm familiar with it. As I was saying before. Oh, right. Before I do anything else, before I keep forgetting, I need to set up this poll. Because now that I'm level 10, soon-ish I will be doing Gnome. You know what? I'm going to do tailoring on...
I'm out of range.
I'm going to do tailoring on my Gnome, which means I should also hold on to my linen cloth. Because I will probably need that. Let's see. Kill this one owl on my way back. It is kind of crazy how much the servers have cleared up. I don't know if people just, like, gave up and they died or got, like, spooked or something and decided to take a break, or if it is just because it's late. I don't think it really is that late, though. Like, it is kind of prime time. So, okay, here. Oh, he's just gonna park myself in the inn. You'd imagine it's a combo of both? Yeah, that's fair. So what can gnomes be? Gnomes can be... Mage, Rogue, Warlock. Because they can be warriors as well, but I'm not going to play warrior on it, so... It's also people's raid times. That is true. Alright, how do I... You start a poll. Which class should I make my gnome? There we go. So, Mage... Hello, Naomi. I wasn't sure if you've been lurking for a while or if you just popped in, but good to see you. Rogue. Also, did I say it right this time? Or am I still pronouncing it wrong? Why not warrior? I'm gonna be making a warrior. It's just, my warrior is going to be a dwarf. I've already decided on that. So, already have something picked out for, obviously, my druid, this character. My paladin is going to be a human, my dwarf is going to be a warrior. And I'm going to play a different class for gnome. So, out of the remaining options, that's what I'm picking between. You've been leveling Mistweaver Monk, and you thought it was dog until you actually understood how to play it, and now you cannot stop playing as him? Yeah. Mistweaver for, like, quests and stuff is not the best, but in dungeons, Mistweaver is definitely a good option. I'm just responding to somebody in Discord real quick. You came in near the start before you even got started, just been lurking since. Yeah, I remember you popping in around then. Still not telling you how you said it is correct. You like people pronouncing it however they see fit, unless it's, like, horribly butchered. That's fair. One of these days you'll have to tell me. Alright, should send my herbs to... I'll just send them all to my bank alt for now. And then I can divvy up the supplies after the fact. So continue sending it all over to Harldan. All this stuff. And... I'll keep the spider legs. Yeah, this stuff works. I can get rid of the tough jerky. I don't need that. I think that's fine.
Peace be with you.
Yeah, it would definitely be nice to get... what's it called? Some extra bag space. Still only having one spare bag is a little bit oof at the moment. Okay. So how's the poll going? It's actually fairly close. So there's 14 votes so far. So in case you haven't noticed, I put a poll up for which class I'll make my gnome. And I will leave that there for at least a little bit. Because I'm not going to create it just yet. You know, for now... I should note, all three of those classes, by the way, I have not actually played them in Classic. So you're not also going to see like a bias between one where I'm like, aha, I'm really good at Warlock or Mage or whatever. I have not played any of those three. So no matter which one I pick, it'll be a learning experience for me. And should be interesting. I should also note, to be clear, I'm not going to be playing this character extensively. At least for now. I'm going to get it to level 5 right off the bat. Then later on, probably like tomorrow, I will get it up to 10. And then it'll probably stay at 10 for at least a little while. And then in the future, maybe I'll get it further. But the main focus is basically using those alts to like funnel profession stuff into my Druid. And then my Druid is still going to be the primary focus. You want 10.2 news? Yeah, I know. They have been a bit slow. Honestly, though, it looks like 10.2 news is probably going to come fairly soon. I'm surprised we haven't really gotten much already, but... yeah. Trying to find owls. Maybe I just get fishing up and get, like, brilliant small fish. Honestly, though, like... that might just be a more efficient use of my time. Oh, there's like a million herbs over here, though. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I can also train the next level of herbalism. So, just get rid of this spider, because it's blocking my herb. Whack it with my staff. And refresh my buffs. Let's see. Blizza's been silent on 10.2 and you're getting kind of sick of it, yeah. I don't know. It's... I think the main issue with the silence regarding 10.2 is how fast this tier has felt overall. Like, the pacing has just been a bit weird. So... the time schedule actually kind of lines up with, you know, what they did for Vault and, like, leading up to Aberrus. But, come on. But it feels a bit more tedious now, because at least I'm already, like, deep into farm. Oh my goodness, come on. Another failed attempt. We get another one? Ah, nice. Finally got the Mage Royal. Throw this guy some buffs. There you go. Oh, and I think somebody took the other herbs while I was doing that, so... Oh well. How am I doing? I'm doing good, Neo. It's good to see you, by the way. I hope you're doing good as well. You know what? Before I do anything else, I will actually do the cave at this point. And then after I do the cave, I can head over to Darnassus. I'll turn in these quests. I will head down to Ruttherin Village. I'm going to learn fishing. And then I will get my fishing and cooking up a little bit. And then I can swap over. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I'll do that after. Okay, so the main reason why I am going to do other stuff first is I wanted to get to level 10 regardless, because obviously I needed to start getting things set up. But specifically, I want to do two things. One, I want to start accumulating rested experience on my alts to make it easier. So the sooner I get them parked in an inn, the better. So, I'm going to load anyways. We'll see if that causes any issues. I need to stick with this character as a night elf, even though I would have preferred it to be a human just because it would have been easier. Just because I've already mailed so much to it, so if I don't, then that stuff is lost to the void. Unfortunate, though. Yeah, all my characters, I guess, just auto-selected Night Elf. You know what? I'm gonna name my gnome Larice. Just because, what's it called? I already use Larice for, like, a lot of my characters, but it's monks and stuff. And I'm not, obviously can't be a monk, right, on Hardcore Classic. So I still want to use that name, but since I won't be using it for anything else, might as well just use it for the gnome. Okay, so some of my add-ons are working. I have Guideline, I have Details. I am going to turn off Guideline. For this, I'm not going to worry about that. I will have questy. Shit. Where's Guideline? Oh, there we go. It's whatever at the top. That should do it. I'll keep it installed just in case I use it in the future, but for now, I'm not going to worry about that. So, admittedly, this is a bit of a spooky run, because this character is currently holding all of my herbs and leather. So if I die on the way to Darnassus, I have lost about 3 hours worth of farming. So let's not do that. This brings back so many memories for leveling back in the first time. Yeah, for sure. Classic really does a good job of bringing back the nostalgia. Honestly, of all the things to automatically make my bank alt, like, I wasn't really thinking, of course, when I created this character, because I just wanted to reserve the name Harldan, so I just snap created whatever character popped up first, just so I could reserve the name, and then hop into my Druid as quickly as possible. What's it called? And I kind of was forced to name, or I was forced to mail all my stuff over to this character specifically, because I don't really care what Harldan, I'm not going to use this name for, like, anything, any actual characters. This is going to be my bank alt. So because of that, it doesn't really matter what it actually is. Whereas I already knew that I had just reserved the other 3 names, and I was going to have to recreate those characters at some point anyways. So if I had mailed the stuff over to them, it would have just caused a lot of headache. Whereas in this case, at the very least, it's not a bad thing for my character to be a night elf. But it is spooky. It's very spooky. I have to avoid all the stuff along the road. There's a lot of Night Sabers. Bank ult, I thought this was hardcore. It is. It absolutely is hardcore. If you think bank ults don't belong in hardcore, don't make a bank ult. I'm gonna make one, because why the fuck not? This isn't solo self-bound. This is actual hardcore, not whatever fucking rule set that add-on tried to push onto the community. So, here's the thing. I'm gonna play the way I want to play. I'm gonna make a bank ult, and I'm gonna use this to store stuff and throw things in the auction house because it's convenient and it makes the game more fun. And if you don't want to do that, you can not do that. And it doesn't affect you at all that I am making a bank ult. Especially if you're playing solo self-found and you're not interacting with the economy anyways, but I have said before, I do plan on interacting with the economy, and I do plan on trying to get my professions up and sell stuff in the auction house, so obviously, in that case, it is very convenient to have a bank ult to use as storage. For you, the reason it feels so fast is because they massively fucked up with 10.0.5 or 10.1.5 AUG, balancing of some specs, etc. Yeah. That definitely kind of skewed the entire, like, timeline of the tier. This whole tier has been just a bit of a mess in terms of pacing. Definitely. Feels like the season was over weeks ago. True, yeah, for Mythic Plus especially. They fucked Mythic Plus so hard. It's a bit unfortunate, honestly. Although you're still progging Sark in your guild, it feels like prog ended months ago when the dead weight caused us to spend weeks of extra time on stuff, so it's more of a chore than fun prog, yeah. And I mean, those last few weeks of, like, final boss prog anyway, they're always miserable. Like, when I was on my last 2 weeks of Sark prog, you know the boss is gonna die. And that was the worst thing, because we were so close, and it was just, there were always some fuck-up from somebody that constantly caused wipes. The amount of, like, 5% wipes that we failed to kill on back in my old guild, because it was the same thing every single time. Everybody is stacked up for the, like, LOS thing. Someone gets hit by a swirly right on top of the group, makes a circle, everybody goes down. That literally wiped us on a 5%, would have been a kill pull, I don't even know how many times. It was, like, over 5. Probably somewhere in the range of like 6 to 10 times we wiped to that exact same spot. And it never got brought up. That was the thing that tilted me the most on Sark. We have somebody clearly making the same mistake over and over and over and over and over, getting hit by swirls. Like, watch your fucking feet, man. Come on. And they kept wiping us to the same thing. And at no point was it like acknowledged that this was causing wipes. At no point was anybody like, hey, are we going to figure out who the fuck is doing this and why we keep wiping this? Nope, just go again, right? Go again, get another 5% pull, wipe to the exact same shit, and just... I mean, I'm going to get tilted talking about my experience in my last guilds. Let's just say I am so much happier in this current guild. Holy shit. It's so nice playing with people who actually know what they're fucking doing. But yeah, those last 2 weeks of Sark Prog, oh, I was so checked out. Like, the boss was dead, right? It was literally just wait for little Timmy to figure out how to watch his feet. And then the moment we got like a decent pull where that didn't happen, the boss was dead, right? It didn't even feel good. It was just like, finally, this should have happened a while ago. Let me see. Okay, let me clear up my bags. So, thankfully I don't actually have too much. So I can't actually mail anything yet because this character has no money. But at the very least, my bank ult is now safe and sound in Darnassus. So, we're chilling. Eventually I want to mail this over to my tailor, which... What am I going to do? I'm going to go engineering tailoring on my gnome character, whatever that ends up being. And I'm going to go, long term, so eventually, way later on, my Druid is going to be engineering, obviously, but it's going to be my second engineer. I'm going to go enchanting briefly, just so I can get Smoking Heart of the Mountain. And then, like, if I make it that far, right, I'm going to get blacksmithing to get, there's like a trinket that breaks fear or something. All I know is it's apparently good. So I've been, like, doing research into feral druid tanking stuff, and it seems like you basically take enchanting, get the item, drop enchanting, keep engineering, and then take blacksmithing towards the end game. So that is eventually what I'll do, which means long-term, my druid will actually be my blacksmith. So temporarily, I think on one of my low-level characters, I can take blacksmithing just because in the immediate moment, it would be nice to get weight stones, but I actually don't want to invest too much into that because I will be dropping it at some point. So one of my alts will be a tailor 100% of the time. Another one of my alts will be a leatherworker 100% of the time. An alchemist, one of them will have to be. And let me see. I think is that it? Yeah. So I guess I could also make like one of them an enchanter, but like the thing about having an enchanting alt is you can't actually enchant your own gear. That's kind of the only problem. So I don't really think I want to bother with enchanting. I think, honestly, if I have to buy anything, I'll probably just pay money to get enchanting stuff. Or if one of my guildies goes enchanting, that would actually work out pretty well. We'll see. Because I don't think they're going to be making a lot of profession alts, so I'll have to ask Devi what she plans on running. But, so yeah, so I need a leatherworker, a tailor, a alchemist, blacksmith, and obviously we already know the gnome is going to be engineering. Let's see. So I think my warrior, my warrior will be blacksmithing and I don't know, what else do I want to make my warrior? Blacksmithing and tailoring, sure. I think that's fair. Yeah. And then leatherworking, and actually, feel like leatherworking and tailoring should be on the same one. I don't know, I'm so indecisive. Yeah, leatherworking and tailoring should probably be the same, in which case I'd probably do that on my Paladin. And then blacksmithing alchemy can be my warrior. And then finally I'll just take, what was the other one? Man, my memory is shit. I don't know. Sorry, guys. I keep blanking on exactly what I was going to say. I should probably write this down so I don't, like, literally forget what I was thinking mid-sentence. Anyways, I'm just going to fucking send it, and I'll figure it out as I get there, and then I'll write it down. Am I doing a 24-hour stream? Maybe. I haven't fully decided whether I'll go for 24 hours. We're playing it by ear. I'm doing a long stream, and we'll be doing probably at least a part 2 to go past the 10-hour mark, but we'll see. I am on Defies Pillager Alliance side. Remember Bear and Dire Bear form with the mouth open? Yeah. The bear form looks derpy as hell. To play hardcore, you just need to install Classic? Yes. You get the whole not dying until level 60 thing, but after that, like in raids and stuff, why shouldn't you be able to die? I think that's fair. I think there should be like some sort of like limited revive system to encourage people to try raids, because as it stands, very few people are going to bother doing raids at 60. If I make it to 60, I will probably at least try it out just for shits and giggles. We'll see, though. I'm not 100% sure yet. I'll read the other stuff when I'm starting. Have I seen any bot farms yet? I might have, actually. So, it's hard to say, though. Like, I don't know how to tell the difference between a bot farm and a normal farm yet. I watched a group of 5 people farm furbolgs in, like, the southwestern corner of Teldrassil, where, you know, there's the mysterious plant, that little camp right behind that. They were, like, spawn-killing all of those furbolgs. So, I mean, that might have been just a group of 5 people XP grinding. I don't know if it was a bot farm, but that was the only time I saw people effectively just genociding an entire area, and that, there's no quest there. The only quest there is Ursal the Mauler, which has nothing to do with the mobs in that vicinity. So it definitely wasn't a... Yeah, it wasn't anything related to that. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, so next character. Out of these three, I will do the gnome first. So, put in your votes. I will close it whenever I'm done creating the gnome. So, let me just delete this character. And we'll see. So I'll, worry about the class after. Right now, Warlock is in the lead, but Mage is close behind. So, if Mage pulls ahead within the next few minutes, I would not rule it out. Gnome faces are actually not that bad. Gnomes have, like, out of a lot of the classic races, some of the better faces, I'd say. There's, like, this one, which will just haunt your dreams, but... that's fine. Hairstyle. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I've ever made a gnome before. Well, I've never made a female gnome before, that much I'm sure of. So that'll be interesting to see. Alright, well, I've finished creating my gnome, so the poll ends. Warlock is the winner. Am I doing this for content, or am I really interested in playing this? I am really interested in playing this. Yes. I've literally hit 30 on the PTR. I've been playing it in my own free time for the past, like, month or two. So, yes, I am genuinely interested in classic hardcore. So, here's an easy way to see if I'm doing this for content. Go look at my channel. Do you see any clickbait, what is the best class to play in classic hardcore, or like the 50 millionth classic hardcore leveling tier list, like all that, garbage clickbait nonsense? Like, none of that's there, so therefore I'm not doing this for content. If I was doing this for content, oh man, I could do some really, like, bottom of the barrel garbage videos, but of course I don't like to do that stuff, so I'm doing this just because I think it's fun. Alright. Got the Warlock. What did I miss? Sent you a DM, you may get my... Oh wait, I missed the context for that. The final weeks of Prague are fun to you until it's the same people doing shit over and over, yeah. You know, it was giving you an aneurysm tonight, sent you a DM, you may get my frustration. Let me check. What the fuck? Was that a Microsoft Paint drawing? Yeah. I feel like, so, generally speaking, you're going to see a bit of spread in the circles, because a lot of times, if somebody runs in slightly too late, they obviously can't stay stacked because then they'll get sent down. But as long as you just move a little bit to the left so you're not directly on a hole, you'll kind of see most of them clumped up. But yeah, that first image that you sent of, like, the circles way off in Narnia, that's obviously not ideal and should never happen, but unfortunately, it absolutely does, so, yeah. 3, 2, 1, and then run to Africa, pretty much. Okay, automation. Oh, yes, Oh, wait, that's actually quite nice. Show Druid power bar? Huh. What else can I do? Wait, there's a show flight times? Oh, that's actually fucking nice. Huh. Sorry about that. You can see my throat is ever so slowly starting to give out. Now that I'm creating a new character and I'm not in any rush, good chance to double check this stuff and make sure I have all my settings checked. I like use class colors in chat. Increase chat history, I always like that one. And... Alright. Oh my god. Yeah, that is a cursed swirly right there. Holy hell. I just saw your message, Naomi. Okay, let me... Action bars. And... there we go. See, on one hand, I want to get tailoring online as early as possible, but also... I can wait to get tailoring until I get my Paladin up. What can I get for you today? Keep your feet on the ground. Let me see this stuff. So, what abilities do I have? Literally never played a classic Warlock, by the way. So this one is going to be new to me. Demon Skin. Okay, it's a 30-minute buff, so I'll just put that where I normally put Mark of the Wild. I'm also, hold on, let me... Just so I don't get questions from people, did my Druid die? I'm just gonna put, up here. It's, Actually, you know what? I can save this. So, file, save as... 5-minute break. And, then... New... And how do I do... I wanted to, like... I kind of want to crop the... Yeah, I can't really crop off the top of MS Paint. Whatever. We'll roll with it. I don't know where to put it. I would have to shrink it a little bit if I'm going to cover my chat box with it. I need a better solution than just using MS Paint for everything. Hold on. Leveling, does that show up? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Level... That's terrible. You know what? Can't I just use text? Yeah, why am I trying to write it out when I can literally just use text? Oh, that's too big of a font size. What about 12 point? 12. Yeah, that works. Actually, I should do a little bit bigger. Yeah, here we go. Druid alive. Leveling alts. There we go. Is that Yes. Okay. There we go. Alright, now I won't get questions in chat about, did my Druid die and I recreated my character? So, we have a workable solution for now. Kung Fu Carl said, hey, sorry haven't been able to stop by. You never need to apologize. You're good to go. Don't worry. Do I get... There's immediately a Warlock quest. Beginnings. Ooh. So Warlocks get a special quest, and apparently immolate... Can I sell this stuff? I have 2 sell prices. Oh, it's because I have vendor price enabled too. And vendor price is showing it in addition to Leatrix Plus, which I don't need. Alright. I've gotten so many guild invites. Max production quality here? Yeah. Look. I don't worry about getting fancy stream stuff set up so that I can worry about actually getting videos and other things done. I have a limited amount of time, And, you know, getting super hyper fancy stream stuff is not on my to-do list. One of these days when I have, like, whenever, in, I don't know, some indeterminate future when I actually have free time to do shit, maybe I'll get, like, fancy stream element things set up. But for now, we are relying on Microsoft Paint. And hey, it gets the message across, right? I missed a few messages in the process, right? I missed a lot of messages. Somebody said, died in your Druid. Can you only make one class per account? No, you can't only make one class. I just want to try different classes, right? That's the only reason I'm doing that, just for fun. You've always wondered what the blue button on the micro menu does? What's the micro menu? I'm just gonna stab it to death. Alright, I should probably drink. Enchanting alts suck, yeah. You know they're bots and they don't answer your whispers? Yeah, admittedly, I didn't think far enough ahead to try to whisper them to see. You think setup characters would be valuable? A no-risk character with gear-making professions who can bump up a new character's items death hurts a little less? Yeah. I mean, it's... I don't know. People will say it's not real hardcore if you're making alts and mailing stuff over, and I disagree. I mean, play how you want, right? If you prefer to play without that stuff, by all means, go for it. Personally, I would rather just actually plan ahead and strategize and stuff, and... Why is my skill in daggers showing up twice? Like, in chat... Oh, you can't see it. Because it's, my chat's blocked. But I'm getting 2 messages. Oh, never mind, I'm blind. My skill in defense and daggers leveled up at the exact same time, and they both started with a D, and... Do they have the exact same amount of characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Yeah. Both 7 characters start with a D... I thought I was getting double message, but apparently I leveled up defense and daggers at the same time, and I'm fucking blind, so I thought it just double messaged me. Never mind, I'm just stupid. New confirmed best item in the game, and just talks about how files of tepid verse are almost as good as corrupting rage. Yeah, exactly. Just clickbait trash like that. Fuck that. Last time you tried leveling a priest in Classic, you died at the first mob. I mean, sometimes it's like that. Like, at the very start of the stream, I almost died in, like, my 4th mob or something. Just because I was fighting a mob 2 levels higher than me, because getting tags was difficult. And then I just got, like, 3 dodges and parries and shit in a row. And it almost clapped me. I made it out, but it was very, very spooky for a moment there. It is honestly crazy, though. Like, compare this to what it was like a few hours ago on my Druid. This is just so chill, and P4, it was absolute chaos fighting over tags for every single mob. Like, goddamn. You got Hogger down? Nice. That's pretty fucking good. Did you solo Hogger, Beef, or did you join a group for it? You hate this hyper-optimized culture you have now in PvE content? It depends, I think... yeah, like I said, it depends. So, obviously, I like optimization in general. So, I will always be pro-optimization. Obviously, I'm the dude who does the speed leveling stuff, and a lot of people will argue, you take the fun out of leveling in retail, which I would argue there is no fun in leveling in retail. In my mind, I'm actually making retail leveling fun, because it's just kind of a shadow of what it used to be in Classic, so I'm just making it interesting by making the process faster and giving you, like, an additional way to challenge yourself. That's how I've always viewed it. But so many people will be like, all these, like, elitist players optimizing everything. And, like, to me, though, that's fun. Like, the thing that I like about, like, speed leveling in retail is finding, you know, the optimized route and thinking of the fastest ways to do things. And I just enjoy that, right? So, I think that's fine. I think it depends on how you apply, you know, your optimization. If you are optimizing for yourself, right? And I'm always optimizing for myself. I'm trying to level as fast as I can. I'm trying to, you know, plan out everything as in as much detail as possible. Whenever I'm doing raids and stuff, I'm always trying to like maximize my parses and stuff. And I think that's fine, as long as you don't basically try to impose your optimization mindset onto other people, right? So if you then say, well, because I am like, focused on this, you must play the game like this. That sucks, right? I always tell people, play however you want. There is a little bit of a caveat there, though, where obviously if you join a Mythic raiding guilds or something like that, if you join an environment where there is, an agreed upon thing where everybody is going to take the game seriously and try to actually, play as best as they possibly can, well, then that's a little bit different, because then you are, it's kind of a give and take, right? You are saying, I am willing to put in the effort, and, I share a similar mindset as you in terms of, like, progressing and stuff. And in return, I get to join this guild of people who also share that, mentality and, kill bosses quickly with them. So I think if somebody's telling you what you need to do and you're just trying to, have fun and play your own way, yeah, obviously tell that person to fuck off. That being said, I have seen a lot of people who join guilds, right, and then basically pull the classic, don't tell me how to play my spec. But it's like, if you are joining an environment where that is like the norm, right, where you are accepting that everybody's like very performance oriented, then you need to be ready to live up to those performance expectations. So, like I said, it depends. It really all is about how people apply that mindset. There's good ways and there's bad ways to do it. Also, let me go empty my bags and stuff, and I need to get more water. It would make my life a little bit easier. What's the best class? The one you enjoy playing is the only correct answer? Yeah. And that's the other thing, right? The idea that you must always pick the meta. That is something that I also disagree with. Because, Vengeance DH right now, it's not the meta, but I'm still playing Vengeance DH because I enjoy it, and then within the confines of, playing I wouldn't say Vengeance is off meta. Vengeance is like just not the best. It's still good, of course. But I am still trying to make Vengeance as good as it possibly can be, and I'm trying to perform as well as I possibly can. So, there's a lot of different ways to approach it. Sent an actual screenshot of how bad it was. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was the screenshot. Yeah, that's fucking terrible. Whoa! Wow. Hold on. I need to read this. My friend just sent me... Rice, are you watching this? I only just saw your message. I don't know if you're in the stream right now. But I just read your message on Discord, and, holy shit. What the fuck happened? Well, let me at least accept this quest. Okay, apologies, but I need to take a moment to read an essay that my friend just sent me, which is intensely interesting to me. But... Wow. I can't read this out loud, or at least I don't want to read this out loud for the respect of the people involved's privacy, but this is important. Wow. Huh. No fucking way. Dude, what the fuck is that passive-aggressive bullshit? Everything is okay. So, I will at least give some context. This is not current guild drama. This is the guild that I left, like a few months ago, apparently is going through some shit. And, my friends from that guild have been messaging me, and, Wow. Holy shit. Actually, it could be worse. I never would have seen this coming. Let me just say, oh yeah, I'll tell you what happened, because I've given you some of the details, Naomi, but let me just say, I dodged the biggest fucking bullet. Holy shit, dude. No fucking way. I am so happy that I made the decisions that I made. It's like, you ever just like second guess yourself for months on end and wonder, like, did I make the right decision? Did I make the right decision? And you're never sure. And like sometimes you go your entire life not knowing if you made the right decision, and you're always wondering what could have been. But in this case, it's like literally within months, I have basically been confirmed that I made the absolute best possible choices for myself over the past few months. And man, I feel bad for some of my friends. Oh.
This is a
I'll do that later. Alexa, remind me again in 2 hours.
okay.
Stop. Yeah. I feel bad for my friends who are still in that guild who need to deal with that, but I am intensely relieved to know that I was completely correct about everything that I said and did. And I feel ridiculously vindicated right now, and it is a great feeling, let me tell you. It sucks, right? Like, it's one of those things where you never... there are admittedly a few people, really 2 people in particular, that I do take some schadenfreude in seeing them face the consequences of their own actions, right? So I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't take some sadistic pleasure in that, but at the same time, that does not apply to the vast majority of my previous guilds. I had issues with the leadership, and some of them, I mean, they fucked up. They really fucked up, and what can I say? Karma's a bitch. But at the same time, there were a lot of people in that guild, most of that guild, who I am friends with, who I really like. They're great people, they're great players, and you know what? It's a shit situation for them. It's never fun. It's never good seeing that happen. So I feel bad for them. That sucks. It's 7 a.m. for you? Yeah, I guess I almost never... Actually, have I ever streamed this late? Obviously, it's for a particular reason. Man. All I'll say is this particular line from my friend copy-pasted a message to me. You know the word schadenfreude? Yeah. I love the word schadenfreude. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Am I? Schaden... I think I am.
Schadenfreude.
Bam. I mean, close enough. I'd say I'm not going to do the Freude, right? But it's good enough. Good enough for my stupid American ass. I got close. But my friend copy-pasted an announcement to me, and this one particular line, I want everyone to know how much I appreciate, and then it says all, and all is like crossed out. Like they put like a strike through on all. Most of you. Like, Jesus, really? You have to go with the passive-aggressive approach? Fucking hell. Oh my goodness. I'm very surprised at this. It's one of those things where... Man, it, like... I literally predicted this, but I almost, like, I second-guessed myself because I'm like, you know, whenever a guild has been around for this long, clearly they must at least kind of know what they're doing. But it is crazy how, like, I can literally see the writing on the wall and basically say, I know exactly where this is going, I've seen it a million times before. And then I'm like, okay, well, yeah, but, like, surely this guild is the exception, not the rule, because they've been around for God knows how long, and they're immune to, like, any other problems. No? God fucking damn. Let me hold on. I need to message my other friend. Well, message me. This is post. Holy shit. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have some conversations later. This is wow. I'm messaging somebody in my guild, and I'm just being like, hey, maybe reach out to a few people from my former guilds, right? No, that essay is not written by a certain Guardian Druid. A certain Guardian Druid got demoted before all of this happened. A certain Guardian Druid has been inting his guild's prog for weeks on end, and, I mean, I already told you about that, but literally got demoted from his position, and, I mean, he has no authority to make any decisions anymore. Good fucking riddance. He's the only one. Like, that's the thing. Like I said, I have, like, zero bad blood with 99% of the people from that guild. There's pretty much just one person who I severely dislike because of the way he handled things. No, Milk is fine. In fact, Milk was one of the people I was messaging earlier. Milk is obviously, I feel bad for him because, you know, whatever shit's going down in the guild, you can maybe read between the lines here, but yeah, it's not good, and the reality is Milk is probably going to end up getting screwed over by this. So one of my main goals is right now I'm trying to help Milk as much as possible, do everything I can to make sure he doesn't get fucked over by this. But yeah. And like my other friends, I'll probably reach out to them and be like, hey, so how's it going? Are you in the market for a new guild? But yeah, we'll see. You laughed your ass off of those shorts, dude. All I'll say is there is a non-zero chance that I may get to raid with Milk again, and that is one of the reasons why I'm very happy. So, we will see. Wait, this is all brand new, right? It's developing in the middle of the stream, and I'm trying to, like, while streaming, message in Discord to figure it out. So I don't really fucking know what's gonna happen. We'll fucking see. But it's, yeah, I don't know. A perfect stream. Yeah, man, you guys get, like, literally in the moment fresh drama. The funniest shit is, earlier this stream, I'm like, I literally said towards the start of the stream, right, that like, oh, you know, it's gonna be a chill classic stream, right? I have no good stories going on today. And then out of fucking nowhere, the greatest drama story ever just lands in my fucking lap in the middle of the stream. You cannot make this shit up. Oh my god. Yeah, Beef, the person I'm messaging, one of the people I'm messaging is Wheels. Because, you know, speaking of recruitment, you know, this is, whew. To think you were about to go to bed and almost miss this. Yeah, man. Like I said, though, I feel bad for all the people involved, and it is one of those things where, like, writing's on the wall, but... Statistician. Yeah. Oh, the statistician clip was so good. That one has been interesting, because that one was like, it did okay for a little while, and then it's actually kind of held its ground in the algorithm over a longer period of time. So I'm happy with that. I think I've kept the statistician clip up. Hopefully it's a healer. Well, my friend Milk Supply is a healer. I cannot guarantee anything just yet. Like I said, it is brand new. But at least one of them, the main friend that I was talking to when all of this I first found out about it, is actually a healer. So we'll see. That would be very, very, very nice. But, I mean, at this point, there's a chance that we get way more than just a healer if I can work my magic. We'll fucking see. I know. Maybe I should message Solarian. I don't know. I've mostly been messaging Wheels because, like, the funny thing about this is literally, like, last night in Discord, like, I was talking with Wheels and JD, like, for people outside of my guild who are watching this, 2 people in my current guild, and I mentioned something that my friend Milk had told me to Wheels, and he was looking through my old guild's logs and basically, like, commenting on some of the different players and stuff. So literally just last night, he was already looking through, like, a bunch of the different players in my old guild and basically being like, hey, you should try to convince them to join. And I remember telling him, like, literally less than 24 hours ago, like, yeah, you know, I don't know. I really doubt that they're going to end up leaving that guild. And now I'm not so sure. Well, actually, at this point, I am almost sure of the contrary. So, shit. Wish it was any other day, man. Why did it have to be while I'm doing classic hardcore stuff? Like, I would be all over this shit if I wasn't in the middle of it. And it's not even like, you know, normally I'd say, like, it's while I'm streaming. Honestly, this is the kind of thing where if this was a standard stream, I would honestly probably end the stream to go figure all of this shit out and, like, message all of my friends and figure out what's going on with them. But, like, the reality is, I want to play classic hardcore, man. So I'm gonna just try to juggle this all as best I fucking can in the moment. We'll see. Whew. Okay. Now, I might disable guild invites at this point. I've gotten so fucking many of them. Also, I kind of want to go back to the Warlock Trainer and learn Immolate, just because it would be nice to have more than a single button. Let me see. I'm gonna scroll back up, because in all of, like, everything that was going on, I missed a few messages, so I'm gonna scroll up, make sure I read everything. Let's see. Yeah, I missed a bunch of messages, so let me try to get caught up on everything that happens. And obviously, when I was talking about that, I know chat was moving a little bit fast for a moment there. Don't even get you started on the Og Evoker jerk-off extravaganza. Got kicked out of Mythics multiple times because you refused to switch to Og. And yeah, like, as a bunch of people I think have said before, like, if you're getting kicked out of groups because of, like, you know, you're not wanting to play the meta, that's... just find a better group of players. It's one of those things, though, where, like, I could understand... That's where context matters, right? If you were in a group of people that you made the commitment, we're going to get, like, the 0.1% title at all costs, at that point, you know, I could maybe understand the expectation being, well, we need Ogvoker to get the title, so what gives? But if you're just doing M+ with your friends, or even just, like, a group of pugs or whatever, who fucking cares? Devastation is still very, very strong, even if it is not Og Evoker levels of broken. They're just both very strong specs. Oh yeah, this is the chat when I was setting up the MS Paint thing. Professional streamer. Write out the scuffed handwriting with the mouse, that makes the 100% better. And yes, I will say I intentionally use Comic Sans as a font when I'm doing the MS Paint shit. Because, like, the reality is, it's already ridiculous. So I might as well just use Comic Sans, fuck it, why not? If you're using OBS, you can't add a text area in OBS. You can, but it takes a little bit more time to set up, and it doesn't always look the best without, like, additional formatting. Obviously, this doesn't look amazing either. I'm not going to pretend it does, but here's the nice thing. At least it's funny. So, I'd rather it just be a funny MS Paint thing that, A, takes me less time to set up, and, you know, people can joke about it, and it's fun. And in the future, of course, I would like to get something better set up, but I'm not going to take the time to do that in the middle of the stream. But also, yeah, just generic plain text overlapping would actually look bad. The advantage of MS Paint is that it is black text on white background, so it very clearly stands out. You don't need to try and struggle to read it over whatever is going on in the background of the screen. It's like, obviously, something a bit fancier would be nice, but readability is always the most important thing with anything, right? Like, fuck it. Okay, yeah, here we go. Block guild invites. Too many. Too fucking many. But yeah, like, I've seen a good example of this is, like, there's a lot of YouTube thumbnails that I've seen that just are unreadable garbage. And, like, somebody clearly put a lot of effort into this, like, detailed thumbnail that has so many different things going on, but you just, like, it's overloaded with all of this, like, incoherent, like, text and stuff on, like, bad, like, colors and backgrounds, and you just can't really get a good idea of what the video is about just by looking at it. Some of the best thumbnails, you know, even if they aren't, like, professional grade, are ones that are just, like, plain text over a generic, easily readable background that just gives a quick summary of what the video is about. A lot of, like, you know, really popular videos, or just an interesting frame that really clearly conveys the topic. Stuff like that. Obviously, it's a little bit different. We're talking about, like, text on stream versus, like, thumbnail stuff, but the same principle applies. Readability is key. So if the entire point at the moment is for me just trying to put that on screen so people know when they join in, like, hey, did your druid die? No, my druid's alive, I'm just leveling an alt. Bam, it's right there. You can very clearly see it, it sticks out like a sore thumb, and that's the idea.
I'm out of range.
Is this official Classic Hardcore? Yes. I'm on Defies Pillager. Why not make my own community guilds? I mean, I am not going to be playing... I mean, I might be playing this a lot. I don't know. But I don't think I'm going to be playing enough Classic Hardcore to lead my own guild. That's the other thing, right? Like, if I were to make a guild for, like, people to join, I would feel obligated to, like, you know, there's certain responsibilities that come with that. Even if it is, like, a laid-back guild. I don't know. I don't want to do that. I'll tell you what. If I make a guild for, like, my friends playing Classic Hardcore, like, people are welcome to join. I don't know if I'm going to do that. There's a good chance I don't, and I might just join some random guilds. If I do, then, yeah, you guys can join. But I don't want to, like, make a guild with the express purpose of, like, you know, like, letting everybody join, whatever. Just, too much work. Too much work. If I make a guild, it would literally just be for fun, just to, like, coordinate dungeon groups, or whatever the fuck. And I definitely, like, I don't want to organize raids or anything like that. If I ever decide to raid after reaching level 60 or something, I would be joining somebody else's team. I cannot be fucking bothered to manage all that stuff. That is too much work for me. So, I've led guilds in the past. It's fun, but it is a lot of work, and I am not in a position right now to even remotely take on that level of responsibility. You don't pay for this game to be hardcore, you're here to have fun? Yeah, that's fair. How dare you spend your time gaming the way you want? Ridiculous, yeah. You're all for optimizing your own play, but when someone else tells you you're playing wrong because they watched that YouTuber that one time, yeah, I completely understand that. I also, like, I never like really backseating somebody unless it's, like, a really easy fix that's, like, you know, hard to communicate in the moment. Like, I think, like, a good example, so Beef, one of the healers in my guilds, is in chat right now, and, like, on Sark, I noticed that Beef was overlapping Symbol of Hope with our other Holy Priest, so I just quickly sent him a message, like, hey, just so you know, like, can you move Symbol a little bit, just so that way, you know, we spread out the cooldown reduction, and it's not stacked. And Beef did that, worked out great, awesome. But if I was messaging Beef in the middle, like, oh, your flash shield casts are, like, not ideal, or I don't fucking know, I'm just making shit up, right? Yeah, if I was Beef, I'd be fucking pissed, right? But I think that's, like, the minor, like, in the middle of a raid type of thing where, yeah, that's fine. But definitely, like, backseating to an extreme degree, yeah, fuck that. I completely agree, it's annoying. Depends on the setting. If people are just performing well enough to do the content they're in, then they should be performing better or not to be there, yeah. They're clearly doing fine for whatever content that is that Who cares how well they play? Yeah. Just zoom in on the gnome and do /dance. The internet will consider it content. Yeah, maybe I should have done that while I was reading all this stuff in Discord. Silly Goose said, "Got to do adult things. Good luck with your characters. Thank you." Now you're curious, but you respect people's privacy. Yeah, I hope I gave at least enough details to satiate your curiosity, but we'll see. I mean, honestly, this is definitely something that long-term I would be able to talk about once it's all settled. I just, to respect people's immediate privacy, I don't really know what's going on. I don't have all of the information. So until I have all of the information, I don't want to, like, blast it out there publicly. But it's definitely interesting to me, at the very least. If you want to play Classic Hardcore, you need to install regular Classic and choose a specific server. Yes. Is the essay directed semi... Oh, I see what you mean. Was the essay... The sum of you part of it, was that directed to the Guardian Druid? I don't think so. Honestly, I don't know for sure. I mean, to be clear, though, like, I have no idea what went on behind closed doors with, like, the officers. That was kind of one of those issues with the guild, right? They were basically just a mystery box where you had no fucking idea what was happening with the leadership. So if they did have beef between them, they may have. I have no fucking idea. They never showed it, at least, which I guess is better than nothing. I don't know, though. I have heard snippets. The only thing that I've really heard about the guild after I left is, like, how their performance was. And, like, all I would get is, like, you know, Milk would tell me they didn't re-kill Sark for, like, the 5th week in a row. And stuff like that. And obviously, those are also things that I can just look up on logs and see that, you know, performance-wise, they are struggling. And there were a few things that I was very easily able to see. But yeah. Oh, I just scrolled down to the bottom. Wheels said, "I'm so sorry Beef is in your chat telling me fucking suck." Man. Beef, are you gonna sit there and take that for Wheels? You gonna let him push you around like that? He thinks he can get away with anything just because he's the officer. But good to see you, Wheels, by the way. But yeah, I still don't know the full details, which is, like I said, why I'm not going fully into it. I'll kind of figure it out as I go. Yeah. That GIF is accurate, Naomi, for sure. Also, Wheels, let me read your message real quick. Lock dev og. Let's see. So, memory serves, out of the classes you listed, the only one outside of the healer that I mentioned, I maybe could find a lock. I'm friends with the warlock in that guild. There's 0 chance I could get either of the evokers. And then I don't really know the hunter. Actually, maybe I could get a hunter. I don't know. The problem is, it's like, I am friends with a lot of the people from, you know, my previous guild, right? But they are also friends with, you know, the officers. And even if things are not going so hot over there, I still don't know. Yeah, because I feel like there would, you know, be a certain thing. A few of them I'm, like, fairly certain I could talk into it. We'll see, though. Are there server announcements if people die? No, I think there are server announcements if people die past a certain level. I don't remember if it's level 60 or past, like, an X level. I forget exactly. There are guild announcements if people die. So if you join a guild and, like, one of your friends dies, that gets announced regardless of their level. Which is actually pretty cool. That's one of the neat things about being in a guild. Personally, I don't want to just join a random guild because, like, you know, I haven't figured out my plans for that yet, but I joined a random guild in the PTR, and that was kind of cool. Let's see. You're trying to help Milk? Yeah, exactly, Naomi. Lenara out here recruiting? Pretty much. I didn't expect to have to deal with this in the middle, but works out. You also appreciated you commenting on one of the shorts that this feeling of playing with friends and having a great time is not the reality. Yeah, so the one context that I will give, and because like Neo actually said, that was something I literally went ahead and put a disclaimer on my my video. So the Dragonflight Secret Fishing Boss, that short, the one that has done numbers, right? It has like, I don't know, 500,000 views or something crazy at this point. So that gets a lot of attention, and it was with my old guild, and I've gotten a lot of messages, like comments on that in response, basically saying things like, wow, this guild is so wholesome, I wish I found an amazing guild like this. People even saying, what's your guild's name, and whatnot. And obviously at that time, that was still mid-Vault of the Incarnates, I hadn't really become super disillusioned with the leadership at that point, and I still kind of liked it there, especially because I had a lot of friends there. But the reality of that clip, and as I explained in that pinned comment, is in the middle of all the things that are happening, everybody is screaming at each other. So you have the stuff in the clip is like us like discovering the frog jumps into the middle of the room, and, you know, we're all like laughing and joking. And then literally midway through the poll, like one of the rogues and DHs like basically trip over each other with the fucking marks of Dathia and immediately start screaming at each other. And it's like, you fucked this up. No, you ran over me, blah, blah, blah. And then the raid leader and the guild leader are both yelling, shut the fuck up, blah, 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 blah. At, you know, just total fucking chaos in the middle of that poll. And I was actually really annoyed. Luckily, I managed to... I'm actually proud of the way I edited that... words. I am proud of the way I edited that clip, because obviously, in hindsight, it got, like, a fucking ridiculous amount of views. So clearly, my editing worked really well, because despite having to work around the limitation that a ton of that footage was marred by people yelling at each other, I still managed to piece together a short that got 500k views. Right? So, I am happy with that. But at the same time, at that moment in time, it was a massive pain in the ass. Also, I forgot that this quest was timed, whatever. Why is he trading me? Okay. Sure.
How generous.
Alright. Anyways, yeah, at the time I was editing that video, I remember being fucking pissed off. Like, man, they ruined what would have otherwise been an amazing moment by screaming and yelling at each other in the middle of the poll. And luckily, through editing magic, I kind of recovered it and salvaged what was, in my opinion, a very fun moment from the raid night. But yeah, it's like... unintentionally, I did kind of effectively create like a perfect image of a guild, where a lot of people are like, wow, they're just so wholesome and having fun, when it's like the stuff that you don't see is all of the toxic bits, right? So I did leave that comment to basically let people know it's not always what you think it is. And I left that after I left that guild, right? I considered leaving that even beforehand, because obviously for months I had been getting comments like that, and it rubbed me the wrong way, because I was annoyed that I kept seeing stuff like that, which was blatantly untrue. And of course, it's not other people's faults for just like reading into it that way and stuff. But yeah, so I left that little correction note. Anyways, yeah. Let me scroll up again. High-end rating gets toxic as fuck when there's people that shouldn't be high-end rating. High-end rating? Yeah, exactly. I mean, admittedly, like, the players in that guild, for the most part, at least at that period in time, were good. Just, I don't know. There were many, many issues there. Are there server announcements? I read that, right. Glad to see you're streaming the Classic Hardcore. You found my channel a few days ago and loved the leveling content I make. Awesome. I'm glad you like the leveling videos, yeah. Yeah, I won't... probably am not going to make like any super crazy leveling things for classic hardcore outside of, you know, just the standard streams and stuff that I'm doing. Also, I did not mean to, but I need water. Like, I can feel my throat closing up right now, which is not good, because I need to be able to talk. So I'm going to quickly, like, literally 1 minute, just grab water, and then I'll be back. All right. Sorry about that, but I desperately needed a glass of water there. It was like one of those things where I thought I could like push through it, and I was like, no, I need water now. Oh, fine. I just realized I also picked up the scalding. You know what? I'm just gonna abandon this and pick it up once again, just to reset the timer to make it so. Anyways. Not seeing the Realm tab? It should be there. It's in the bottom section. So if you go look at the bottom, like when you're selecting realms, it should have a drop down for hardcore and regular. Something to that effect. I forget exactly. Let me see what else I missed. Don't fail the Scalding Brew quest. Yeah. I mean, hey, at least you can repeat it. There's no downside to failing the Scalding Brew quest. Honestly, though, I'm really hoping I get a bag off one of these alts that I'm leveling. Because I'm not going to be doing tailoring for at least a little bit. Especially because I don't have the linen cloth required yet to make enough bags. So, I can't really do tailoring until I have a significantly higher amount of linen. Look at this. Look at chat. General chat. Wow. Oh, what a lad. I mean, not that you would want it, because, like, who gives a shit? Fucking stupid-ass garbage, but... I mean, rip bozos. Fucking pay all your shit and get pirated. Let's see. You think it's 55? Oh, anyone 55 and higher gets a death announcement. Okay. I could see that for sure. Yeah, like... if there is ever an add-on or group of people that I don't mind losing money, it's those people. Like, yeah, get the fuck out of there. They absolutely don't deserve anything. How do I summon a pet? Can I summon a pet? Also... Maybe I need to complete this. Oh, yes, literally, I do this quest, I get my imp. Okay. Alright. What else? Curse of Weakness. Sure. Corruption. Sure. Man. That little, like, do tune in Dunmoreau music, that gets me every time. I get fucking chills. It, like, the Dunmoreau theme is so iconic. I get hit with a wave of nostalgia every time I hear it. It's so fucking good. You came here for the leveling content, stuck around because Harldan's just super chill in vids and stream and even DMs. I mean, in DMs, I think I spend most of my time bitching about things that annoy me. I think is usually pretty accurate.
What can I do for you?
I don't know if I would call that chill, but, I mean, it's authentic, I guess, which is normal. I mean, that's what I try to do. Yeah, true. Very true. Your dumbass so nervous about saying wholesome stuff, so you're adding lamels onto it. I feel that. Yeah, I completely understand that. Yeah. Let's see. Gotta do quests at 4, 10, 20 to get the pet summon ability. Yeah. I don't really know how long I'm gonna play. I also, admittedly, I am not super attached to Warlock, so who fucking knows? Because I know I'm not really going to play this character a ton, I don't mind, what's it called? I don't mind, like, letting people pick the class, because at most, I would need to play this up to 20? Because, what are the different sapper charges? Classic. I know there's, like, 2 ranks of sapper charge. Or is it just the original? Yeah, because the only thing that I would not be able to get on my main, which would be engineering, is specifically Goblin Sapper Charge. I'm just double checking. Hold on, actually, let me double check Goblin Engineering in general. Goblin Engineering. Is there a guide for... I could just look at the general engineering guide. Classic engineering overview on Wowhead. There is... all Gnomish engineering and all Goblin engineering. So Goblin engineering has... Goblin Rocket Helm, which I'm probably not going to need for anything. Goblin Dragon Gun I won't need for anything. I don't need the big one. I guess Rocket Boots I would need. Yeah. So the only items that I would need to get from Goblin Engineering are Sapper Charges and Goblin Rocket Boots. Rocket Boots is 225 skill. And 225 skill is, I believe, the cap for, I think, level 20. And then to get anything from 225 to 300, you need a level 35. But because I only need to get my engineering up to 225, I would only need to get this character up to 20 at most, and then I could craft everything I want with it. Now, I don't know if I'm actually going to go that far. I may only make, like, basic stuff, and then... who knows, maybe one of my friends goes Goblin Engineering or something. But, at least for the purposes that I plan on using this character for, I won't need it for too much. I also just realized I should probably be going into the cave, so I can get the feather charms while killing the Frostmane trolls. I also want to... where do I go for... yeah, nameplate distance. 41 yards. There we go. Somebody said Southern Barrens. I don't know what you mean by Southern Barrens. How long do I plan on streaming? I'm not entirely sure. Just kind of playing it by ear right now. Definitely for a while longer. So, basically the TLDR is I plan on streaming until I am too exhausted to continue. Right? And at the moment, I am not even close to being too exhausted. I have been reinvigorated by the night's events. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep going for now. I am very excited. But we'll see. I mean, who knows? 6 hours from now, I could, like, crash hard or something like that, and it would suck.
Let's still recharge.
What you get chills from is Grizzly Hills and Azure Span music, and obviously Invincible. Yeah, I mean, those are classics right there. But I gotta resist. Drink real quick. Did I get any items that I can use? Upgrade bracers. Oh, yeah, I don't have bracers, so that is an upgrade. Depending on context, you either get nostalgia or depression from celebration screams from getting CE. Like, it took us way too long because of X, Y, and Z, so depression, or hey, this is cool, people getting CE and enjoying it, so it reminds me of the times you rated at a higher level. Yeah. It definitely depends on the context for that one, for sure. Uh, 225 is indeed the cap until you get level 35 in Artisan Engineering, yeah. And since I'm gonna be getting engineering on my main, I don't, like, actually care about those recipes. It's just the unique ones. See, I should be fine then. I'll also... I should ask in my guild to see... I guess it's late, so I don't even know if everybody's still awake. But... hold on, let me... Has anyone decided on which professions they're going with? Alright. Yeah, because, like, if one of them is going tailoring or something, and I know they're actually going to continue playing, then I probably don't need to worry about it, at least for now, and I can focus on getting the other stuff. And in the immediate moment, like, obviously for this particular, so the Feather Charm is off the Novice. For this particular set of, like, alts, I'm only going to get them up to 5 or 6, right? Basically, I'm going to get them through the starting zone up to the first town, so they can, A, start collecting rested experience, but also so they can learn the first level of professions, and just, I'll get the basic stuff up to 75 skill, like armor kits for my druid, generic alchemy things, all that fun stuff. Neo said, gotta go. I will see you later, then. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Okay, let me... Honestly, Warlock feels pretty good, so I'm feeling kind of confident about pulling 2 mobs at once here. Well, I gotta resist. Should still be fine. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, this is... pretty not bad, honestly. Like, the killing speed of Warlock feels much better than, like, Druid. Where I already have 2 dots and, like, an actual strong castable ability. Wrath isn't terrible, but... I don't know. Definitely didn't feel nearly as good. It's mostly the dots, though. Like, the fact that all I really had up until level 5 was Wrath. I guess Moonfire's technically 4, but... even then, it's not nearly as good enough to make up for it. There we go. That's a Frostmane Novice. Wait, ooh! I didn't even notice the chest until my camera went around the corner like that. What do we got? Give me a 6-slot bag. Come on. No. Ah, shit. I'm guessing somebody must have opened that up already. It's that empty. I'm gonna try to make my way out of the cave. How fast do I think 10.1.7 time walking will be with the crazy XP buffs? Hard to say. Honestly, not as fast as questing. Because the thing about Dream Surges is Dream Surges affect questing way more than anything that time walking gives you. Because the problem with time walking is the way the buff works. You get 2% upfront, and then you get a stacking 2% buff every time you clear a dungeon. You only get the 30% buff. So, like, what? You effectively build it up to 20% by the very end, and then it gets, like, an additional 10%. But for most of that, it's a very weak modifier. So, like, time-walking dungeons are already okay with a pre-made, and fine if you're doing it in pugs. But they're not faster than questing. Like, if you are literally getting boosted, maybe, but I don't know, it's hard to really say for sure. But the main thing about the questing changes is Dream Surges. Like, let's say you get a Dream Surge in Azure Span with that 75% XP increase. That is huge. That is a lot of experience. And keep in mind that in terms of, like, most bang for your buck from doing a dungeon, a lot of the Dragonflight dungeons, like, for the quest completion, may honestly be better. So it's hard to say for sure. I feel like there is no universe in which spamming time walking becomes only the fastest way. I'm sure it'll be fine, right? You can do it. But questing is actually getting a bigger time save with all of the changes, which is maybe a bit counterintuitive considering a lot of people are hyper-fixated on the time walking stuff, even though that's actually nowhere near as important. And I'm glad you like the stream, by the way. I can get rid of that. I don't need it. You know, I just realized Trog Dagger. So, look at this thing. This is a tradable white appearance. If I go to Undermine Exchange, how much is this worth on retail right now? Trog Dagger. Surprisingly, not a lot. Only 35,000 gold. Is Trog Dagger still obtainable on retail? Maybe mobs still drop it. Trog Dagger. On retail, WoW. Yeah, actually, it does look like it still drops. Okay, that makes sense then. Still a decent price for, like, a starting zone white item. Well, so 35k is a lot of gold, but considering I initially thought... let me give you an example. So, do I not have Rare Scanner installed? Yeah. So, obviously, that is a lot of money for a white appearance like that. Honestly, maybe go farm that on retail if you want to make some easy money. White appearances like that could be sold for good transmog. Let me download Rare Scanner real quick so I can demonstrate something. The reason why I'm saying that's not a lot of gold. When I explain why I think that's not a lot of gold in relation to what I expected it to be, you'll know what I mean. So, I forget exactly what I was looking for. So, Rare Scanner, all right, got it. And I can reload. Alright, which mob is it? Eden the Howler. It might have been this one. Yeah, here we go. Wendigo Fur Cloak. So, search Wendigo Fur Cloak on retail Wowhead. Wendigo Fur Cloak. Wendigo Fur. So this is a white item appearance. Dropped by Eden the Howler. A rare mob in Dunmoreau. This is... I don't actually think it drops anymore. I could be wrong. There are some other ones that are similar, that may be even rarer than this. But I'll use this as an example. If I Are there any others that I can find? What about Ice Pain Warhammer? That could be another good one. Yeah, Ice Pain Warhammer. So, this is technically, both of them, Wendigo Fur Cloak, Ice Pain Warhammer. If I go to Undermine Exchange and I search Wendigo Fur, Wendigo Fur Cloak has never been seen on the auction house, because I'm pretty sure it is no longer obtainable. One recently sold for 300k in EU. Yeah. So, that's the thing. Chori is correct. It's a removed item on retail, I think. Obviously, I can't confirm this for sure, but this is an item that drops off Eden the Howler, this rare mob in Classic, and I'm fairly certain that the changes in Cataclysm remove this from the loot table, which is the case for a lot of items. Now, I don't think Wendigo Fur Cloak was seen recently. There was one, actually, one of them was posted for 1 million gold on Vecnalash on June 2023. Actually, fairly recently. The next one, yeah, one sold on Malagos for 20 gold. So the reason why that's so rare is imagine, you know, getting a white item, generic cloak, as a Classic player back in 2005. And you would have needed to hold on to that cloak for close to 20 years until all the way in Dragonflight, Blizzard made it so you can transmog white items. And now suddenly, this white item that has not been able to be dropped since Cataclysm, that effectively had no use case for the entirety of the expansions in between, because when the transmog was added, you couldn't use white items, right? Now suddenly in Dragonflight, it is a ridiculously rare appearance that is no longer obtainable, that most people for the last few years probably wouldn't have thought ever would have mattered. So, that is a ridiculously rare item. And then if we look at Ice Pain Warhammer, which dropped off, or currently on Classic, right, drops off Hammerspine. Ice Pain Warhammer, similar deal, right? Last seen, not very often. I can't even find it. It has been on Stormrage. The last time it was seen is on August 3rd. One was posted on Stormrage for 2 million gold. And that is, according to Undermine Exchange, the only time recently that it has been seen on any server. Like, this random green item off a rare mob is now one of the rarest transmog pieces in the entire game, among other Classic items that got removed. So, what I wasn't sure about is whether that Trog dagger that I got would have been one of those on retail where it's actually worth like a shit ton now. Because what I've been trying to do is, there's a lot of these items, mind you, and I've been trying to catalog a list of every single one of those items that in Cataclysm got removed, and on Wrath Classic right now, I'm going around and stockpiling all of them. I have like a massive horde of rare items that are removed from like different things. Like there's another like rare in Ashenvale, Terrorwolf Packlord. I don't know if it's going to update. Might take a second. Yeah, Branch Snapper I don't think has anything special. Terrorwolf Packlord, it's taking a while to actually show for whatever reason, but like if this does update, there is a rare, I think it's like, I forget what item it is, but it drops some special item that is no longer available as of Cataclysm and currently sells for millions of gold on retail because of transmog. Trog Dagger still drops on retail, but it's a fairly high drop rate, so 35k is surprising. Yeah. Definitely, I'm surprised that it's that expensive, considering it is not one of those unobtainable white items. But I think a lot of people just don't realize that they can get it that easily and are probably willing to shell out that much money. Ruffled Chaplet. Yes, you're correct. That definitely is what it is. I remember that name. Do I even want to finish this quest? I'm tempted to... Yeah, fuck it, why not? Like, part of me is tempted to just go to Keranos and, like, start doing profession stuff, but, you know, who cares? But yeah, there's a lot of interesting items like that, and as I said, I've been doing a ton of research into that subject because something that I have been very interested in is the impact that, like, Cataclassic will have on the transmog market. So, I've been snatching up a lot of these BOE items that for like 1-2 golds on the Wrath Classic Auction House, which on retail right now go for literally millions because they become unobtainable in Cataclysm. So theoretically, as long as they don't actually change it so those items are obtainable, which I would imagine that's too much work just for a re-release of Cataclysm, right? I don't really think they're going to care enough to do that. And in that case, I will now suddenly have a ton of ridiculously rare items, and I can then flip them in Cataclassic to make a fortune. At least, that is the idea. Did I get my imp yet? Actually, I think I did. Yeah. I don't have enough mana to use it, though. So, where do I want to put it? I don't know. Put it, there, I guess? And I can just restock in mana and run out of the cave. You sent me a list of everything that got removed in 4.0.1. I haven't read this article. I found a few lists, but I don't know exactly how accurate all of this is. Because there's also a lot of things that people speculated got removed. And then also, the other thing that's important is... fucking rice, god damn it. Yeah, so a lot of items didn't necessarily get removed, but it got reduced to like a 0.1% drop chance because of scaling stuff. So, in that sense, it's still important for me to like actually double check every single item, just because who knows, one of them may technically still be in the game, but if I buy it now for 1 gold and flip it, you know, I make a fortune. Yeah, that definitely seems better than some of the other lists I've seen, for sure. I'll have to read into that when I get some free time. Speaking of which, Rice, by the way, are you still here, Rice, in chat? As I saw you pop in and say the shit about my druid, which, like... You always just chime in here, okay. Yeah, so... That thing that you sent me? What the fuck, dude? What happened? Like... I know you don't just come in here to troll, but you... Let's be real, you can't resist it. You come in here and you're like, what's like a funny little comment I can make? You know, every single time. So. I mean, you can message it to me on Discord or like, whatchamacallit? You can, whatchamacallit? Yeah, I don't know. If you want to message the rest of it to me on Discord, you can also type it here. I don't really care. I'm also not sure how much I should keep this a secret, right? So, like, is this, like, top secret intel that, you know, I shouldn't talk about? Because I at least mentioned, obviously, I had to stop what I was doing to read your message when you sent it. So I gave, like, a very brief, cursory, you know, explanation of what was happening in the stream when you sent it. But, I still don't understand why. You know, that is just some crazy shit right there. Oh, wow. They couldn't fill raid? Any weebs in the chat? I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm probably going to be considered a weeb at this point. I think the moment you start playing gacha games, you know, you're just fucking lost, right? So, I guess I probably count as one at this stage. Yeah, I mean, Rice, I don't disagree with your assessment there. I think we both understand the general reasons of why that has happened, but... So, question, Rice, can I, like... Obviously, I know you're not, like, the judge, jury, executioner on this. Do you think it is probably okay for me to talk about this? Like, is this something they are trying to keep under wraps? Or are they, like... I don't know. Like, would they be pissed if I mentioned what happened? Because at this point, like, I think it is relevant context. But if it's something that they're, like, trying to keep a secret for now, and it would be like bad if I talked about it, and they would be like, basically, if you would get in trouble for telling me about it, then I won't like share it. So let me know. But we're almost to Karnos. And actually, once I get to Karnos, I'll just kind of head back over to or head on over to Ironforge. It's on their Warcraft logs page, really. Wait, I gotta see that then. They've already updated that? I don't see it on the general Warcraft logs page. Am I blind? Is it on specifically the midweek page? I don't know if there's like two different ones. OE midweek. Oh, wow. Yeah, they have updated it. Okay, well. Yeah, the guild dies and then immediately updates the Warcraft logs page. Yeah, I mean, okay, in that case, fuck it. Like, I guess I wasn't sure if this is something where they're trying to, like, keep it under wraps and they're just saying it to raiders now, and you, like, leaked me the top secret info, or if this was, like, a general post that Babs was just sharing with everybody. In that case, yeah, my former guild died. So that's what happens. Or at least the raid team that I was on died, because they have two raid teams. So my friend White Rice in chat, he is on the weekend team, and the weekend team, I mean, they've been going strong. Right? They've already... How many times have you re-killed Sark already? Multiple, at the very least. And, meanwhile, my former team, the midweek team, has been struggling to re-kill Sark in that they have not re-killed Sark for the entire time since I left. And obviously that makes me feel pretty good, right? What can I say? But I feel bad because... obviously, a lot of my friends are still on there, and they're kind of getting shafted by the poor management and stuff, which has led to them being unable to re-kill Sark. And because of that, I guess I'm curious what led to that. Like, because, so, Rice, you said they couldn't fill raid, asked Weekend to fill. Were they able to fill? Like, did they at least manage to get it together for, like, one night? Or did they just fail to fill and then say, we're done? And just end the raid team? Okay, so Weekend did help them fill. I mean, that's cool of you guys, right? But, yeah. Like, what happened with attendance? I would imagine, though, at that point, it can't just be an attendance issue. Because if it was just a temporary attendance issue, they wouldn't go with the nuclear option. But considering they already, you know, kicked out the raid lead, or at least demoted the raid lead, and then just decided they were done, it must have been a long-standing issue. I mean, doesn't help that they're forcing out players like me who genuinely, you know, actually cared about the team and was willing to help them out, and, you know, the leadership was just so fucking delusional that they decided they were going to be dicks to me for no reason. So, like, they're not doing themselves any favors there. I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled the exact same shit with other people. And honestly, based on my conversations after I left with some of the other people, I got the impression that maybe it wasn't as bad as I had it, but a lot of other people expressed concern to me that, like, yeah, some of the times when they talked to the officers, it was similar. And I don't fucking know what's going on. I don't know. I don't want to presume that I know what happened with their but you could definitely tell something shifted with the officers. I don't know what caused it. I don't know, like, what pushed them over the edge. But, I mean, you know the full story. I complained to you about all the bullshit that happened, right? It was just, there was clearly some fucking switch flipped, and they just decided to be fucking miserable. And I guess I take some solace in the fact that, like, it probably wasn't just to do with me, I guess, because honestly, one of the main things that I disliked or was kind of upset about in that entire situation is I don't know what I did to make them treat me like shit like that. I did nothing but try to be nice to them, try to work with them, try to help them out, and they just treated me like absolute fucking trash for like the final 4 months or so that I was there. Just completely uncalled for. And I remember just being astounded. Like, what did I do to deserve that? And I guess, based on this, my impression is that, I don't know, they probably just weren't having fun with the game anymore? I don't know. But, I mean, for something like that to happen, an 8-year-old guild to just completely delete its raid team, there must have been some other stuff going on. They must just not have been enjoying the game. So, I don't know. I mean, it sucks, obviously, for the people still there. Obviously, I've already been messaging Milk, as I don't know if you heard me mention that on stream, but Milk said he might have to look for a new guild, and I was like, wait, what? And then right after, you messaged the whole thing to me, so we'll see how that turns out. Do you know any other details about, like, what's going to happen with the team? Like, obviously, they said they're done, right? So, like, where's everybody going? Are people going to stick around, find a new team? Like, what's happening? I'll probably reach out to them and ask, like, what each person is doing anyways, but, yeah, that is, unfortunate, for sure. Anyways, while Rice responds to that, assuming he's still here, which I'd imagine he is, let me scroll up. I missed a few messages in there. Can Warlocks not use staves? Warlocks can use staves, yeah. You need to learn weapon skills in Classic. So you don't immediately start with all weapon abilities unlocked. I need to go to, like, some trainer. I think it might be Stormwind's. It's either Stormwind or the one in Darnassus that teaches, or what words, that teaches staves. So one of those will have it. Alright, so I need to train in Ironforge. I guess this is going to be my engineering character for sure. So I could also get rid of Forest Mushroom Cap. And then, what do I want to do? So if my Paladin is going to be leatherworking, yeah, my Paladin will definitely be leatherworking tailoring. My Warrior... Warrior would be blacksmithing something. So... This character is probably going to be alchemy, I think. Yeah. I would say alchemy makes the most sense. I don't want to, like, invest too many resources into something that I don't know if I'll be able to continue playing. Alchemy, and I could get enchanting, but I don't know if I'm going to bother with it. Maybe I will just get enchanting. Nah, you know what? No. This will be alchemist. This character will be engineering alchemist, and I'm just going to find the profession trainers. Rice said, you don't know any more details. You've been couch shopping and you only saw that. Fair enough. I know engineering is in Tinkertown, and alchemy is also in Tinkertown? Okay. Rice said, Harldan, your Apex friends just hop on, you have to go do that. You will follow up in a few hours to make sure you're still sane, and you'll come with more drama. Awesome. I eagerly await the follow-up on the drama situation. Thank you, Rice. What is Druid's level? Yeah, it's 10. I got my Druid to 10, and now I'm just getting a bunch of alts up to level 5, just so I can start working on professions. And once those are all set up, I'll continue my Druid. So, now that I know what each character will be, I can start mailing over the proper items to each one. Anyways, let me scroll up again. Every time you mention this situation, you imagine somebody had a full-on mental breakdown in Guild Discord even more. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's like a full-on mental breakdown. At least it seems like the the bad news was worded well, if not a bit passive-aggressively. But for context, so that thing that I mentioned before, that my friend Rice in chat, like, he sent me, he was the one who messaged it to me for context, right? So he sent me an announcement from the guild leader of my former guild to the entire, I think the entire raid team. I don't know for sure, because at the top of the message it's @deleted role, @deleted role, @deleted role, because he just directly copy-pasted it from the guild Discord in here. Basically just saying, like, hey, we're not raiding anymore, sorry. Yeah, that is... Yeah. So, basically, the TLDR of all of that, and, like, you know, I'm comfortable saying it because, as Rice pointed out, they have updated their Warcraft logs page to literally say they're no longer raiding. So clearly they're not, like, upset about people figuring out. Which means that a lot of my friends are now without a guild. And I'm guessing, yeah, I think it's just Raider Trial or something like that. It might be, like, Member... and then midweek raider, and then weekend raider. I'm sure they probably were letting weekend know as well, because obviously it's relevant to them. They even say something to the effect of, like, weekends will not be impacted whatsoever. Right, so let me switch over. So now this character is taken care of. Before I forget, I want to mail a bit of money over to my bank alt just so I can actually mail stuff off of him. Tell us the deets, he's hungry for that juicy drama. Oh, you know it. You fucking know it. I can get rid of the second vendor price, I think was the main one that I didn't need. Everything else, we're good. But yeah, so you can see here, my Druid is level 10. This is where I left off, and I'm just chilling in the Dalinar Inn. And I'm gonna mail over... I think 5 silver should cover most mailing costs. So, send to Harldan. Just send over all this stuff. And just go 6 silver. Fuck it, why not? That way I can send all of the required materials to every single character that needs it. The drama is the only reason you're still awake at 6 AM. Awesome. Yeah. We'll see. Alright, which character do I level next? So this is the bank alt, so this one will not be leveled. There's 2 more that I'm going to be leveling for now. There is my Paladin, which I... You know what, let's do Paladin first. We'll leave Warrior for last. So... Trying to quickly recreate it based on memory. It's easier if I have the hairstyle that I want. Here we go. Hair color. I can't tell if... Fuck it, I'm gonna at least change the hairstyle just so I can see. I don't think there's any piercings. I can't really tell. Whatever. Okay. There's my Paladin. And... we go. Hopefully I get another bag on this one, because I would like to be able to mail that over to my Druid. I'm tempted to just disable Guideline, but, like, I don't want to have to uninstall and reinstall it if I ever need it in the future, so... I'll just manually turn it off each time. Interface, nameplate stuff, action bars... Yeah, that's good for details. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it would definitely be nice to get a, like, one of the bags, at least, just because I need more than a single small green bag on my Druid. So that's one of the other advantages of knocking out alts. You know, I gotta do it at some point, and any bag space that I get would be huge. But so far, nothing major. Just hold on. Just checking something real quick. But yeah, the whole guild stuff is unfortunate. We'll see. I don't know how long I'll go today. In fact, honestly, I may just do the one stream. You know, we'll go up to 10 hours, right? In fact, I can end it with learning bear form on my Druid. And I think that'll be a good stopping point for now. And I will be streaming to, no matter what, like, obviously I'm not ending it right here, but just as a heads up, I will be streaming again tomorrow. Regardless. I don't know when I will be streaming, though. Because I'll probably post about it in Discord, whatever my schedule will be. It will probably be a bit erratic for the next few days. I'm going to try to at least keep the... what's it called? Yeah, I'm going to try to keep the Saturday and Sunday streams and stuff intact, but I don't know. I also... Man, I told my classic guilds, the Wrath one, that I did not really want to raid on Friday this week, because I need a decent amount of time to, you know, get all this shit done. And they put me on Friday, and I basically said, there's a chance that I'm just not there. So, I don't know. I'm a little bit annoyed that I'm guessing other people also called out, and they're the ones who, like, forced me in on Friday. But, like, at this point, I don't know. Like, the guys in my classic guild are nice, but I've never really clicked with them, you know? And also, it's, like, one of the other reasons I'm not, like, super keen on it is they... And, like, I get it, but they have multiple tanks. So... let me put that there. So they have, like, a bunch of different tanks that, you know, play, and I guess I'm basically like a fill-in backup tank, right, is why they recruited me in the first place. And, I mean, it's a good guild. Honestly, I can't really complain too much, because we've gotten 50 chests and stuff. But at the end of the day, I know that I am the backup tank, and it's like, whatever, I get it, the others play more, but I'd rather just, like, be in an actual guild where I'm, like, part of Prague. So, the fact that I will probably not be in an ICC Prague means I'm really not terribly interested in sticking around. We'll see, though. But it's one of those where, like I said, I more just never really clicked with them. They're not bad people, or whatever. But, also, it's kind of one of those things where I'm a little bit annoyed on top of all of that, but then, you know, when I basically say, hey, Friday doesn't really work super well for me this week, and they just put me in anyway, and then try to, like, push me to come... That sounded wrong. You know what I mean. I'm a little bit, like, irked by that whole situation, so we'll see. You're going to go to bed, you're not feeling great. Yeah, that's understandable. And that was part of the reason you didn't get off yet. Fair. But thanks for the great stream. Good luck and have fun. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. And I hope you feel better. Obviously, that doesn't sound fun. Let me see, what else did I... Yes. Yeah. Definitely, that line did not land the way I intended it to. Oh, man. But yeah, good night. Let's see. We're still going? Yeah, Analana. I'm definitely... I mean, I'm still gonna be playing... That's the thing, because I thought about saying, like, obviously, if I stop now, you know, or like, not stop now, but if I stop after I get my alts and stuff set up, maybe I could get some sleep. But the reality is I'm not going to get sleep anyways. The only question is whether I want to continue streaming at least for today. And I think getting bear form and getting to level 10 and stuff is a pretty solid stopping point. Especially considering how much shit is going on, and, you know, I kind of want to take care of that. While it is entertaining and fun to hear about that stuff, it is, like, stressing me out because right now what I'm thinking about is there's a lot of people that I want to message and basically see how they're doing and be like, hey, like, what's going on? Like, do you need help finding a new guild or something like that? And, I can't really, because I'm not gonna, like, obviously my other friends messaged me, so I'm gonna respond to them, but I don't want to, like, start a conversation with one of my friends when I am in the middle of doing something and won't be able to actively respond to them. I'd rather, like, be free to be able to, like, actively talk to them and stuff. So that's, like, giving me a lot of stress at the moment. But, it shouldn't be too bad. I guess... What time is it right now? It's already 1 a.m. Let's see. So just quickly checking. Also, yeah, I kind of want to get the Wailing Caverns video done too. At the same time, it's not like I'm really going to take a break in the middle of leveling to do that. So I don't know. I think it's like, I'd play that, I do Wailing Caverns at the end, like, before I go to sleep, and then, like, when I wake up, I stream again. But I would also want to make sure that I'm actually figuring out a good time to stream, so... Let me think about it. Plandrew said, Priest is definitely broken, you're running around killing 3 mobs at a time, never stopping. Yeah. I can do that once I get cat form. Until I get cat form, things are a little bit slow as a druid. I kind of just need to Moonfire, Wrath, and then whack it down with my staff. That's just really the only viable method at that stage. Let's take out this kobold. Let's see. So, I wouldn't want to stream super late tomorrow. I guess the question is, do I actually want to show up to, like, my Classic Guilds raid? And... I mean, honestly, not really. I can't be fucking bothered at this point. Man.
How are you?
That's like, on one hand, I feel like kind of an asshole, but at the same time, I did give them heads up that that Friday does not really work well for me this week, especially considering I was in on Saturday for multiple weeks in a row, and that's the thing, they do, like, multiple raid days, and... on one hand, it's like... I want to do ICC, but, you know, am I really willing to, like, just kind of keep...
Need help? Go with honor, friend. What can I do for you? Be careful.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about all this. I don't need to... When do I get Judgment again? Judgment's in, like, a few levels, right? So, I need to kill Kobold Workers. I also think on this character, I'm not going to, like, do the entire starting zone quests the moment I do hit level 5, so I can start getting professions set up. I'm just going to head straight to Stormwind just to get that rolling, and then move on to the Warrior. And then I'll try to get the Warrior to level 5, and do the Bear Farm quests. Actually, I don't know. I don't even know if I want to do the Bear Farm quest tonight. Or at least right now on stream, because there's, like, more stuff. it's one of those things where I feel like, because if I am only doing one stream, I feel like obligated to kind of end it on a high note. But, I mean, that's stupid for hardcore. Like, that's the kind of shit that gets you killed, trying to do something risky at the end of the stream just for the sake of it, right? So, I'll have to think about it. But overall, I mean, what level are people? /who 20. There are already people at level 20. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's been... how long since launch? Naomi leaves and chat dies. It's also very late, keep in mind. That's kind of the other thing, right? It's like... It is obviously going to be very late. I normally don't stream this late. I wanted to at least stream Classic Hardcore launch, and, you know, it was fun. I'm glad I did. But at the same time, I've said before, I really don't love streaming, especially when it's, like, very slow. Especially because it's kind of like a weird thing where I feel like I need to kind of keep the conversation flowing. And it just overall is not the easiest thing in the world to do. Especially when, you know, I can't really go off and, like, you know, tell random stories. Sometimes I do, anyways, when I feel like it. But a lot of times it's like, it's easier to bounce off messages in chat and just rely on that instead. And seeing as how it's literally like 1:30 in the morning for where I am and super late everywhere else, keep in mind the latest my streams have went in the past is 9 p.m. my time. So this is like 4.5 hours past when my streams normally go. So I don't really think I have the stamina or, like, just patience to, I guess, continue streaming that. But I will do stuff tomorrow. I'm just trying to decide what time. Because I don't want to put, like, too much pressure on myself. But honestly, I do think... What time do they usually play poker? Right, I guess normally my guild plays poker at... I think it's like... What time did Simbu do it last week? I'll have to double check. They're doing PTR. I just checked my my classic guild. They're doing PTR runs on Tuesday of next week. Which... yeah, that is interesting. I mean, I can't make it to that regardless. But that surprises me, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's usually 9 or so. 9:30 we do that. Hey, Goose Comics. Just had a chance to catch you again. I see you parked your Druid at 10. Am I leveling a few to 10 and parking for a bit? Right now, I'm just leveling these characters to 5 and then parking them. So, not all the way to 10. I will get them to 10 eventually, like, long term. That is the plan. But for, like, this particular session, it is just going to be a few characters up to 5. Mostly to unlock professions. So yeah, I got my Druid just pretty much done with Teldrassil. I have a few things that I need to clean up there. I'm going to try to get to, like, level 12 before I unlock Bear Form, which is another one of the reasons I don't really want to rush it, because... I mean, it's tricky. Obviously, I don't think people really necessarily want to watch me level a Paladin up to 5, and then a Warrior up to 5, and stuff like that. It's not the most interesting stream content. So, I'm probably going to try to keep things focused on the Druid going forward. But at the same time, I don't want to, like, disrupt my regular plans. This is kind of the order that I plan on doing things. And obviously, getting your characters set so they can start accumulating rested experience is kind of important. Especially considering these characters I'm mostly going to be using for professions, and I don't really plan on actually playing them seriously. I got a male chest piece. I should actually use that. Am I going to stream Classic Hardcore this weekend? Yes, definitely. So, plans for tomorrow are still up in the air. That's what you're shooting for. Leveling a few until 5 or 10 for rested and continuing on your main after he has some rested as well. Yeah. Like, I'm going to be continuing on my main very shortly anyways. So, like, doesn't really matter a ton regardless. I won't have accumulated any real experience. But it's more so I just want to get, like, professions and stuff set up. Because I think, like, unlocking bear form and stuff, that's a good start. What are you playing, by the way, Goose Comics, like, for your main character? I can't remember if you mentioned it before. You decided on a troll rogue because berserking at low level, rogue stuff, and troll regeneration racial? Yeah. I mean, those are all good options. Troll is just a very nice race for leveling. Or, honestly, just a good race in general. Right? Because you get, honestly, all of its racials are pretty good in a lot of different situations. But yeah, what was I saying? On servers age, trading and mail are allowed, yes. Yeah, there's absolutely zero restrictions on, like, trading or whatever. It's literally just regular WoW, but if you die, obviously, and all raids are open at the start. Like, it starts in basically the next phase. That's pretty much the summary of the changes. And then I guess they introduced Makara. There's a few minor things like, you know, leashing got changed slightly just to prevent griefing. But the two main changes for, like, how it differs from actually playing Original Classic is that everything is available at the start, and this includes loot changes to, like, the older dungeons, so, like, Hand of Justice drops off Emperor Tharzan and stuff like that. But, yeah. Troll Rogue was your second character you mained back in vanilla, so you made her look exactly how she was back then. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing with my Dwarf Warrior Thunder Axe, which was my first character I ever made back in vanilla, so definitely has a special place in my heart as a result. No problem, Nevo. HSPRYD said, what's going to be the challenge you're most looking forward to on a hardcore server perspective? Definitely higher level dungeons. I honestly think I'm really not going to struggle at all while leveling, especially because all of the times when I almost died while leveling my Druid up to 30 on the PTR, it was quests that I knew were dangerous, and I tried to solo them anyway. And, I mean, I pulled it off. The only one that I just said, I escaped with my life, but I decided not to try it again, is the Missing Diplomat, that one in Stormwind where, like, the 3 mobs jump you. That one almost killed me, and then I got away, and I was like, I'm not even going to bother with that one again. But a lot of the other difficult quests where I almost died, like, I pulled through, but it was really sketchy. And... Oh, are there... I'm not even... Look, see, that's the problem. I don't even remember what I said for the last, like, whatever, so if there are double entendres, it's not even intentional. I can't even remember what I said. I'm just talking. My brain is, like, so on autopilot right now. Yeah, the most difficult things I encountered were because I was just basically saying fuck it. Because on the PTR, like, there was nobody else to rely on. There were barely any other players at my level. By the time I hit, like, level 25 or so, I would rarely encounter somebody else because very few people were actually leveling up there. That's a decent amount of people got to 30 in the PTR. But I don't think many people really cared that much, and especially towards the end, I was one of the only people still actually leveling a character. So I was doing everything solo. But here, I don't know how all of my guildies are doing. I know one of them definitely plans on getting to 60 because she's done so before. And one of them in chat I assume he's still here, Palandra. I don't know if he stopped leveling or not, but he was here like as of 10 minutes ago. He is level 12 on a priest. I don't know how far he's got in yet. But, you know, seems to be doing well unless he meets like his unfortunate demise midway through. You're level 13 and about to log off. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's a good stopping point, though. You made really good progress, by the way. So, definitely good.
What can I help you with?
And most people die at 13 or 14, by the way, Beef. So, you know, 2 more levels and you're already ahead of the curve there. Do you happen to know how everybody else is doing, by the way? Like, because I haven't really been, you know, reading through Discord, so I haven't kept track of what everybody else reached. Aksara Luna said, I'm heading to bed. Good night. Good night. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Goose Comics said, you're level 8 right now, and you started around 3 hours ago. Yeah, that's very solid. It took me, like, about an hour, maybe more, to get to level 5, just because the starting zone at launch was a nightmare. Honestly, if you started 2 hours late, you didn't really miss much compared to the average player, because I was struggling. I just couldn't get any mob tags. I had to fight over, like, whatever thing I could even tag, because every single mob in the entire starting zone was just being camped. And finally, I got to level 4, and I picked up Moonfire on my Druid, and then I was able to actually, like, get enough tags to, like, slowly make my way out of the starting zone. And then once I got past that, you know, things kind of sped up a little bit, but that, like, really, really long hour start kind of fucked me, which, no, whatever. Rating stuff is tough to organize, yeah. You're not rushing it, just running around doing herbing and fishing at the moment? Yeah, at some point I plan on trying to work on my fishing. Fishing is always a good moneymaker, especially in Classic and stuff. There's a lot of good stuff from it, and a lot of people don't really have the patience to put in the effort. So, I made so much money off fishing back in Original Classic, because I got my skill up to max. I had, like, all the fancy fishing equipment, and I would just fish in the Bay of Storms in Ashara and get so much good shit. Really had a lot of fun with that. You don't think Faxi is starting till the weekend, and Devi has been solo grinding? Not sure. Yeah, I think Mez has been playing too, but he basically just tried out a bunch of different classes and got them up to like 3 or 5 or so. Not really sure how far he's gotten. I do know a bunch of people said they were going to wait till the weekend to start. Yeah, sure. I think Gibdo also said he was going to try at some point, but I don't know if that was right now or later on. Oh yeah, the quest item I have is better. Just bought a Greater Magic Wand too? Nice. That's a huge pickup. You're glad you started late. You got off work 1 hour after servers started. Took a nap for a few hours and studied when you did. Pretty smooth sailing. Yeah, it is kind of surprising how much it cleared up. I kind of expected the starting zones to stay pretty clogged for a little while, but I guess it is pretty late. I think it depends on how things are tomorrow. Because I would imagine, you know, the initial rush of players, not too many got stuck behind, is what I'm guessing. And I think a lot of the more casual players are probably just going to wait till the weekend, since it's like literally 1 day away anyway, so, you know, who cares? And that'll be interesting to see. What I'm like most curious about at this point is what the population's going to look like. You know, how active the servers are going to be. And maybe I kind of want to stream like tomorrow afternoon. I'm trying to think. I definitely don't want to like not stream at all. Why is this guy chasing after that one mob? So I don't think I'm going to stream Monday. We'll do the 2 usual streams, then these 2 bonus streams, and then I'll probably take a break on Monday and work on some other stuff. Also, like, dungeon videos. But Definitely, I think it would be weird if I didn't stream tomorrow. Surprise stream? Well, I wouldn't say it's a surprise stream. I did talk about the fact that I'd be streaming Hardcore Launch for a little while. It is a bonus stream for sure, but I've been like mentioning it a few times. It is for Classic Hardcore, right? So, on the topic of like traditional streams, so I will be doing the usual stream Saturday, Sunday. Oh shit, that guy stole the tag. They'll start at the usual time, so around like noon Eastern Standard Time on Saturday, Sunday, and those will just be Classic Hardcore as well. You know, for now, we're gonna focus on that. I will eventually get back to doing the like the retail testing runs and stuff, but that's going to be later on once we've already finished all the main stuff. I honestly, even then, it'll probably still be half and half as usual. But one of the main things is the week before patch 10.1.7, I was planning on doing that's a little bit spooky. Yeah, so the week before patch 10.1.7, I initially planned on doing some testing runs for 60 to 70 for like the Dream Surges. And to be honest, those streams that I did for 60 to 70, those were my worst performing streams in a while. And I mean, frankly, 60 to 70 runs are kind of boring. And I really, really, really don't enjoy the new Dream Surges. I've said before that I think they're a pain in the ass to deal with while leveling. So not only was I really not having fun... Wait, this fucking crazy bastard is fighting 4 mobs at once. I know, he's only fighting 3. But, I mean... Damn. I mean, I respect it. I guess you're a paladin, right? Can do that. Fuck me. The respawning on these guys is so fucking sketchy. You don't think most people care about 60 to 70? I mean, yeah, it's definitely not as interesting to watch compared to 10 to 60. I think, like, the guides and stuff do well, but people don't like watching the runs, which makes sense. Like I said, it's nowhere near as entertaining watching the Dragonflight leveling compared to, like, the standard Chromie time, where you get to see, like, you know, the entire progression of how a class levels across, like, multiple different, you know, settings. So, definitely more fun to watch that. I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm still obviously going to do my testing, right? Like, obviously, the guide must go on. That will get finished, and I, of course, am going to do runs and stuff. And also, I should note, people do like watching the actual speedruns, but it's specifically the testing stuff that doesn't have as much oomph. Because when you're watching me do the testing runs for 10 to 60, a lot of people like seeing that because they like seeing me figure out how to play their favorite spec. And then they'll, like, you know, give advice in chat. Like, when I was playing Elemental Shaman, and I'm sitting there trying to, like, puzzle out how to do the Ellie rotation, and a lot of people are, like, giving me advice on talents, and, you know, then seeing the entire thing come together. That's fun. But we're mostly just testing the routing for a 60 to 70, because, like, by that point, the class is kind of complete. So, it's less interesting, I think. Like, I understand why not as many people want to watch it. That said, people still will at least watch the fancy finalized versions of those speedruns I found. That tends to do fairly well. So, I definitely still plan to do that. But I will probably record that stuff, like, on my own time, and then whenever I get to that, or whenever I have time, then yeah, I'll just, I'll do attempts for that, and then it'll become its own video, right? It won't be done on stream. Sembu leveled a shaman to level 2 and quit. To level 2? Did he just, like, kill a few mobs and then say, this game sucks, and then quit or whatever? That definitely seems like something Sembu would do. God. You remember me mentioning something like that? It's your memory who gave you a surprise. That's fair, yeah. Official Hardcore is live? Yep, it went live about 7 hours ago. Give or take. Actually, I think it's closer to 8 hours at this point. Yeah, definitely closer to 8 hours. Let's see. Many of your alts are stuck in 62. It's a bit boring to level in Dragonflight. Yeah. I think the other problem with recording the testing runs for Dream Surges is because it is inherently random. Half of the time, I'm literally just sitting there praying for good RNG and then complaining when I get bad RNG. I mean, that's just kind of how it goes, right? But I think it's much more exciting to, like, if I were to just do all those attempts offline and then, whatchamacallit, just once I'm all done with that and I get the perfect attempt, then, you know, I can post that and people can be like, ooh, you know, like, it's so cool and stuff like that. And people do like watching those runs, I found. It's like one of the main things, you know, in my world record 10 to 70 run from like a few months ago, the main comment that I got a lot of times is people really liked seeing me get excited about like the dungeon RNG. Because I was so fucking happy when I got that insane RNG. And I was just talking like about how crazy this was. It was like basically impossible to replicate how lucky I was getting. And like I got multiple comments saying something like, I wish I was excited about anything in my life as much as Harldan is about getting good dungeon RNG. Stuff like that. So a lot of people like seeing the whole thing come together and like watching the perfect run. But the attempts to get the perfect run, not so much. Which, you know, makes sense. You've gotten to the point where you just buy a boost from 60 to 70. 100k to level with 0 effort is the way to go for you. Yeah, fair. The prices are fairly low now. I still would not encourage boosts for most people because obviously, well, 100k is not a ton. The value of 100k is radically different from player to player. Like, my value of 100k can be summed up in, last week I lost 400,000 gold playing poker with my guild, and I'm probably going to do it again tomorrow. That is how much I value 100,000 gold. Also, my value of 100,000 gold is I have made a bet with people in my guild that if they manage to hit level 20, I will give them 100,000 gold in classic hardcore, right? It's to multiple people, right? So there's no limit. Obviously once per person. But I just want to encourage people to actually try. So I'm willing to spend 100k to like encourage people to actually like try it out and get to 20 and see if they like it, right? But to a lot of people, 100k is like an insane amount of gold that they would never be able to obtain unless they continued grinding for a ridiculous amount. Mostly new people. So a lot of new players value 5k gold very highly. And 5k gold is like a shit ton to them. So, yeah. Steve. It was fun the first 6 times for leveling. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it goes with a lot of stuff, for sure. I think it boils down to how much free time you have and are you willing to buy tokens or not. Yeah, for sure. Tends to be the case. Meanwhile, you're here with 30 million. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Look, some people just have more gold than they know what to do with. That's just kind of how it goes. Let me read the rest of chat. I'm the reason you leveled 22 alts in the last 2 months. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, 1 to 60 is much more enjoyable. That's fair. All of them are 70 now. Sick. Resisted lightning bolt 3 times in a row. Unlucky. Oh, you got resisted 3 times in a row? Or wait, Sembu resisted lightning bolt 3 times in a row. Did he... Wait, did Sembu die at level 2? There's no way he actually died at level 2. Did he if so, please tell me he recorded that, or somebody recorded that. Did he actually level the 2, get 3 resists, die, and then quit immediately? Because if so, that's amazing. Good old Sembu. I'll have to clarify that later. You'll not play in hardcore, you don't want to play alone, and your friends will only play if there's a reward to their account or something like that. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I'm just doing it for fun, you know? I think it boils down to how much free time you have and if you're able to buy... Oh, I literally read that comment. Yeah, my bad. Teleswag said, go, Harldan. Thank you, Teleswags. Goose Comic said, in retail, making that first million is the hardest, but after that, it becomes much easier to make multiple millions. Exactly. I mean, once you have money to invest in stuff, for sure, you know, then it's just really fucking easy. Anyways, on that note, so I will just be stopping the stream here just because, you know, we got the Paladin done. I don't really want to do the Warrior again right now, at least on stream. And what do I do IRL? This. This is currently my job. Ever since I graduated college, I have been doing this. I graduated college for computer science and game design, but I have not, like, I've just been trying to make this work. So far it's okay, but definitely still ways to go for that. You just died trying to kill Melanus? Oh, yeah, Melanus is a bitch and a half. That is a rough one. Unfortunate. I nearly died to him the first time. I have a short of that, right? I'll continue reading chat, by the way. I'm just trying to read everything, and then we'll finish up here. The most enjoyable thing you do these days is leveling an alt on an RP server, exploring the world, and seeing all the randomness that happens on those servers. It's refreshing seeing the world being alive. Yeah, one of the main reasons I used to enjoy playing in Wormrest Accord was for the RP elements. It definitely really fun interacting with people in that setting. Awesome, you're CS2. You got the streamer voice and personality. Thank you. Yeah, so on that note, I guess quick tangent. I've told the story before a little bit, but for my final project, my like thesis professor actually like encouraged me to just spend more time on my channel, because at that time I was like trying to like establish it. I had gotten, this was after my leveling guide and stuff, so I had already gotten like a few big videos. At that time I was at like 5,000 subs, and it was one of those things where I thought, if I put in the effort, like, I can actually grow this channel. And I didn't really know enough at that time to actually do anything about it, and I wanted to spend a lot more time at least giving it a shot back in when I was in college. And my dad, he'll still complain about this, but he was very much like heavily pushing me towards doing like, you know, a thesis project, fancy things like developing my own game and whatnot. And I just wasn't interested in it. Obviously, I like game design. I've made a few mini games in Unity, nothing fancy. And I know a decent amount about coding at this point. And like, I can do that, but it just wasn't interesting to me. And like, the thing that I was passionate about was making videos and, you know, trying to do this. So I remember actually talking to my thesis professor, who had his own YouTube channel. He actually has like 60,000 subs or something. Really cool guy. And, you know, I had a lot of really interesting conversations with him about that. And he encouraged me to, you know, if you really want to do this, go do that. Right? Like, he literally said you can effectively use your YouTube channel as your thesis, because it was something that he was like, no other student has done that. So that would actually be pretty novel. And I'm sure like there's a lot of stuff that you could like make a presentation or something about and teach people. I made what I thought was a pretty good presentation on it. And overall, like, I basically effectively used my thesis project as an excuse to just work more on my YouTube channel at the, you know, encouragement of my instructor, and he gave me an A on it. So, I guess this YouTube channel got an A as a thesis project, in a sense. Of course, my dad wasn't thrilled about that, and he was annoyed that my thesis project was, or thesis professor was being encouraging of me not doing what he wanted to do, which, whatever. Like, obviously I love my dad, but I don't see eye to eye with him on everything, right? He's always kind of been in the mindset of like, hey, at least you're doing something that has some sort of future, like, but he is much more skeptical about everything than I am. So we'll see how it goes over time. Overall, I think the trajectory is pretty good, but definitely it's one of those things where obviously, statistically speaking, it is difficult, right? If it was easy to just build a big YouTube channel and make it profitable, everybody would do it. It's not easy. And you see a lot of people saying, oh yeah, those YouTubers, they just make clickbait videos and make a shit ton of money. And it's like, I mean, you can make clickbait videos. That doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make a shit ton of money. And, you know, that's why I haven't adopted that strategy. And I have basically been going for the slow burn, you know, quality over quantity. And over time, it seems like that people have recognized that, which I'm glad. So I'm just going to kind of keep doing that. And hopefully over time, it just pans out. So we'll see. Giovanni said, good luck with this, man. Hope it goes well for you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sifo said, thanks for the stream. No problem. Wormrest is legit a great server, definitely. You did a 10-man challenge back in WoD, only gear and profession greens. That sounds interesting. Makes sense building your own product and making it a business of your own. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like, I don't usually... sometimes, you know, you'll hear me talk about, like, thumbnail design and stuff like that. And, like, I talked about that a little bit at the start of this stream, you know, when I was rambling about, like, something and, you know, how I was designing the thumbnails for the guides. But there is, like, a lot that goes into this that I don't, like, necessarily talk about. Just in terms... like, not because it's secret, but, like, just boring, right? Like, nobody wants to hear me ramble about, like, you know, the evolution of my thumbnail design over the last, like, 3 years. But I spent a ridiculous amount of time tinkering with that and trying to, like, tweak my thumbnails until I was, like, really, really, really happy with it. And, I mean, it's still constantly evolving. I've still been making changes to it, even recently, in the past few months. I feel like I've kind of, within the last, like, year, at least settled on a style that I'm happy with. And that I'm pretty comfortable, like, saying, yeah, I like these thumbnails. But obviously there's always room for improvement. And then, of course, like, finding the right title. There's so much that goes into all of it. Like, fucking search engine optimization is a fucking nightmare, but it is something that I have to do and understand, and you know how it is. How might you be able to apply your computer science background to the channel? Are there any content pivots you have in mind? Yes, absolutely. A big one being the leveling add-on. I've said before, I plan on developing that 100% on my own. So yeah, there are multiple content pivots that I have in mind. So actually, Teleswags, that is like one of the most insightful observations I've seen from people in chat. That is a very good point, and absolutely something that I'm looking to do. Basically, using my existing skill set to see how can I incorporate what I know about computer science and, you know, other things, and basically incorporate that into my channel in some form. Like, obviously, the website is another big one, right? I moved the Google Doc onto a website, and I mean, I needed to use HTML and JavaScript to make that work. And I learned some of that in college, but a lot of that I also did need to kind of refresh on and learn techniques and whatnot. But I spent all that time getting that set up, and that has helped, I think. I think the website has been significantly better compared to using the Google Doc. Personally speaking, I can't speak for everybody. Watching from Lorenskog. I have no idea if I said that right. Norway, cool stream. It's just outside of Oslo. Oh, I know Oslo. I don't remember exactly where it is on a map. But I've definitely heard of Oslo before. I've not heard of Lorenskog, but that is a cool name. But I appreciate you tuning in from Norway. My dad is from your country. It's hard to see something like a YouTube channel grown up over here. Maybe it is. I think it's not necessarily anything to do with, like, you know, my dad being, like, close-minded about that stuff. Like, so it's not like my dad is close-minded about, like, oh, YouTube channels can't be real things. Like, he understands it. He just has a very, like, pragmatic, analytical, you know, view of things. Whereas, like, and kind of makes sense. Like, I can see into my own head, and I can, like, I have all these plans and whatnot. And I, generally speaking, know when a video is going to do good or bad. And obviously, not every single plan I've ever made has come to fruition. But generally speaking, over the past few years, I have made plans on, like, these are the videos I'm going to make, and they turn out at the level I expect. They get either at the performance I expect or better. Most of the time, some videos don't do well, and, you know, sucks, but it is what it is. And I have, like, a general long-term plan that I think actually can work. But of course, my dad can't see into my head, so all he can look at is like the actual statistics of things and the financials and basically analyze that mathematically. And, you know, he has like multiple spreadsheets with all of my like YouTube data and like projections and whatnot. And I'm like, ugh, like, I get it, right? But I think sometimes he's a little bit overly like hyper analytical about things like that, which that's just how he is, right? Finally did the last boss of the Mega Dungeon on all tanks, and you can only say Warrior sucks on Deos. Yes, I can imagine it does. Don't think that's very fun. Best part of learning stuff is applying it to personal projects because you don't have the pressure of a grade, and sometimes you work even harder because it's something you actually enjoy and want to do. Yeah, I cannot agree with that more. There were so many times where I would like do a project and it was like surface level, and there was something in that project that really caught my interest, and I wanted to explore that more, but like I had to do all this other bullshit that I just wasn't interested in. And I don't know, I personally, my experience with college was that I got like a surface level understanding on so many things, and very few classes actually really dove into deep, interesting topics. Like, I had multiple classes in game design, and, like, I'm not knocking my game design teacher. Good guy, nice guy, knew what he was talking about. Oh, Alexa, stop. Like, good teacher. I think it's more just the issue with the curriculum, where we were doing, like, these basic Unity games, things that, like, I did back in fucking high school. And this is like a 300 level college course, and I'm just like I could literally code this in 30 minutes, and that's my project for the week? What do you mean? And it, like, I guess it is kind of like a flex, but all of the other kids in the class, or not all of them, but a lot of the other kids in the class were struggling. There were some who knew what they were doing, right? And were similarly, like me, doing way better things compared to what was like the rubric. But like I would say at least half the class clearly had no fucking clue what they were doing. And a lot of times it was like half the time it felt like an introduction to Unity class, and it's like I already know how to use Unity. So I felt like so many of my courses just were a waste of my time. And I learned more in the time that I spent actually researching things. Like whenever I wanted to do something for my channel, I'm like, how do I do this thing in Photoshop? And then I just look it up and I like read about it online and then actually implement that into like a thumbnail, or I don't know, if I'm editing something in Premiere, like how do I do this effect? And then I research it, figure it out, and get it to like the point where I'm satisfied with it. I learned infinitely more just by doing that over time for my own personal videos than I ever did in any of like the Photoshop or video editing courses that I took in college. Like I learned basics. I learned how to operate Adobe Premiere and do like rudimentary things with it. But anything that actually made it look professional or good, like, I don't know. Maybe my college was just shit. I've complained about it before, but I don't know. I feel like, especially for the amount that fucking college costs, and I'm not going to get into that tangent because I have gotten into that before, but I honestly think the fucking American school system for colleges, at least, is a fucking scam. At least for, like, entry-level courses, it is just way too much fucking money for how little you actually get taught. And, like, yeah, if you're going to medical school, right, that's a completely different story. So, like, a lot of people counter, oh, well, it's really important for XYZ profession, and then it's okay. Well, then classes for those actual professions that do require you to really know and take the courses and whatnot, those can cost a lot of money, but, like, I shouldn't have to spend thousands of dollars to learn basic shit about Unity that I learned on my own in high school. I don't know, fucking, I've ranted about this before, but, yeah. Oh, I activated your Alexa? Oh, apologies. Yeah. Nice, man. You're rooting for you and your plans. You're a game designer. You've learned more out of college than inside. Yeah, for sure. A lot of times you learn it when you're actually doing it in practice. Game design is really hard to teach in computer science because a lot of the basic stuff is high school level stuff. Yeah. I will say also game design is one of those things where the actual like esoteric design elements of it are very, very difficult to teach. And that aspect of the class I learned literally nothing from because everything that was taught I already knew just by playing games. And I think there is a certain thing to be said about, like, obviously a lot of people will say, you know, just playing games doesn't make you a good game designer. And while that is true, playing games can make you a good game designer. It just depends on how you view it. Because I have always approached games with a very analytical mindset, and I've always tried to, like, dissect them, figure out what makes them tick, right? Figure out, like, how to optimize them. And I could also, on the flip side of things, appreciate, like, the design elements of games that make them really good. Like, for instance, I've already gushed about this game before, but I hate gacha games. I hate pay-to-win, microtransaction-heavy mobile games. And yet, I am fucking addicted to Honkai Star Rail. Why am I addicted to Honkai Star Rail? Well, partially character design, right, is fantastic. And the story in general, characters are really gripping, which makes me feel more invested in the game because I actually like playing it. Whereas I actually tried Genshin Impact years ago, and I just kind of bounced off it because the characters were just really bland, one-dimensional, and boring. And outside of them having big tits, there really wasn't much going for them. And I'm just like, it's just not interesting. But like the characters in this game, I'm like, okay, I actually like them. They have depth. You know, it's an engaging story. So I played the game more. Now, obviously, the combat is just fucking awesome, right? So that's one thing. But also, the importance of sound design, right, is something that so many people overlook. And like I've had so many friends tell me they play games with music off. But we were just talking earlier about like Dun Moreau, where you hear like the do 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 do, and like that tone is so iconic. And when you hear that, it just triggers a wave of nostalgia. That Dun Moreau music, it's just deeply seated in so many of our brains. And good soundtracks, like one of the reasons I love Undertale. Undertale is amazing boss fights, but what makes those boss fights feel even more amazing? The top tier soundtrack to go along with it. So it's just iconic. And Honkai Star Rail has some banger fucking tracks to the point where after I play the game, they're stuck in my head, and like I've literally set my wake up alarms to be those tracks because it's so fucking good. So just that is something important to basically keep the game stuck in your head even after you've already set it down, and makes you want to come back and play it more. And things like that, I mean, you absolutely can learn about game design just by looking and analyzing. Obviously, just doing a surface level approach and playing games just casually for fun isn't necessarily going to make you understand how to design it well, but you absolutely can learn a lot. And basic things like that were kind of what was covered by a lot of my game design classes, and it's like I literally figured that out by playing games back in high school and stuff. So yeah. You use some goblin sounds for your alarms. That's interesting. To be a good game developer, you need to be very detail oriented and very analytical on what you're playing. Basically a critic, actually a good critic. Yeah, exactly. And obviously there's a lot of shitty games critics out there, but I don't know. I've always thought about, like, sometimes I might want to write, like, reviews, because I feel like I could write decent reviews, but I don't know. I feel like games journalism in general, that type of stuff, you obviously have people like Dunkey who are amazing game reviewers. And, like, whenever I want to know if a game is good, Dunkey's videos are always an amazing way to get, like, you know, an impression on, is this game actually fun? What makes this game good? And a lot of, like, my favorite games that I've played that, like, I never knew about before, when I watched Dunkey's review on it, like, a good example is Furi. Furi is one of my favorite games of all time, and I never would have played it if it wasn't for watching Dunkey's review on it. But, like, the way he described it, the way he, like, worded the game and stuff like that, just made, like, it was the perfect description, the perfect hook to make me say, I gotta try this game. And I ended up loving it. And I would have never found out about it otherwise. Some generic review on, like, IGN or whatever would never have been able to convince me to spend money on that. But that, like, 1 minute long, passionate description that Dunkey gave in one of his, like, best of whatever videos was enough to make me buy it. So, yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said about being able to analyze a game in a way that, like, you know, pinpoints all the things that makes it actually fun and enjoyable and whatnot. But yeah, honestly, I'm too tired to keep going down this rant. It's an interesting subject, but I'm fucking exhausted. Late stream, I am ending. I was gonna end 20 minutes ago, and then I just started ranting about this. Honestly, I don't regret it, though. That was a fun little side tangent. I enjoyed talking about that. But yeah, Light, I appreciate you tuning in. Unfortunately, I am gonna be stopping here. I wasn't sure how long I'd be going. I will be streaming again tomorrow. Let me quickly, before I end, think of what time I will stream. Let's go with 3 p.m. EST tomorrow. So, I guess today, Friday. So, in effectively 13 hours. In 13 hours from now, I will stream more. By that point, I'll be like decently progressed on my Druid, and I should have all my alts set up. And then, once again, usual Saturday, Sunday streams, those will continue. But yeah, so we'll probably get another, like, at least 7 or so 8-hour stream tomorrow in, like, 13 hours. So I'll try to get some sleep, and I have to eat, because, like, I didn't eat a ton earlier. I grabbed, like, a few snacks while I was feeding my dog and stuff, but I haven't, like, actually ate. I have some food in the fridge, though, which I can just heat up, which shouldn't be too bad. And then I'm probably still gonna, like, even off stream, I'm gonna continue playing this, of course, right? I really want to play Classic Hardcore. I'll do all the boring stuff. What I'm gonna try to do is, by the time that I'm gonna kick off tomorrow's stream by unlocking Bear Form. I think that's, you know, maybe a good way to start it off. So I will have all my professions and stuff set up, all my alts ready, and I will have my Druid ready to do the Bear Form quest. We'll kick things off with that, and then we'll go from there, and I'll be leveling in Darkshore and stuff like that. Giovanni said, that's okay, man. Good rest. You're going to see me later. Yep. Ubler said, going to sleep now, though you're in Europe. Light said, rest well, Mr. Harldan. Thank you all. I appreciate you coming to the stream, and I will see you tomorrow and the rest of the weekend. Peace.